start, okay? It's 9:04 on Monday, March the 2nd. Good morning, everyone, and we will call the meeting to order. Could I have a roll call, maybe beginning with John?
John Belamowitz, present.
Tim Brown, present.
Dr. Susan Fletcher, present.
George Francis IV, present.
Gloria Canseco, present.
Steve Christopherson, present.
Jennifer Smotherman, present.
And this is very basic, but do we have a quorum?
You do.
We do, then we'll certify that quorum. We're on item 3 on the agenda. Welcome, everyone, and we're going to begin with public comments. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per person unless otherwise directed by the chair, and anyone wishing to address the council should have completed a public comment form and submitted it to the TDLR liaison, Tamala Fletcher. I want you to know that we're going to have 2 sets of public comments today. And so if you'll bear with us, today we're going through lots of rules, and most of you will want to speak about that. What we'd like to do is invite those folks who have general comments to make first. And if your comment is specific to the rules, then when we start that agenda item, we'll invite you to speak then, if that makes sense to you. So I'm going to call your name, and if it's regarding a rule, just let us know, and we'll take it from there. Is that okay? Jan Fries. Rules. Alyssa Karsagi.
Custody evaluator.
Pardon me?
Custody evaluation.
Okay, is that rules?
That would be a general comment.
Please come up.
With your permission, I would like to pass around some photos. And if you would just look at those and pass them around. These are photos that are new since the last time I spoke. My name is Alyssa Karsagi. I was diagnosed with high-functioning autism when I was a child. I've since been re-diagnosed as well. I'm here today to speak to you about custody evaluators and the concerns that I have regarding this and action that I need you to take in order to address terrible concerns that are happening. I'd like to begin with a solutions-oriented approach, which involves 4 separate components. And also, if I appear very nervous, it is because I am. I do not like to speak, but I'm here because I am the sole representative and protective parent of my children, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself and on many other protective parents and children who continue to be caught in a cycle of abuse that has unfortunately been perpetrated by many licensees who are custody evaluators. On to my solutions-oriented approach, there are 4 components of this. The first component is that I would request that we find a way to legislate more expeditious investigations so that those who are victims of domestic violence who are stuck in the court system and stuck in situations with their abusers would have a remedy to get out. The second thing that I would request is that we impose harsher penalties to act as a deterrent for certain evaluators who have been complicit in the perpetration of both legal and financial abuse of victims of domestic violence. The third component is that I would request that you would legislate an additional certification for anyone wishing to become a custody evaluator. I believe that this should have an additional 1 to 2 years at least of certification. At least 50 to 60% of that should have training which focuses on domestic violence, which seems to be sorely lacking in the family court system. And the fourth and final is a remedy. I would request that there would be some sort of a remedy that after the conclusion of investigations, that an amicus brief letter to the court which formally invalidates unethical and fraudulent evaluations be given. I would like to conclude my 3 minutes with playing you an audio of the type of abuse that my children are going through, which complements these photos. I am limited to supervised visitation with my children, and my son, who has been diagnosed with level 2 autism, he is 4 years old. He screams, and I have to pry him from around my neck in order to send him back to his abuser. And this is that audio.
You don't want to go see Abba?
Abba means daddy.
Why? Ow! No more go see Abba. What happened?
What happened to your face?
What happened?
Let me just put her on speaker. She's not angry.
Oh!
Come on, let's go. We gotta go see Daddy.
No, Daddy!
We gotta go. Well, can you walk to the elevator with me?
Thank you for your time. I just wanted to say that this is what I experience, and this is what my children experience, and I am their only voice. And because I have been invalidated and my credibility has been destroyed by a custody evaluator, I am not heard by the CPS, I am not heard by the police, and I would ask you to please use your ears and make a discerning decision, and to use your eyes and to see what I'm seeing and hear what I'm hearing, and to find a way to legislate something which will help us. Thank you for your,
Thank you so much, Miss Alyssa.
thank you. And I will need the photos back, please.
I think they're going down the road. Jessica McGee,
Rules.
Cassandra Halsey, Will Francis. And I think that that's all we have for general comments. Oh. Janine Smith? Thank you. I understand that the minutes have been reviewed and sent to us in advance. Do I have any additions or corrections to the minutes?
A motion to accept the minutes is sent out, please.
Motion has been made to accept the minutes as sent. Second?
I'll second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign.
And I apologize, Madam Chair, George Francis making the motion.
Thank you. Starting to catch on, aren't we, George?
Trying my best to. A little slow today.
Me too. Item 5 is management status, action status update, management action status updates from the Texas State Board of Examiners of Professional Counselors, Marriage and Family Therapists, State Board of Social Worker Examiners in response to the Sunset Commission report. Daryl, who's providing that?
Madam
Tim?
Chair, before we move much further, I want to make sure that we were clear in our motion, because we had 2 sets of minutes
Oh,
that
pardon
were
me.
before. So I want to make sure that we get both of those minutes approved. And I can't recall that the motion was specific as to that.
I'm sure that's what he meant, right, George?
That is correct.
Shall we clarify?
Yeah, let's do it again for the
All right.
January and the February board meeting, or council meeting
All right.
minutes.
I make a motion to accept both sets of amendments as presented to us.
Do I have a second?
Steve Christopherson seconds.
All in favor, signify by saying aye again.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. Thank you, Daryl.
And Madam Chair, on the management action, I'll let Mr. Spear speak to that. I would ask for permission to remove this particular item from the agenda. All the agencies are in compliance with their management action reports. I don't think you're going to see anything new. I'm afraid it's just taking up real estate on the agenda. If anything changes, obviously the member boards can apprise us later on under the agenda, where they have the opportunity to let us know about something that's going on in their board.
And do you need a motion to that effect, or shall we just move forward?
No, I'll just take it off. But
Okay. We're all in agreement?
Is there anything new
Nothing new.
Okay.
Good. Thank you so much.
into that report?
Item 6 is discussion regarding allowing the executive director to serve as part-time executive director for Texas State Board of Examiners of Psychologists through August 31st, 2020. So some of you may know that we've hired Daryl Spinks, and his official first day was yesterday, even though it was Sunday. So is there any discussion in this regard? So Daryl, that's to August. That gives
Correct.
them time to find a new executive director.
Well, the actual ED position for TSBEP will end on August 31st of this year, but they need somebody to continue. The roles are reversed now.
Sure.
Where we were, so they need somebody to continue filling that role until it ends. And I cannot serve in that capacity without the agency entering a dual finding, like what you've got in your report here. So that's why I've applied for the position, but if y'all say no, then I just withdraw that application. But anyway, I'm asking for permission to do that and go forward with that.
Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair, I have discussion, please.
Okay.
So if an executive director would resign normally to accept a position, maybe in another state, and they would give the standard U.S. 2 weeks of notification, what would happen in that situation?
The government law.
I'm not following you. Yes, sir.
So we have the advantage of you being so close to the situation because you're here.
Correct.
But if you weren't here and you would have taken a position in another state, what would the agency have done?
If I had applied for a part-time job in another state,
If you
No.
left.
If you left. And I apologize. I know my words are not coming naturally. I am operating on very little sleep, so please forgive me today.
So is he. So I think what George is trying to say is, if we weren't a government-related agency, or if you had accepted a position outside the state of Texas, what's the normal procedure for someone who separates from his position to accept a new one?
yes,
He wants you all to himself, right? That's the bottom line.
I guess I'm not tracking. I don't really guess what's being asked
Sure.
of me.
So if you weren't available to do the part-time position through the end of August, I think the question is, what would the agency do?
Oh, okay, okay.
That's better.
You're welcome.
Okay. They would have to, they've got three options. They would either have to try and hire somebody from the outside, which is going to be extremely difficult, given you would know you were coming into a dead-end position that would terminate at the end of this fiscal year. I think that's highly unlikely. You're going to be able to find somebody who wants to come on, and not only that, but between the posting and then the training of them, by the time you got them on board and got them trained up minimally, the fiscal year will be over with. So I don't know that they would be able to accomplish what they need done that way. The second option is to promote from within, or to appoint an interim director from within. There are obvious advantages to that because you have people that are already familiar with it. They could do that route. That they lose the advantage of having somebody that sits on both boards right now in this transition period, though, because you have an interim director over there, then you would have me over here at the council. Their third option is to do what they're doing and try to hire on a part-time basis. And hopefully I apply and get permission to take the job from you guys. Here's something to think about. Here's something we need to think about from our perspective on the council level. What happens if we say no at the council level? What happens to me right now? I'm actually housed at TSBEP. That's where my office is. This pen, everything you see here belongs to TSBEP. I'll be sitting on a park bench doing council business. So I kind of need to keep a relationship with TSBEP so that I have an office to work in and I have a computer and all that fun stuff to use. So
But does the position remain intact past August 31st?
no, it doesn't.
Oh.
The exempt position actually goes away, and we've built into the budget and to the organizational structure what's called a program specialist. That individual, we will need to hire somebody to basically serve the role of the ED, but they won't have the same breadth of job. They won't have to deal like personnel, budget, the legislative side of it, that kind of stuff. But the rulemaking, the actual scheduling of the meetings and interaction with the board chair, that will still go on. You need somebody to do that.
So, Madam Chair, I express high concerns with this. You're talking about a period of 5 to 6 months. You're talking about an agency that's just starting, that, as we all heard in our last meeting, the list of duties and list of assignments and the roles and responsibility are long. Those two things are not compatible in my mind. It means that you're doing both jobs at half length instead of full task. And I think at this point, we want to get off to the best start that we can get off. We would like our executive director to be fully focused on the organization as we've designed it to be. And I don't think that's possible, asking him to do a period of 6 months in another role and trying to do this full time. I'm very comfortable that we can find him housing and computers and the ability to continue to work outside of that office. So from my perspective, this would be a no.
Any other comments?
Madam Chair, I have a comment. Having known Daryl Spinks for many years on this level as far as working with agencies, I know that he runs a well-oiled machine and that he's probably the best person for transition purposes. And just having seen his work ethic, I know that he can devote. If we're thinking 40-hour work weeks, I haven't seen him do that in a very long time since he's been working with this executive council. So I'm not sure we can put an hours thing on it, but I do know that if we put a task thing on it, he is the guy for the job.
Anybody else?
I would add, this is John Belamowitz, I would add that Daryl did, I mean, he did this job of getting this agency off the ground while he was over there. And what we're asking right here is not necessarily, it's simply allowing the TSBEP to make the decision of what they want to do, if they want to keep him on, which I imagine they may. I have no idea who else has applied for that. They're working through that process. We are working through that process right now, though. With the comment specifically about finding a place to work, I think that, I don't think it's that easy. It's not that easy to find office space. It's not easy to get things up and running. I think that doing something like that throws into jeopardy continuity of what we currently enjoy. Smoothness that this agency is currently enjoying.
I think that from my perspective, I think that I'd have to agree with George on this one. I think that we are, it is a new council. It's demanding. I don't doubt Daryl's competence or his work ethic. But I believe strongly in work-life balance, and I don't know if 6 months is quite all that we need. I wonder if we should consider maybe 3 months. Daryl is a new father. He's been working like the devil, if you will, on this. And there will have to be a transition at some point. And surely if he's led the agency as well as we all think, there are one or two or maybe even a team of people who are appropriate successors, maybe not as individuals, but as a team. This agency is going to need a great deal of work, and I'm so proud that we're ahead of schedule. So I wonder if we could talk about a shorter period. So
The date is statutory, is it not?
August 31st?
It's not something we can just have a lot of discretion on. At that point, we'd be trying to hire somebody, or the TSBEP would be trying to hire somebody for a dead-end job for 3 months, which is even less likely.
Can I ask a question real quick? Where are we in the process of hiring those program specialists?
I'm working on the job descriptions.
Okay,
And-
so theoretically, once we get that program specialist hired, that person would take over the executive director roles and responsibilities, or that wouldn't happen until August 31st?
That won't happen until September 1st.
Because of the date in statute?
Right, you have one employee until
Yeah.
September 1st.
Okay, got it.
So just, if I may, a couple of things. I just want to make sure that my statement wasn't construed to be any question mark on your work ethic.
Didn't take-
That it is not. My question is purely based upon this organization and being placed on this board with certain fiduciary responsibilities and responsibilities towards the citizens of Texas. And to do that, my thoughts on this is purely based on that. I do believe that it is a well-oiled machine, and that any leader has a succession plan and has people put in place that can help run an organization. And so, of course, you're going to be available to take any calls or questions. I'm very amenable to discussing something of a shorter duration. I do think that there should be a transition period, and that transition period is 2 months or 3 months, then I can easily understand that. 6 months, I cannot understand. And so, at the end of the 2 months or 3 months, then maybe the staff is prepared to continue to go the rest of the way. Maybe somebody inside of that staff could then be put in a temporary position for the last 3 months of it, but 6 months, I don't think is very realistic. But I have to believe TDLR has been so supportive of us in terms of getting us this far and helping with the position, getting the organization set up, that I think if we ask, they would probably help us in making sure that you do have a home and a place temporarily to make that happen. Obviously, I can't speak for TDLR, but just based upon what we've seen in the past, I would believe that they would continue for that short duration of time to continue to assist.
If we don't fill this position, what happens to the leadership over at TSBEP?
Well, I mean, and I don't mean this disrespectfully, but it's not up to y'all to fill that position. What we're here today to do is decide whether or not, if that position were offered to me, would you allow me to accept it? That's what we're deciding here today. If but let's just play that through. If we say no here today, TSBEP, I don't know who else has applied for the job, so if they have no candidates that have applied for it, then I don't really know what happens there. I would have to, the chair would have to probably appoint an interim to serve until the May board meeting.
Yeah, for purposes of this council, the agenda item does state through August 31st, 2020. We can certainly have a motion to amend that period if we want to, but I agree, this council is concerned with the launching this agency. And the Board of Psychologists or examiners of psychologists is quite competent and has had good leadership. If there's no more discussion, I'll entertain a motion.
I have some
Yep.
discussion on the date.
Sure.
I
Mhm.
don't know if we can, because it's a statutory date of when that job would end. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah, so we can't change it. And if we do change that time frame, you're asking TSBEP to go try to find somebody for a 2-month period to hire somebody, which I think that is probably an undue challenge, or it seems like a challenge that you're saddling on TSBEP that you could avoid by simply allowing them to make the decisions that they want to make.
And I'm not suggesting that we at all speak for TSBP or make any recommendations for them. I think that we have the ability to make a motion that would stipulate what our thoughts are on the process without touching that date. For me, that motion would be something of the effect that Mr. Spinks would be, if provided the option to take that temporary position, we as a board would cap that at 2 to 3 months. And then what they do with the time period after that, purely as a competent board, they're going to have decisions to make. And I'm not making any suggestions or recommendations to that board of what those decisions look like. They know it better, the business better than we do. So, with the exception of a couple, obviously. But that would be my motion. As a matter of fact, I will make a motion, Madam
I'd
Chair.
like to speak before we start moving into motions. Tim Brown, I believe that we have the opportunity to request TSBEP allow Daryl to be with us and to work with us over a period of time, and he has done it very successfully. He's done it thoughtfully. I don't believe that it's impaired his ability to work there or to do what we need for him to have happen here for this important process that we're going through. If Daryl thinks that he can do this job part-time with TSBEP and give us all of the time that we need, after experience Daryl's work ethic and ability to perform at certain levels, although we have a process, we have something that we need to have done, I don't believe that we're looking at a fair process to say, no, you can't do that. And I think it's impeding the psychology board. My great-grandmother worked in the fields picking cotton, came out, opened her own company in the Brazos Valley, became an entrepreneur. And her advice that she always gave me, you can work and do hard, long work for a period of time as long as you know that that period of time is over. And I agree, everyone has the right to home life and work-home balance. But if Daryl says he's able to do this and willing to do this, I have to give good faith to Daryl that he's going to be able to do that. And so I would like us to make certain that we're not now impeding on the psychology board for something that they need for just 6 months, and the impression that we're not going to get what we need out of Daryl, because I don't think that's true.
Thank you.
I'd like to add something.
Sure.
So as part of the discussion, the board, the psychology board discussed the concerns and felt very confident that what is needed in the next 6 months is doable with him being able to work part-time with our board as well as full-time with this board. And it was taken into consideration, some of the concerns expressed here today, and very easily alleviated, knowing what Daryl's capable of, that he's already proven since he began working part-time with this board. So I have no concerns about our board having discussion about allowing him the opportunity for 6 months part-time TSBEP.
You know, we haven't asked Daryl what he thinks about, I mean, on a personal level, about the work life. What do you feel like?
Because we're going to be talking about a personnel issue that gets kind of into my personal life, I would like to do that in closed session if we're going to,
Okay.
do that.
Sure.
Um,
In that case, can we?
And Madam Chair, and I don't even know if you feel comfortable in that. I don't even know that it's appropriate to talk about your personal life, because I don't think that's the motion itself. So I think we need to look at it from a business perspective versus a personal perspective.
Right, no.
I mean, so.
And I apologize
No, no,
if I said that out of
No,
turn.
no. I'm not taking offense to anything y'all say. This is the debate I expected, to be honest with you. I would expect you to have it. When I say, it does not bother me to talk about kind of my personal decisions or my personal belief on why I think this is the option, this is the best option for all parties involved. You can't make this decision without kind of understanding whether or not I myself think I can do this. I just don't want to talk about all aspects of it in an open meeting, is all that I'm asking.
I would have to believe that you think you could do it if you put your name in the hat for the job. That, to me, says all that I need to know, that
Okay.
you believe that you can do it. Otherwise, you would
Correct,
have applied
right,
and it wouldn't be on the agenda today.
Exactly.
Am I mistaken?
No, you're not.
Okay. So I don't know that they're that piece of it, but for me, what it really boils down to is everyone has spoken about your work ethic. We have all seen your work ethic. That's not in question. To me, what's in question is what this board needs, what this organization needs, what's being asked of this organization, and the job is not a 40-hour-a-week job. My guess is there's not one person up here that works just 40 hours, period. Let's suppose that it's 60 hours, right? That's 60 hours. At some point, there's a maximum amount of time, and you've got to cut into that time to be able to provide another organization some of that time. So there's going to be a minimization of some piece on this side of the table to move forward with this. And to me, that's not acceptable for what's been asked. This whole organization was created because there was a need, and that need is great. And so anything that detracts from it is against what the will of what's been asked of us. I'm sorry. It's just that straightforward to me. It's not, and forgive me, because I'm not as soft or as people-oriented, so please forgive me. It has nothing to do with your balance of life. It has everything to do with what has been asked and tasked of each and every one of us moving forward and getting this thing running the appropriate and the right way. That's where I'm coming down to. And so it's nothing to do with work ethic. It has everything to do with I need maximum mind focus, maximum energy on this task. Because up to this point, there have been a lot of assistants and helpers. Each one of these board members has helped in some way to get this thing up and running. And now, I would like to think that everyone on this board has a day job also, that they need to back down some so they can focus on their day job and this job. There's got to be some balance among some of these board members, and I know what hours they're putting in. And so that's what I would be looking for the executive director to assist with in creating that balance so that when they come here, they are fresh and ready to make the best decisions possible. So that's where I draw the line. So with that, Madam Chair, I will continue to make a motion that, let me read it directly so that we can be clear on this one. That the executive director be allowed to serve as part-time executive director in a duration of 3 months or less, in the assistance of the transition between the two organizations. That would be my motion.
There's a motion on the
transition.
table. Is there a second? In the absence of a second, the motion fails.
Madam Chair, Tim Brown, I'd like to make a motion.
Yes?
I would like to allow Mr. Spink to serve as part-time executive director of the Texas State Board of Examiners, psychologist through August 31st, 2020.
There's a motion on the table. Is there a second?
I'll second. Steve Christopherson.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, same sign.
Nay, roll call vote, please, Madam Chair.
Roll call vote. Shall we start at the end of the table? Oh, good. And I don't vote, right?
Yes, you do vote.
Oh, I do? Okay, couldn't remember.
Councilmember John Palemowitz. Aye. Councilmember Tim Brown.
Aye.
Councilmember Steve Christopherson.
Aye.
Councilmember Dr. Susan Fletcher.
Aye.
Councilmember George Francis.
Nay.
Councilmember Megan Graham. I'm sorry. Councilmember Jennifer Sutherland.
Aye.
Chair Gloria Canseco.
Nay.
The ayes have it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The ayes have it. Agenda item number 7, the report from the executive director.
Okay, the first item up is, we'll talk about the transition plan. Let's see here. There are 10 major things I want to go over with you. The first, obviously, is a task that we're going to be tackling here today, and that is beginning the actual formal rulemaking process of adopting rules. One of the things we'll accomplish today is actually the proposal of those rules, so that'll be a pretty significant move on the transition plan. The second item I'd highlight is we've actually posted managerial level jobs for BHEC already. We have posted the licensing and enforcement manager positions, the general counsel position, and the director of operations position. Very shortly, we should have the program specialist positions ready to post. I intend to involve the board chairs from each of the member boards on that selection, so I want to get their input on those job descriptions before we actually post it. And then I will involve the actual, again, the board member chairs on the selection process, because these are the individuals, these will be your EDs, the individuals that you live and work with and that help run your board. So y'all will be involved on that at the member board level in the selection. Once the managerial staff have been hired, what I would like to do is start to spread out the responsibility for hiring what I call the line staff, the actual people that do the processing of applications, the investigators, et cetera. We'll start letting those individuals be involved and responsible for developing the job descriptions, getting them posted, conducting the interviews, and all of that. We should have, my goal is to have managerial staff hired by the end of this month, hopefully closer to the middle of the month, and actually have posted the line staff positions, and if not already interviewing those individuals by the end of this month. So we're rocking along pretty good there. We've gotten several applications for the positions that we have posted. We have to post on Work in Texas, which is, if any of you have ever looked on it, it's not the most ideal site to utilize, but it's what we have to work with, so we're doing it. We are also, Ms. Nowak and I are also involved heavily with discussions with the Facilities Commission on our location. I mentioned in our last meeting that we're going to be in the accountancy board, the public accountancy board. They vacated. We'll be given their space. We're actually in discussions with the Facilities Commission right now to see if we can't swap TSBEP's office for the architecture board. And the reason being is we're estimating we're going to have somewhere between 20 and 25 investigators and enforcement staff in the enforcement division, and we had planned on putting those people in TSBEP's offices. There's only room for about 14 people in there with any kind of elbow room, though. So we're going to try to get them to swap the architecture board for TSBEP's floor plan so that we'll actually have room for all of our investigators and they're not stacked on top of each other. The moving of offices like that brings about a whole different set of problems that I'm not going to bore y'all with today, but it basically making sure you've got all the data drops and the phone drops. You have to map all of your server hardware and all that out. So we're working on that, though, with DIR. We're working on getting our VoIP phone system, our file server, and our domain controller set up. We've already got, let me back up. rather than purchasing actual physical servers, what we're doing is we're exploring, and we're probably going to go this route. We're going to go with DIRs in cloud services. We'll let them actually manage our domain controller and our file server, so that when it does come time to move over to the Bush building, we don't have that transition will be much, much easier than having to pull down actual physical servers and move them over. It's also better for security-wise because DIR handles all your security. You don't have to worry about incursions. They handle all of that for you. It makes life easier, much easier on the back end too if you get audited. Because if you're using a DIR-approved service, it's basically just check, you're good to go. And they don't really dig into your business like they do if you own your own standalone server. So that's probably the way we're going to go. We're waiting on a quote to see what that's going to cost, but I suspect that will be the best option for us overall. We're also looking at doing the next item is on the database. We're looking at doing user acceptance testing on the database in late May, early June, which means we've already mapped out all the HHSC databases. We know where your data fields are going to show up in our database at HPC. So that's been done. And we will actually start to sit down with agency staff and let them do testing of it to make sure it's going to function as it should later on in May, maybe early June. I'm hoping in May that we can get it done. So we're actually doing pretty good there. Ms. Nowak's been working with DPS and the FBI on getting the Executive Council's ORI number, which is what allows you to run criminal history background checks on people. When we start doing fingerprint background checks, you've got to have that ORI number so that information gets routed to BHEC. Strategic planning has begun. If you'll look in the packet of information that I set before you, I've given you a summary of all the survey results that we received so far. About a little over 1,500 people took the survey. But when you look at the actual summary, and I will send y'all everything from that survey. It's a mountain of data, though. But you look at it, about 1,500 people actually signed in, but you can tell when you look at the summaries of the questions about who actually filled out a question, 1,500 people did not answer every one of those questions. 500 might have answered the first one, 600 might have answered the second one. So the 1,500 is just overall how many people looked at it, but it could be anywhere between 500 and 900 people that answered an individual question. We'll have to read all of that, or I'll have to read all of those, and we'll have to discern from that kind of what the public views as our priorities should be when doing strategic planning. I've already kind of been skimming it as they come in. I've been watching it as they come in. One of the big things that people, I'll just tell you right now, is the website. People want they want a good website that's easy to use. And I get that both on the strategic planning survey we did for y'all, and then I've done one separately for TSBP, a customer service one. And that's one of the biggest things people want is, for heaven's sakes, give us an easy-to-use website. So that's what I've got. I'm working on with HPC. But we'll talk a little bit in just a second about whether or not y'all want to form an ad hoc committee to assist me with the strategic planning. We'll talk about that in a minute because we need to visit some more. The website development, you also see in the materials that I've got before you there, I gave a printout of just the home page. Don't pay any attention to the substance of the text that's in that because it doesn't mean anything. They just pulled that off of our home page as filler text. And then if you'll look on the second page of that, you'll see kind of the main menu topics that I'm thinking about putting on the home page. One of the things that I'm hearing consistently in comments from stakeholders is websites have too much text on it, and they don't have the items that we use the most are not easily located or in the best location on the website. In other words, they want the stuff for like renewals, changing your address. That stuff needs to be the most prominent link on the web page, and that makes sense. It's not on ours, and that's why people fuss about it. And ours is heavy in text. So that's something we need to change. But we'll try to make all those changes and take all that into account as we start to polish on this web page. Kind of the way I'm envisioning the web page panning out is we'll have a landing page for the council, And then up at the top, we'll have links to the individual board member pages, where it would go there, and you could talk about licensing standards, criteria, probably have the specific forms for that particular board there. And then you'll have like those main menu items that I've got for the council's page. Don't get too hung up on what you see now. That's not the finished product. It will look a little nicer than what we've got. Candidly, I'm not worrying so much about making it slick and nice right now as I need it to be functional. There are certain things that I need to be operational by May or June, really. We definitely need the renewal part done by the end of the fiscal year. But I need like the meeting dates up and running where we can post agendas, minutes, board meeting materials. I want that up and running pretty quick. Can't remember now what else it was. We may want to get y'all's bios posted so they can actually see who is on the council and where you're from, what member board you're from. But, I mean, we're working on all of that. I told you I would bring you back something, so there it is. The database update, we're on track there. Like I said, we've already done the mapping. We actually are set to have our kickoff meeting this month, which is basically where the database people get together and start actually working on merging the databases. They actually start to do it. So that should happen this month. Like I say, we're on schedule there. We're not behind or anything. And another big thing, we're about to work on the proposed rules today for the council. We all need to be working on our rule changes in our individual boards, though. We need to be going over our own rules to make sure that we aren't duplicating what the council is doing. I've already done that for TSBEP. So Patrick and I, once we get past today's meeting, we're going to start assisting the other boards, and we'll probably need to, Ms. Pello offered to help as well, so we're probably going to invoke as many lawyers as we can to put on this project. Who'd have ever thought you had a shortage of lawyers? But we're going to kind of need all hands on deck on this one to get everybody's rules in shape and running. So that'll be one that's going to require everybody to be pushing on that one. But after today's meeting, we'll start working on that. So that's where we are on the transition plan. We're making a lot of progress. We are not behind. We're on schedule, if not ahead a little bit. So I'm not worried. I don't have any heartburn about us being behind at this point. So
Is it possible in the next transition report, if you can actually present us with a slide or a sheet that shows the transition items against the dates and then the owners of those items so we can track how they're progressing and how they're moving?
do you have a Gmail account by any chance?
You're more than welcome to use my Dell account. I have to get approval to be in work here, so
Okay.
you're more than welcome to use that account.
Well, the reason I ask is we actually have the transition plan posted through our Google Suites where you can actually see it and watch it live as we update it and change it.
And maybe a printout of that would be acceptable.
Okay, all right,
Thank you.
we can do that.
I have a question. How many, when you talk about the database for all the licensees, what's the total number again?
We're looking at about between 60 and 70,000 people.
Okay.
Oh, my goodness.
Mhm.
And we use the same database, but we use different fields?
Same database, same version. Not all of our fields may be the same, and so you've got to map those fields out to make sure that when you bring it over, you don't have orphan data. And we also need to make sure we've got to standardize our use of like modifiers and that type of thing. So that's what we're working on. That's what we're doing. It's
That's
a
the
lot
tedious
of
part.
a lot of tedium. Yeah,
Okay.
a lot of tedious work. Fortunately, HPC, Ms. Nowak, and HPC and HHSC's database staff are handling most of that. Y'all are pretty lucky. You've got some really awesome database managers working for you through HPC and Weegan over at HHSC. I mean, they're top notch. We got lucky there, so they're making our lives a lot easier in that regard. Honestly, the database has been, I don't want to say one of the easiest. It's not easy. I don't want to trivialize it, but it's required the least level of involvement for me thus far. The rulemaking has been the most difficult and the most time intensive right now because Ms. Nowak and the other experts, they handle the database. I don't hear anything unless there's a problem that bubbles up. So that's all I have on the transition plan. Strategic plan. You guys have got the instructions before you. You'll notice in the instructions that the council is not listed anywhere as an entity that has to file a strategic plan. I called the LBB in the governor's office about that, and I said, surely, I mean, y'all don't really want one from TSBEP, considering it's going to go away. The agency will at the end of this fiscal year, and they're like, yeah, we should have put the council in there. So we're just going to treat that like it says the Behavioral Health Executive Council. One of the things I want to do with you guys, though, and our strategic plan is due June 1st. Keep in mind, our next meeting is not until like June 16th, so that there's a little bit of an issue there. But one of the things, it's not a problem, though. One of the things I want to know from you is, how involved do you guys want to be on the development of the strategic plan? You've seen how many responses we got from the stakeholder input. How much do you want to read? You were talking about you've got other things, you've got to make a living outside of this. I'm not asking for an ad hoc committee, but I want to give you the opportunity, if you want to be involved in it on the front end, kind of at the ground level, if you want it, now's the time to say it and to put together a committee. It's going to be a lot of reading, though. I'm not going to lie to you.
I would like to be a part of it.
You would? Okay. Anybody else?
I'll be a part of it.
Okay.
Okay, so looks like two.
It's all electronic, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Do you need more? I'll be happy to do that if you need more than 2 people.
I don't need it, but I'm just extending the offer in case y'all want it. So.
Could I
Went
look
on?
at it at a higher
Okay.
view? Like, when you're like halfway through?
Do what?
Could I look at it from a higher view?
Yeah.
Could we all look at it from a higher view at,
Yeah.
some point? Okay.
Yeah. Here's the way we'll have to work it, since the submission deadline is June 1st. They've moved that date up consistently over time. It used to be much later in June, and now it's been moved up to June 1st. Obviously, we won't meet in time to approve the final plan, so we've got two options. We can either go ahead and submit the plan on June 1st that I come up with and that the ad hoc committee comes up with, and then if you guys wanted to change it you can do that, no problem. Or you can just submit a letter to the governor saying, hey, we're going to have our strategic plan ready to go. It'll be voted on at the June 16th meeting, whatever it is, and then we'll submit it after that. We can go either way, however y'all want to do. More of you are nodding with the letter, Faye.
I would like to have the council to have the opportunity to review it before it's
Okay.
actually submitted.
Well, then we'll just do a
Yeah.
letter. And then once you vote on it at the June meeting, then we'll submit it. So
Okay.
that won't be a problem.
Very good. Thank you. Item C?
Of course, we've already talked about the survey of the stakeholders. Do all of you want to see the full breadth of those comments? What you have is just the summary. Do you want to see all 1,500 responses? Because I can download that and blast it out to you.
Is there
Mr.
a
Francis, Ms. Motherman, and Dr. Fletcher are going to have to read it. But the rest of you might not want to.
I would like to read it.
Okay. All of you will get it then.
Thank you.
Okay. The next item is
I'm
the.
sorry, I had a conversation going. I'm fine for being on the ad hoc committee. I wasn't sure if we were done with discussion. My curiosity was that June 16th thing and getting it done before then. If we're okay doing that and being able to submit a letter, I'd be happy to be on the ad hoc committee.
Okay, so that's,
People are on the ad hoc committee?
that's 4, so that's the most we can have on the ad hoc committee. Okay.
Farrell, one quick question. Isn't there something like Google Drive or one of those shared drives where we could, access the survey through a hyperlink? Or
If
is
you
that,
get posted to the,
is that possible? Or is it too much?
Well, you have to have a Gmail account to access that Google Drive. I can do that. I use SurveyMonkey to do it. I don't know.
Ah.
It seems like SurveyMonkey does have a feature where I can just share it
Share it
with
out.
you and you can go there directly. I don't know if you have to have like a paid subscription account to be able, you don't? You're shaking your head no? We can try it. I mean, we'll try it that way and see, and if it doesn't, then I can download it.
Okay.
and
It's a
send
little more
it to you.
user-friendly, too.
But,
It's user-friendly,
Okay.
the SurveyMonkey?
yeah, yeah.
And then
Um,
just one question that interests us. Yeah, okay.
The next item is the record retention schedule. I've got one prepared, like, the version I had before that I showed you at last meeting is the same version that TSBEP has. If you can read a record retention schedule, my hat's off to you, because it's a unique government document. Let me tell you the main things in this, the key points. There are a lot of things that are just minimums. You can't not keep for certain periods of time. TSLAC, the Texas State Libraries and Archive Commission, they set certain minimums for certain types of documents. The big things in here that I wanted to point out to you are like complaint and investigation files. At TSBEP, we used to keep our investigation files for 140-something years. And that was literally everything that a complainant would send to us. That's crazy. We don't need to be doing that. It causes a major problem on scanning and storage and all that. So what this does, we're only going, once a complaint and an investigation is complete and either it's been dismissed or a sanction has been entered against an individual, we're not going to keep all that complaint information. We will just keep the order or the investigator's report if there was a dismissal that will kind of outline what the complaint was about and the substance of it. We don't need to be keeping all that other material because it doesn't serve a purpose. Now, we'll keep the investigator's report and the any kind of order, we keep those forever. Well, the investigator's report we may not. I can't recall now. It's either 10 years or it's forever. I'll have to look and see. But any kind of order we enter is kept forever. You never get rid of that.
Why is it kept forever? Is that government law, or?
It's just, no, I don't think it's required that you keep it forever. It's just something that TSBP has always done, and
So my question would be, why aren't we keeping things to the government minimum? Because at that point, anything more than the government minimum, you start increasing your costs to the organization.
Correct.
And then you also increase your litigation costs in terms of if you have to find something.
Correct.
You increase your time to actually do anything and going through the number of documents. There's a lot more downside to keep things past the minimum point than what the law states. And so I would suggest that we keep it at minimum points instead of forever. I don't understand that at all.
you will get no argument from me. It's just I have noticed that state agencies have a hoarder mentality when it comes to records.
Oh,
They
what
don't
mentality?
like to get rid of anything.
Oh.
But we, if I'm not mistaken, we collectively decide this, correct?
Well,
We have to submit a schedule.
correct.
And that schedule is based upon what we say, as long as we're inside the confines of rules, regulations, laws.
As long as you keep something that's required to be kept for the minimum, then,
Correct.
yeah.
So are you saying there's no system in place beyond that of what to do with it, and that's why it's kept the way it is?
I don't really, I mean, the only thing, I can't really tell you why the decision was made originally to keep the orders themselves forever. I can tell you, on the licensing side, for example, we used to keep stuff for an unholy amount of time. And what we have done is we have actually taken it down to the minimum because we're holding on to too much stuff. And when we move over to the Bush building, TFC is basically giving us orders, don't be bringing boxes over here. It either needs to be stored electronically because you are not going to have the storage space over there. And it costs to store stuff over at TSLAC. So we have gone down to the minimums on the licensing side. The enforcement side is the only one where we keep those orders forever.
I would like this to go down to the minimum across the board. I mean, because you also start to run the risk of security breaches.
Sure.
The longer you keep information, the more likely is somebody can get in there and find what they're looking for. I mean, there's just so many downsides to it. And I would ask you to tell me what the upsides are to it.
The only upside, the upside on keeping the orders for a longer period than, I'll have to look and see what the minimum is on the orders. But if somebody gets in trouble, you want to be able to go back and retrieve that order and go, okay, you've already been in trouble once for this. We're now going to use this to elevate the sanction assessed against you the next time. So that's the advantage to keeping the orders for a greater period of time. There is no advantage to keeping the investigation materials themselves because the decision's already been made about what to do with the case. Same thing on licensing materials. You've already decided whether to deny them the application or give them the license, so that doesn't really serve the agency any purpose. I'll check and see what the minimum is on the order, but we don't want to, if it were like 2, or if the minimum said like 2 or 5 years, I would not be comfortable with dropping that down to that minimum. Because somebody could get in trouble then 5 years later, and we would have no record of any, bad conduct that they had done previously. So I think,
As long as there's a logic to it that we can discuss versus this is the way that the business has been treated up to this point.
Yeah.
I mean, that's never a reason to continue to do something that way.
It sounds like you're most concerned about like a data breach or something like that with personal information from applications or something like
I'm
that.
concerned about it all. I'm concerned about the cost of
The cost.
maintaining the
Yeah,
data.
absolutely.
I'm concerned about the physical space of maintaining the data. I'm concerned about litigation and having to produce that information.
Right.
There's just any number of downsides.
I think I agree with your logic on that probably wholeheartedly. I do think that there's a distinction when it comes to orders and disciplinary things, that those should be around ostensibly at least as long as it can ever come up again. So at least as long as somebody is either in practice or alive or could reapply for a license. So enforcement, I think, is kind of on its own thing. Outside of enforcement, yeah, if there's a minimum.
And that's what I was saying. If
Yeah.
there is a reason, then let's discuss it, right?
Yeah.
If there's not a reason and we're just saying that's the way we've done business previously, let's change it.
I agree with that. I think that if we can discern things that need to get moved away from enforcement actions, orders, I think Carolyn's a good point here. It's not a need to keep investigating materials.
Right, and we're talking about, and I may not understand the data storage and all, gigabytes and all of that sort of stuff, but we're talking about, so an order is typically a page to maybe 3.
Right.
Versus an investigative file that may be 500 pages.
it may be 15 banker boxes.
I mean, yeah, it may go on forever, and so getting rid of that at the minimum amount of time and then keeping that, short document that says this is the final order or the agreed order, that, I think that makes a lot of sense. I'm also curious about how, if at all, does the National Practitioner Database play into this decision as well? So they have information, we're sending them information, are we sending them a copy of an order? So are we?
We don't send them a copy of the
No,
order,
they just have,
We just upload the information into their system.
Okay.
And they have it.
okay, and do we know how long it's there? So theoretically, if it's there, are we double?
No, you're not double covering because they don't have an actual copy of the order.
Okay.
So if something popped up, if somebody ran a practitioner in the NPDB and it pops up, they're going to come to the LMFT board and say, give me a copy of that order that you entered against so-and-so.
Got it, okay.
That's how that's going to play out.
Okay.
When you, oops, sorry.
We basically, what we need to do is just kind of figure out how long do we think, what's the longest anybody's going to live or practice? And then you kind of set that as what your maximum time period for keeping an order would be.
I have a question about the database. So my assumption is that each licensee for every discipline that comes under BHEC has a record.
Correct.
Are the orders listed under the licensee's name or yes?
We do, yeah.
And so are they fed as a document or are they just listed?
Are they,
'Cause wouldn't that take care of it?
like when people run a public licensee search on your folks now, do orders pop up? Or vice versa?
I don't believe we have them in Versa. What we have them on is the website. So you can go view disciplinary actions on the website. But if the order includes some kind of a status change, then that would appear when you look the person up. So, if it's like a restricted license, then that would display.
So to me, if you linked the order with the licensee, then when the licensee's gone to the next world, so all the orders go with them.
Right.
But
Well,
maybe-
actually, they stay out there, it would show deceased next to the licensee's name whenever you run that search.
Yeah.
That's somewhere where we will eventually get, what that's going to require is staff to actually sit down and scan those orders in or get them entered in to where, and and assigned to that particular licensee in the database. That's how we had to do it. Actually, Ms. Giff is the one that did all of ours. She took our entire backlog of orders and basically attached them to each individual licensee's file in the database, so that when you look them up, if they've got an order, it'll pop up in your public search.
And so you could go back, maybe 5 years and then let the rest, the ones prior to that period, rest. So I only ask, we've done the same thing at my place of business. It's related to donors and funding, but we've just gone back a certain number of years and then moved it forward since then. Okay, I understand, but I agree in principle with what the others are saying.
To kind of, this might be something that this might kind of serve on to bolster Mr. Francis's argument. There comes a point in time when an ALJ, if you're looking to use a prior misdeed or misconduct, there comes a point in time when an ALJ is going to say that's too far, that's too remote in time. I'm not going to assess a greater sanction based on that. Typically, we operate off that it's 10 years. If you've done something greater, and that comes from the rules of evidence. You can't impeach a witness for a conviction that's older than 10 years. It's kind of where we got the principle from. And ALJ seem to be kind of following that same general rule. I still don't know if I'm comfortable, though, getting rid of orders that are older than 10 years, simply because we might not use it to enhance a subsequent sanction, but it might serve to help you understand a modus operandi or a pattern in that particular respondent's conduct. You might not use it to ding them harder the second time they get caught, but it might help you in identifying a pattern, and then you could craft an order that says, this is the second time you've been caught with a 20-year-old woman. You don't get to see women anymore in your practice. You're now relegated to men.
Because that's happened. I know that there's been.
Yeah, we've banned people from
Yes.
seeing boys before, that type of thing. So there's utility in it. It's just where does that utility stop? It's hard to say.
So when the psychology board did that and all those were scanned, how far back did you go?
Yeah.
So that's a manageable project?
Well, for us it was.
For 4,000 licensees.
It's going to take a little bit longer for the 50,000 people y'all bring to the table. It's doable. Anything's doable. Just don't look for it to happen overnight is all I'm saying. So I don't need any kind of I don't need any kind of motion or any kind of vote on this. What I'm going to do is I'll take a look at this a little bit more on the how long we want to keep the order. But this is something that I will submit to TSLAC. We'll get them to approve it. We can always change this later on. This is not something that requires a council vote to approve. It's the agency head that actually prepares and submits this.
But I think you've understood the general consensus.
Right, but I hear y'all's concerns and kind of what you want.
Okay.
So we'll make it happen.
Thank you.
And of course, we've already gone over the website. It's just very rough draft form, and that's really all I have under the ED's report.
Thank you, Daryl. I have a question about something really silly, but it's regarding the website. I noticed that certain agencies have certain logos. Is that how that works? Or does everyone use the state seal?
No, not everybody does. Like you can see TDLR seal right there behind you. That's the state seal with their name around it.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that's what you have on that website, doesn't it say Texas Behavioral Health Executive Council?
Yes.
Around it?
Mhm.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not the very artsy kind of guy, so you're looking at the wrong guy if you want me to design a seal.
No, we don't.
for you. Okay.
I'm just curious
Did not
about
hire
that,
you for
right?
your web design skills.
Good.
Thank you.
We can
it was just a
develop our own.
question.
I think, I can't remember if we're required to adopt a seal or not, but we can develop our own seal if y'all
Okay.
want to.
Thank you. Just a question.
Does that mean we get T-shirts made afterwards?
We can.
Yes.
In a bud, yeah.
I think we have time for maybe number 8 before we take a mid-morning break, or do you want to continue straight through till noon? Let's continue.
Okay.
Number 8.
All right, 8 and 9 are actually kind of linked, so we'll tackle them at the same time if that's okay. You guys had asked me at the last meeting to come back to go figure out what it would cost if we conduct council meetings outside of Austin to see what it would cost. So Jenny and I sat down and we tried to figure based on 3 cities, the expenses based on 3 cities, the high and the low. It's going to range anywhere, depending upon the number of staff we have to bring, it could range anywhere from $1,200 all the way up to, I think it was $3,800.
Excuse me, Mr. Spinks, do we have copies of what you're looking at?
No, you don't. I don't think I included that. No, you do not. You do not.
This is just a report, right?
Right.
Okay.
Right. So you're looking at about $1,200 to $3,800. $3,800 is Dallas. If we go to Dallas, the hotel, lodging, and stuff is going to be more expensive there. San Antonio was the cheapest because that really just entails a trip down there and back. We hopefully don't have to have any overnight travel. We planned on, I mean, you could, depending upon what you're covering at the meeting, the subject matter, you could have to have up to 7 staff there with you. In other words, you could have to have myself, the executive assistant, the general counsel, or a staff attorney, the director of operations, your program specialist, or your ED for the member board. If it's a member board, then the licensing and the enforcement manager. Obviously, if we don't have anything too controversial, you wouldn't have to have all those individuals there, but you got to plan for the worst. Now, I think, Ms. Smotherman, you had mentioned that the LMFT board had been invited to Mary Hardin Baylor in October. I mean, that's not going to be a trip that would really require an overnight stay. That's close enough. And are y'all's board meetings 1 day or 2 days?
2.
2.
Well, we do committees 1 day, and the board meeting is the second day.
Now, your committees, are they, is it the full board?
Full board meets the second day.
Okay. Okay.
So we typically, when we travel, we typically have, and Tim, you can correct this, but we typically have our executive director, our general counsel there for those committee meetings. If we're doing business regarding complaints, then we may have enforcement staff there investigate. 1 person from investigations usually is all that we have. And then at the board meeting, we may also have Tim there. And so sometimes at the board meeting, there's 3 staff. But like we're talking about Belton, that's an hour drive for our staff.
Right.
There's also Georgia, the admin.
Yes, that's right. Georgia's there on both days. So we're looking at 3 or 4 staff over the 2 days.
Okay.
And all of our board members have, it doesn't matter for the majority of us whether we meet in Austin or Timbuktu, we all have to travel there.
Right, yeah. I mean, what we do is we budget $5,000 per board or council meeting. That's really designed to cover all y'all's travel and lodging. We didn't factor in the staff travel for that. Here's the risk you run if you start holding meetings outside of Austin this early on in the biennium. Because all of that travel money comes out of your travel budget, what do you do if you come up short for a set board meeting or council meeting later on in the biennium? You're going to have to pull that money from someplace else in the budget. That's problematic. It also, another area where it's problematic is if you want to attend, I forget what the AMFT conference is, the equivalent to ASPPB for the various boards.
So AMFTRB, yes.
Yeah. If you want to attend those, I don't see how in the budget you can have board members or council members attend the conferences and have out-of-town council meetings. I think that's way too risky on the budget to do that. Y'all are gonna have to decide whether or not you wanna run the risk of paying anywhere from $1,200 to $3,800 for staff to travel to these meetings, and run the risk of basically busting the budget later on in the year or in the biennium. My advice would be, let's don't do any kind of out-of-town travel right now, at least especially during this first part of the fiscal year, this first fiscal year. Let's wait until the second half of the biennium. Let's see what is left in the travel budget. Sometimes you guys go over on the travel, and then sometimes you go under. Let's see what we've got towards the end of the biennium, and then if we've got something left, if a council or the board wants to have an out-of-town meeting, then we can look at doing that then. But I think it's dangerous to start doing that stuff right now when we're operating off of a fixed budget.
I guess my question would be is, where's the variability in travel? If you know what board members have to travel from what location to this location, that's a pretty set amount every given time. And so, in my mind, there's very little variability in that. If you know how many meetings there are, you know what your total travel budget is, and subtract that set from it, that's the amount that you have to play with. Do set aside 10% for overages or underage, and call it good. And then that's the amount you have to play with for external meetings. I'm not sure I understand why there is a concern about blowing the budget when it's pretty much set. You know what these meetings are.
For a little variability in only for myself and how I've submitted. Sometimes, if I can avoid an overnight stay, it means waking up at 4 in the morning and driving down here. If that works out with my schedule, sometimes I do that, and that's how we save the state.
It's a savings.
Right. So that my point. Your question was about variability. I mean,
But that's a good variability. What
No,
I'm
I
saying
know.
is the negative variability, I don't see that. So if we set at the highest rate of what each council member would spend on their travel, and everyone does their hotel stays, everyone eats their meals, that's a set amount, right? Anything that they don't do is a good guide to us. But there's nothing more that they can do to add to that budget. It's set.
Are you talking about capping each board member?
No. I'm not saying cap each board member, but you know how much each board member. If I live in Dallas, then the cost for me to come to this meeting is set. We know what that fee is, that travel is every single time. We know what the hotel stay is approximately every single time. We know what the food expenditure is every single time. Do that across the board. You have a set budget for that meeting for the board members. You know what that travel is going to look like.
The problem is it doesn't work out that way in real life. You guys take different modes and methods of travel. Some people fly in, some people fly their own plane, some people
That's why I'm saying
drive.
take the high-end cost of it, right?
Okay.
I guess the other question is, I mean, if let's, I don't know, you had a board member in Belton roll off, and now you've got the governor appoint somebody in there appointing this board from El Paso. I mean, that would change it, and that would
It
be
would.
significant.
The $3,800 in my mind, to the public good of sitting in another location so that other people can come and visit board meetings and hear their issues, or hear how it's discussed, or hear how it works, well outweighs $3,800. That $3,800 is a minuscule drop in the bucket to the goodwill that it would cost.
The other thing you have to look at, what's your return? How many of our boards actually have, except a certain core number of people that come and attend no matter where we are? I can think of the past 15 years, it's very rare that we have more than the same about 4 people, unless they're coming to us for an ethics case. Even when we've gone to universities and tried to reach out and bring students involved. So I think you have to look also at what's your return.
Yeah.
I absolutely think if we're looking at the return and we have to pick either or, so we have to pick going to speak at the professional conference where all of the licensees are going to be sitting, we're going to probably have more people in that meeting than we are if we go meet at a university. And so if we have a certain amount of money and we're trying to figure out where we're going to use that, in my experience, it's maximized by paying for our board members to speak at the places where all the licensees and other stakeholders are already gathered. there is value in going to the universities, and we tend to meet a different part of our stakeholders there. So we are meeting students and incoming people and being able to engage them at that point, and they're typically not at those conferences, you know, and so there is value in that, absolutely. But what I'm hearing you say is there's a certain amount of money, and we're gonna have to figure out how we're gonna use it.
Correct.
The other piece to that is, I think that I'm hearing you say, within that travel budget is also whether or not we're sending a representative up to the National Regulatory Board Association. And that is a very important part, I think, for all of our boards to be participating at that level. It enhances our understanding of what's happening nationally, the standards that are set in regulatory issues, and brings back a great deal of value to our boards then in terms of how we're able to function and collaborate with other boards across the nation. So I think that that's an important piece that I don't want to get rid of. I'm hearing you basically say we have a limited budget and we need to figure out how we're going to spend
Yeah.
it.
I would ask if you could, for the next meeting, you show us the numbers, please.
Okay.
It's hard to have this conversation in a vacuum and not know what the average board meeting costs or what you're figuring out or calculating for
Well,
travel.
I tell you what, before we do that, let's see if Tamala could make us some copies of that, and we'll spread that around right now.
Can I add something for, just a question? We can live stream here. We don't know that we could live stream at a university. Live streaming makes it accessible to everyone, and we do have that capability here.
In the TDLR building, but will we have that
won't have it
capability
going
where we're
forward.
going?
We won't
No.
have that.
So that's,
Really?
I appreciate that point,
I was
but
curious.
we're not gonna have that, I don't think.
Why
It'd be
not?
great if we
Why
do.
can't we have that?
Because of the bandwidth issues over in the Hobby Building, and it's not set up with these types of cameras.
What about when we get out of Hobby?
It will be wired for it. They're telling us the Bush Building will be wired for this. They're not going to have the cameras. We'll have to buy the cameras. I think it'll be pre-wired and set up for it, but we'll actually have to buy the cameras.
I think that's
And
critical.
it's not like we can just use a webcam on a laptop. You can't do that.
Do agencies like us, since I don't have experience with this, have contingency reserves or, yeah, that's what I was afraid of.
No such thing,
Really?
no.
It sounds to me like the main issue, the main objective here is to just make the board more accessible to the public.
Sure.
Is that correct?
Yes.
I mean, if that's the case, I mean, do we have the budget to do this? I mean, if the board decided that we want to spend this money to go do this, I think it's very safe we can do that. When, to your point about ROI, you know, all this board hails from all over the state, and there's a lot of ways that we can get a non-quorum group of us together in the community at different events. I'm super supportive of that. It doesn't involve that involves virtually zero cost to the state. So if there's a way to take a non-quorum roadshow out, I'd be super in favor of that. But in terms of
Yeah, that's a good idea.
in terms of bringing the whole
Oh, thank
board, all the staff, and all the resources needed, I think it's a tremendous, it may not be a tremendous cost, I think it's an unnecessary cost if we're looking at doing this towards the dollars of the taxpayers of Texas.
And that way too, we're going to where they are rather than expecting them to come to us.
Right.
So if we can identify meetings, organizations, annual meetings, whatever, I think that we would have that opportunity.
The advantage to going, here's my preference. I would rather we not do the out-of-town meetings and that we send representatives to the ASPPBs of the world, the regulatory, the associations of the regulatory boards, because I think you get plugged into the other 50 laboratories that are working around the country on how they handle things. And you can also head off problems before they get here by listening to what's going on around the country. I see more value in that than holding meetings outside of Austin because of what Mr. Brown and Mr. Blumowitz had mentioned, just the return on investment. Where I think you can have a pretty good return on investment for traveling is, we've done it, is what we call the road shows, where you grab a couple of board members and staff and we go have a town hall, for lack of better words. That is very cheap to do. You fly in or you drive in and you're out the same day. You don't have hotel and all that stuff. And you're not stuck with this formalistic structure that we have in an open meeting. It's very much
Hearing
open
from your
mic. It's just
stakeholders,
back
sure.
and forth conversational. You get more bang for your buck there. People get to talk to you, they get to talk to us without the restrictions of all this stuff going on around them. So
I like
it's just
the
a better
idea
way
of the,
to go.
of the groups, as you call them, the road shows, because I think we can talk about more general issues. I'd love to see us at places where stakeholders live and who are also underserved. Dallas, Houston, Austin, San Antonio, they're taken care of. Deep South Texas, far West Texas, up in the Panhandle. There are areas where we don't have enough mental and behavioral health providers and where people can't speak out for a number of different circumstances. I sure do like the idea of being able to hear from people who need the care of the health professionals that we deserve. So may I entertain a motion for a committee to talk about this? Oh, I'm so sorry. Tim, go ahead.
Just briefly, one of the main reasons for the board meetings in other locations had to do with the way the Ethics Committee handled its business prior to the sunset management actions. It was much more public involved. There was a lot more opportunity for the public to learn about how the actions were taken and the decisions were made, et cetera. That's no longer the case. Because the Sunset Commission determined that that particular method was problematic with people's personal information being aired in a public setting. So much of what was considered the benefit of that function has been lost for the public because of those management actions. And that's actually, it's really a good thing when you think about it, because the board's business was not about making public people's, personal affairs or whatnot and HIPAA information and all that. That needs to be private. But that was a big reason for having these in universities, was the students would get to see this is what happens when you mess up. And so with that no longer being the case, a lot of the benefit from these meetings, I think, has evaporated.
If I could add, I think some of the town hall idea, it's a PR issue. I spoke at a conference last week with 160 people and probably spent 10 minutes talking about BHEC as, trying not to talk fast, trying to be general, to understand where we were and what it is. And this morning I got a copy of all the evaluations from all the people that attended. And what they wanted more of was not the content of the conference, which was a forensic conference. They wanted to hear more about BHEC. So I think that there is a job that we can do in a town hall environment with our stakeholders as well as the public, with the people who are receiving our services, to understand what BHEC is, what it stands for. They're asking questions like, why are we using behavioral health instead of emotional health or mental health? Some of the questions I couldn't answer, but it was really general. It was really, a lot of the questions were fear-based and easy to address with the back and forth conversation in that environment. So I hope that we're able to identify where the environments are, that some of us could volunteer to participate in our, and to your point, not just in the large cities, to be able to address misinformation and help link people to what we're doing and maybe get them to watch when we're broadcast and know where to read the information. So I think there's some basic things that we can accomplish with that format.
And I think that it's important as we are working on our budgets in the future that we bear that in mind, that we want to be able to support those costs, both at those National Association meetings that you've spoken about and at either town hall or going to our professional conferences where stakeholders are gathered. We have the funds to send board members out to them. Yeah.
I was going to ask for a motion to have a committee discuss this further, but it sounds like we have consensus. What do you think? What's the will of the board?
what I've heard is everybody's willing to go speak at a town hall if I put something together. So, hearing no objections.
Did it yesterday.
All right. Well, I think we have consensus. Let's take a 10-minute break, a mid-morning break, so people can check their emails and do their things, and we'll gavel back in. It's 10:29, and I'll call for the break, and we'll be back in, what, 10? 10 minutes? I think we're going to come back to order. Is the guy doing the filming already here? Oh, so what, so when I, okay, so should I do that now? I'm sorry? Okay, folks, we're going to get started now. If you'd like to take a seat. The minutes. Yeah, I signed them already.
Okay. very good.
Want me to pass this back?
No, we already signed it.
Got it. Let's put this. Why is that? It's 10:50 a.m. on Monday, March 2nd, and we're reconvening, and I believe we're on item 10?
10.
Discussion concerning agency performance measures and definitions.
These are the same performance measures and definitions that I had before you last time. I need the council to adopt them. They are due March 20th. The council has been assigned TSBEP's performance measures, but there are, because the HHSC boards do things a little bit different, we had to kind of change some of the performance measure definitions in here to comport with how performance measure calculations are to take place. So,
Is there anything in particular we need to pay attention to, or is this what we saw last time?
no, it's the same thing that you saw last time.
Any discussion? Do I hear a motion to approve as submitted?
Steve Christopherson, I make a motion to approve.
George Francis, second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve as the agency performance measures and definitions as presented at the last meeting. Is there all those in favor signify by saying aye?
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Boy, don't you wish it was always that fast? The next is 11, which is the review and proposal draft rules to the general provisions, applications and licensing, renewals, complaints, enforcement, and fees. And I'd like to call on our public comments first. I'm going to take them in the order that they were received, and I think that with your permission, maybe this will be a little bit longer discussion, so maybe up to 10 minutes per
Yes.
group,
Yes.
if that's okay. So Jan Fries. And Jan, did you want someone to come up with you, is that right?
Yes, Will Francis and Janine Smith. Sorry, I'm taking
Francis.
cold medicine this morning.
That's okay.
We
Jan-
worked collaboratively,
And
so-
Janine Smith?
Janine Smith, yes.
You haven't been to Japan or
Just San Antonio.
Not at Lackland, though. So it's 10:53 now, and I'll give you a 1-minute warning when 9 minutes are gone, if I can, focus.
I'll start. That's why I'm going to start first.
Okay.
Good morning, council. My name is Janine Smith. I'm a licensed professional counselor and a licensed marriage and family therapist supervisor, and I am representing myself as well as the Texas Association for Marriage and Family Therapists. I'm the government chair. My first comment is to applaud all of your diligence, to applaud all of, obviously, your hard work and your dedication, and I appreciate you for that. I also want to completely stress, for us, we have been working on this for over 5 years, the culmination of the Texas Behavioral Executive Health Council. We started out in Sunset. We've met with Sunset Committee, Sunset Commission, legislators' offices. I'm sure Daryl and anyone who's been in all this process is tired of seeing definitely our faces. But I just want to give you the idea that we fought for the creation of this agency, tooth and nail, representing thousands of our licensees, that when I looked at an average of 60,000 licenses that you represent, on any given day, they see over 300,000 Texans. So we fought for the legislature to adopt the bill that they adopted, which was an umbrella agency with each member board having the ability to continue to set our rules. So as we keep in mind, whenever we see the word council, we always have that red flag because we also want our member boards included as well. So I will be speaking specifically on the applications and licensing part. I am not going to be as long to give a little bit more time to my colleagues because their chapters are a little bit more. We have handed you, when we have gone over this line by line, and I'm going to address my comments to 3 specific things. The first one would be on our section that we gave to you on page 10, which talks about the amount of days given for a license. Currently, you have that set at 90 days. I would just like to implore you to see if we can't get that to go from 90 back to where our current licenses are, which are around 30 days. When we are going back to our stakeholders and we are telling them it's going to, we got this created and it's going to be a great thing and it's going to cost you more money and it's going to be a huge lot longer before you get your license or your renewal. So I'd like for you to keep that in mind.
I'm sorry, is it on page 10? Is that what you said?
That's what, on just applications and licensing, just that's, I'm only testifying on that section. So on applications and licensing. So that was our first request, is to look at the timeline and to see if we can't shorten that in some way instead of having it be 90 days. The second part for mine is over on page 18, which has to do with, excuse me, this is talking about our reinstatements. I would encourage you to also look at the word, instead of reinstatement, to look at the word of, instead of reinstatement, to look at the word, man, I have that written down, reactivate. Reinstatement has a tendency to identify the person that their license was not involuntarily when they wanted to retire and then come back out. It implicates that was not involuntarily put there. So we would encourage you to possibly use the term reactivate when we were talking about allowing a retired licensee to come back to the practice. Throughout that entire section, correct. Thank you, George. And lastly, over on page 27, I believe. Yeah, over on page 27, we asked for the addition of putting in under advertising restrictions, we asked for the addition of adding the supervision status as well to the licensee. So when it has to have what are concerning their own training experience, what the supervision status is currently for the licensee. Because ours, after they do pass their national exam, they do have supervision status for their 3,000 hours that they have to complete seeing clients. And for me, I didn't have anything on renewals. Ha ha. So I am now going to turn this over, and thank you again for listening.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Will Francis. I'm the Executive Director of the National Association of Social Workers Texas Chapter. I echo all that Janine said about the appreciation for the rules. My section is general provisions. There are numerous areas that you'll see in there through the red line that we added edits to. I just want to bring up a very few. First, under section 881.2, under definitions, there is not any definitions of the different categories of licensure in there for social workers, counselors, professional counselors, and marriage and family therapists. There are.
On, Mr. Francis?
Sorry, it's on page 2, I believe.
Okay.
Our recommendation is simply just to add definitions for the other categories of licensure in there, since you utilize different ones for different licensed psychologist levels. On section 881.3, which is on page 4, we did make a recommendation that the best way to support an impartial rule of the reviews is to ensure that a majority public members are here at the BHAC meeting versus just a majority of the members of the BHAC. That is a recommendation that we feel would be most helpful. Throughout the document, and I'm not going to cite page numbers here, we added section 507.153 at various points to highlight the scope of the boards, just to ensure that there is an understanding about what belongs at the BHAC level and what belongs at the board level. And then finally, section...
Slow down, Will. Slow down.
Well, he's trying to save me time.
Yeah.
I know.
Finally, on-
But they're looking confused.
Please, Tim. Yeah.
Me too.
What was your point about council members versus public members?
Sorry, what section?
Yes, and I apologize for that. So again,
Section is that?
on page 4, section 881.3, y'all, per the rules that we reviewed, had two options there. One that would have just required a majority of, a quorum of BHAC members in total, and one would have required public members. We made the recommendation that public members be satisfied for it to be a quorum.
A majority of public members who needed to have a quorum.
Correct.
The last line of B.
Sorry if I did not say that well.
Do we have that today? We don't, do we? Majority of public members?
No.
We do not.
No.
Okay.
I appreciate knowing that, thank you. And then finally, for the largest piece of the rules that I want to talk about on page 17, which is under subchapter B rulemaking, section 881.20. Page 17, subchapter B rulemaking, 881.20. Section I. We recommend striking this whole section. We found major concerns with the language here. Potentially, some of these considerations would need things such as LBB input. We feel that some of the actual determinations that are required of the board here are beyond your scope and beyond your training when it comes to the specific license themselves. That ultimately, this is overly prescriptive language when we feel that this should happen at the board level on a case-by-case basis versus having to satisfy a whole very detailed set of requirements when it comes to determining what scope is. Our concerns are there's language in here that says that you all have to determine what the cost of a rule is and whether that is cost-effective to the state of Texas, which, while something that should be considered, is not necessarily the only reason to prevent a rule from passage if it ultimately it's in the benefit of the public to have that rule in place. So our concerns are with Section I that it should be removed entirely.
Mr. Francis, and
Sure.
the things that I heard you mention, all of those to me would be considered substantive versus non-substantive. Those are all major things that we would not have purview over in the first place. Am I mistaken, or am I missing?
I agree. That's why we recommend removing the rule. I mean, we recommend removing this section.
Just to make sure that we only deal with those things that are.
Correct, yes. And then finally, and I'll be brief here, but I just have major concerns about the fees. Our renewal fees are increasing by $60, which, while it doesn't sound a lot, we're talking about social workers here, and they're in various areas where they work, and that can be a lot of money, especially if, as Janine talked about, we're increasing the potential time it takes to get a license back. To add dollars to that is a major concern. The governor recently put out a directive that said that all boards should look at the cost of their license fees and wanted to make sure that they were in line with both the national average and costs that were based directly on what could be supported by the boards. I do understand there was a contingency rider in there and that ultimately what we're looking at are the cost of BHAC, but our board alone brings in $1.2 million in fees and has a budget at a little over $600,000.
Okay, I'm already on red, so I'm hoping I'm going to get dispensation for a few more
No,
meetings.
and it's 11:03, so you still have, you're fine.
Oh, and I just lost my screen. Oh, my goodness. So I'll start with, I am Jan Fries. I am the Executive Director of the Texas Counseling Association. I am here today representing all of our membership and also speaking on behalf of my colleagues. It's really been wonderful to work in coalition for so long, and we're still tight and working in coalition. Overall, I want to say we find the rules to be well-written and easy to understand. The purpose of our revisions here, and many of them are substantive, is to ensure that the rules align align with legislative intent for House Bill 1501 and result in best practices not only at BHAC but also across the professions. Again, I really want to say how wonderful it has been to work with Daryl, and I appreciate your opportunity for us to present like this. I'm going to jump right into the section I was asked to present, complaints and enforcement. In the interest of time, I don't have my page numbers listed. I have my section numbers listed. But the document you received is a red line, and so what I'm focusing on are those areas where we suggested some changes. So in 8841B, what we're asking, this is timeliness for sexual misconduct complaints. I think it's on page 2. You're going to help. Will's going to be my my left hand here. What we'd like to do is increase to at least 5 years from the date of majority for someone to file a complaint based on sexual misconduct. There are lots of reasons for that, and we frankly think it aligns with the recent initiatives to address sex trafficking. We need to let young people who have been abused have more time to make those complaints. Under 884.10, investigations. Under H, we are requesting that you add language that says, page 9, provide license with specific information regarding the complaint so that they can prepare in advance of an informal conference. It's my understanding that that's the current practice with the Psychology Board, but it's not been the practice with the LPC Board, and we think that's a best practice. In K, we like the second option. In other words, expanding to allow staff, agency staff, to make some decisions regarding informal conferences. But you'll see this as a theme. We were asking that it would be with notice to the member board. So the member board has to receive notice of these things. And then this was a new one that just was brought to me this morning. It's not on our list, but we can certainly get it to you. And that would be to add a new subsection to manage the scope of investigators that could read, investigators are limited to the reasonable and necessary items that directly pertain to the complaint filed. There have been some instances where investigators have gone outside the scope of the complaint and opened complaints in other areas. So we're a little concerned about that, and we think this is a good opportunity to get a best practice in there. In 884.11, informal conferences. Part of that section states that an informal conference is not an open meeting and has no formal records. But then it goes on to say that agency staff or the panel chair can record the meeting, but the complainant or the licensee are not allowed to record the meeting under any circumstances. We're just saying, you know what, if you choose to record, all parties need to agree so that everybody knows that they're being recorded in that session. Under disciplinary sanctions in 884.20, we're generally okay with this, but again, we are concerned that that allowing the council such broad authority here does not align with the intention of House Bill 1501. And so we're adding through, in multiple sections, we're requesting that you can only make those determinations on the recommendation of the member board. So that would be in A1 for multiple violations, aggravating or mitigating factors, in A3, subsection D, E, and F. In each of those sections, we're adding input from the member boards, as well as in assessing sanctions in 884.21. And then last but not least, 884.31, notice to the public. It seems really simple. It's just the form that you put in your office to notify the public where to file a complaint. What we would like is on that very first line for it to say the name of the licensee. So Will Francis, I'm not licensed, so Will Francis is licensed by the Texas State Board of Social Work Examiners, and then the information on how to file the complaint, so that we're really getting that information in there. We have other comments in there, but we really wanted to just focus on these essentially and to re-emphasize again, wherever possible, for you to receive input and guidance from the member boards is so important to align with the recommendation of 1501 and to align with this innovative design. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam
That was subtle, wasn't it? Sorry.
Oh, no, I'm used to that. My husband does it to me all the time.
Would it be appropriate now to ask the ED a question in regards to their comments, or wait?
I think let's wait till we have all the public comments, if that's okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
There are only two more. Thank you. Thank you so much. Jessica McGee.
Good morning. My name is Jessica McGee, and I am the new Executive Director of the Texas Psychological Association. I wanted to start with a positive this morning and talk about complaints and enforcement. We appreciate the Council's reliance on the member boards and complaint disposition, especially with regard to the member board's authority on contested matters, informal proceedings, and monitoring, and we support those sections of the rules as drafted. Wanted to move on to a couple concerns that we had. In the complaints and enforcement packet, this is a similar, so I'm going to present the two at the same time, on page 23. This is 884.4B1. Similar language on page 27, 884.5B1.
Say that one more time.
On page 23, it's 884.4B1. And then competency evaluations. On page 27, this is 884.5B1. With some written comments about that as well. We appreciate the board staff's willingness to include language regarding member board participation in temporary suspension and competency panels. We believe that this is a step in the right direction, but the rule should go further by requiring all members of the suspension and competency panels to be from the applicable member board. Right now, the requirement is only one for each of those sections. This would broaden the relevant knowledge base on the panels and provide continuity with existing practices. And then the second comment that we have will be on fees. TPA remains very concerned about the disproportionate application fees for psychologists. When TSBP was a standalone agency, it was better understood the high fees were funding the agency, as opposed to other professions who were licensed under HHS, and the cost could be spread. However, it is unclear why fees remain high with the transfer of these agencies to BHAC. TPA is not aware of psychology exams costing 4 times as much as MFTs, 3 times as much as social workers, and twice as much as professional counselors. We have not received an explanation for the continuation of these high fees, and we hope our concerns are addressed by the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Next one is Cassandra Halsey.
Good morning. My name is Cassandra Halsey, and I am representing the Texas Association of School Psychologists as their president-elect. I would really like to start off by showing our appreciation of the council and Mr. Spinks including us in this discussion and making sure that our voices are heard, not just with our board, but with all of the professional associations. I appreciate that. I'm going to be short and sweet this morning. TASP has no objections to any of the proposed rules, and we are supporting their adoption. We have been in support of the creation of this BHEC Council since the sunset process was initiated, and although we do have concerns regarding our licensing and regulation, those concerns lie mostly with legislative issues and are outside the authority of this council's jurisdiction, so I won't waste your time with getting into all of that. One thing that I would like to just open up a discussion about, and I don't know that it's necessarily something that we're going to conquer today, but I would like to encourage the council to consider the process for screening out applicants with a prior criminal record. And I know that that's a very big statement to make, but if you just hear me out, The field of psychology, including school psychology, suffers from a lack of diversity among its practitioners. Unfortunately, individuals who grow up in urban or minority communities tend to experience school systems that over-rely on punitive discipline measures rather than restorative practices. And as a result, students from these communities enter adulthood with more misdemeanor and felony charges and convictions than their peers from non-urban and white communities, even when the same offenses have been committed. So for example, a student from an urban or minority community gets in a common school ground fight. Compared to their peers in a non-urban or non-minority school system, the results or implications from that same type of offense are very different, where one student might end up with a criminal assault record and the other student might just get ISS or suspension from school and result in no criminal record. And
What is
currently,
ISS?
I'm sorry?
I'm horrible with acronyms. What's ISS?
In-school suspension.
Got it.
So school-related discipline measures. So currently, we preclude from application or licensure those individuals who come to us with a criminal record. And I wonder if, given the opportunity, if many of these individuals would be interested in pursuing a career in the area of mental health, which is a profession that perpetually experiences a lack of ethnic and cultural diversity. Obviously, everyone's primary interest is protecting the public and making sure that we don't expose our clients or our children or our students to dangerous practitioners. But I do believe that more scrutiny should be given to the ways in which we systemically bar certain individuals from pursuing professional pathways. So moving forward, as we continue to mature as an organization and a profession, and I absolutely recognize that this is not a problem that's unique to mental health or behavioral health professions. It's definitely across a large variety of professions, but I would like that conversation to be had to make sure that we are proceeding in the mind of social justice and making sure that we're attracting and building our cultural and ethnic diversity among our practitioners. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question for staff. I'm wondering for people who are considered minors, I'm guessing that's under the age of 18, do their criminal records, are they made public in applications like this?
17 years is the age of criminal culpability in Texas, but the criminal history information that we get is not public information. In other words, when they go get fingerprinted and apply for licensure, that report we get from the DPS and FBI is not public information. In fact, we don't even keep it.
Does it reflect any criminal history before the age of 17? It depends on the severity, maybe?
Yeah, I sort of say,
Unless they were tried as an adult.
I'm trying to think,
don't
if they were
show up
certified,
usually.
if you were certified to be tried as an adult, it might show up.
So-
But if that were the case, you're talking about a pretty serious offense.
Sure.
Which would probably disqualify you from licensure.
Sure. I just wanted some clarity so I could help understand Ms. McGee's, was it McGee? Wait, Halsey's comments. Thank you. All right, thank you so much. I think that's the last one, and I sure appreciate the time that it took, because I know that I spent all Sunday night reading this stuff. I appreciate the time and attention that it took from representatives of the disciplines we represent, and as of you as individuals. I certainly appreciate the time of all of our board members and the time that you took in responding to this. So I'm wondering if we should address the comments as we work through the process of the rules, and maybe Daryl, you could lead us through that, unless there's something general that we want to tackle right now. It looked maybe like you had something.
I have a general question in regards to the fees. 2 points, please. And this is where I need you to help my ignorance. I thought fees were set based upon having a net neutral budget, that the fees are to cover the cost, and that's how they're determined. Is there a different way than that?
Yes, a little bit.
If you might, please.
Yeah, we are, it's kind of it's a 2-pillar approach. when you're deciding how to set the fees, you have to understand that the legislature, we give the legislature and the LBB a revenue estimate. In other words, we tell them what we think we're going to bring in. And it may be, we'll just say for round figures, $6 million total between all the agencies. The legislature then decides, well, we're only going to appropriate $4 million back to you for the operation of the agency. You're still obligated to collect the $6 million, even though you're only appropriated $4 million. So you have to set your fees in an amount that will generate that $6 million. To some degree, you're right. You set your fees based on what it takes to cover your costs, but you also have to set your fees based on what it's going to take to generate the revenue estimate that's provided to the legislature.
But at no time when we set fees are we looking to include a margin or a certain percentage of recovery over cost or anything like that.
We're not
It's
for-profit.
purely based upon what the legislature is setting and what our cost to run the organization is.
Correct.
Okay. And then the second question, in regards to the psychology fees, is it my understanding that the cost of those fees are also determined because of the cost of the exams, of how the exams are more difficult or how they have to be evaluated?
The exam fees are actually not set by you or the psychology board. They're set by the proprietor or the vendor of the exam. ASPPB owns the EPPP exam. They set that amount, just like whatever entity owns the exam that LPCs, LMFTs, and social workers. That's beyond our control. We can't handle it. We can't adjust that. Our applications, our TSBP, the application renewal fees, that it was all set based on that same criteria. We had to give a revenue estimate at TSBP, and so we had to set our fees based on that. That's how we arrived at those renewal fees. And we basically carried forward those renewal fees into this fee schedule here.
What's the primary difference between that organization and versus the other members of BHEC of why the fees would be substantially higher?
Because they were under TSBEP. And we...
I'm not sure what that means, please.
Well, we carried the fees that we were charging for renewals in TSBEP, we've simply carried them over into BHECs because we have to raise this target amount of money. And we simply carried the same fees that we were charging under TSBP, we've carried them over here under BHEC as well.
Do you feel comfortable those fees are accurately reflect the cost of recovering the business and the addition of what the legislator is saying that we have to increase?
Yes. Based on what it's going to take to generate our revenue estimate and cover our cost of operations, yes. I think what you're getting at is, can we justify the big difference in those fees? And one of the things we talked about on the task force, and I was going to get into this later, we'll jump into it now. One of the things we talked about on the task force is, do we want to just equalize those renewal fees across the board and say, everybody, you're paying the exact same fee? That way we get away from this argument of disparate treatment between the professions. If you do that, Ms. Nowak calculated that up. It's what, $164? $65 is what the biennial renewal fee is. The problem with that is when you lower psychologies that way, you have to raise the other boards up a little bit more even than what's proposed in this order. So you kind of get into the politics of that.
It would probably, in my mind, I'm thinking that you recover the cost of that particular organization and whatever the cost of evaluating that individual to get certified, and then the cost that gets evenly distributed across all the organizations are those legislative costs of where we have to meet that certain dollar amount that you're talking about. Those get evenly distributed, but that's on top of what that organization has to recover. So instead of evenly distributing the cost of all fees of everyone paying $165, if it costs $65 for social work to get their person licensed, then that's what they charge. If it's MFT and it's $40, that's what it is. But then on top of that, to get to the budget amount, to get to whatever else we have to raise, that is what gets evenly distributed across the board.
I don't know how you break it down like that because staff aren't compartmentalized. The costs of operations aren't compartmentalized by the boards. In other words, I can't tell you within BHEC how much paper we use and how much staff time is dedicated to TSBEP per se, because everything belongs to the council. All the staff are the employees of the council. all the paper, the postage, all that is the council's. So I can't.
So we're not doing true cost budgeting then to determine the fees?
No, you are. But we're, rather than reinventing the wheel, we're trying to keep things, what we've proposed here is to keep things as close to what they were in the past, so that there's not as much system shock or as much change coming into it.
I guess what I'm saying is, I don't know that we're trying to keep things as close to what they are in the past. I think what we want to get to is what the real things should be, right? If the fees are the fees, right, the cost is the cost.
Correct, right.
And so just because this is what we charged one group before and this is what we charged another group, and now that we're all together, we continue to charge that, I don't know that I agree with that approach. I think we have to get to what the true cost is and then charge fees based on that, and obviously what the legislator says we have to raise to make our number.
I think what George might be getting at is that if a fee is imposed from an external source, then that fee is imposed and we leave it as is. But for the other things, for anything that's regarding our own administrative costs, that it be even across the board. So, in other words, if we have to send it out, then it comes back in the same way. But otherwise, let's say there were a legal fee, or that's all I can think of, an administrative fee, then that fee be equal among licensees regardless of profession or discipline. Am I understanding that correctly? Of course, that
So you're talking about equalizing, basically you'd want the same application fee for everybody, same renewal fee for everybody.
Right, because what you're saying is that we don't know how much time it takes in the staff to do an application for a social worker versus an LMFT. So that should be equalized. But then there are obviously elements that will not be equalized. Let me make up an analogy. If you're an attorney, then that exam cost is going to be different than if you're trying to become a board-certified surgeon. I mean, they're just different costs associated, but
Right.
do true costs based upon that profession, and then distribute evenly the difference between what we land at and what the legislature is asking us to land at. That should be evenly distributed, because you can't do anything about it.
Here's the problem, we're not gonna be able to calculate that here today.
Agreed.
Does it?
If I may, I think the other concern I have, what I'm hearing is that we want to allocate costs based on each profession to understand where our costs are and where we should be for a different profession, correct? The problem with that, I mean, if we wanted to do that, we might as well have just taken every agency and siloed each of them under some umbrella, but we're not. We have one agency now, one agency staff that is doing all of this. With rulemaking set by the individual boards, but at the staff level, what it costs to actually operate it, it's a soup pot.
So are you proposing we do the 165 for every?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. But what I am saying is that if you go and I haven't seen the math of who's getting an increase, who gets a decrease.
It's in the.
It's in the thing I just took off here, sorry.
Okay, so.
It's the pay schedule.
Here we go. I'll just say this without reviewing this on the spot. Anybody who's getting an increase is gonna get a whole lot of scrutiny from the legislature, and I wanna be very careful about why we're raising fees on anybody. I understand the egalitarian idea of equalizing them all, but I think that we're gonna raise fees on anybody who gets that result.
Here's the other point I'd like to make as well. If you look at what each discipline is able to make as a salary versus what you're charging, you are putting a higher burden on those individuals that, because of their level of licensure, say an LBSW or an LMSW, that burden of having to renew the license and what these individuals can actually make in the marketplace, you're actually putting a larger burden on them, which I don't believe is what the legislature would want. And so, although there is a variation, I think there's a variation for monetary reasons, not to hurt those that are licensed.
That's different than what I heard him say. I'm in agreement that we should not charge 165 across the board. So I'm in agreement with that. But what you're saying is different than what I heard Mr. Spinks say on how we determine it. And it wasn't based on the monetary value of what that individual could make in their profession.
Well, I guess, yeah, there's been a whole lot of things in flux with this whole thing, all these different agencies coming together. Correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think that the fees were a big point of what are we gonna do on that. Like, that was something that put into BHEC, and here we are.
Understood.
I think it should be looked at, but I don't know if it's a blanket generalization.
I'm just suggesting that we do look at it and we have rationale for why we do it versus this is the way that we've done it in the past. That never flies.
Your point with me would be well taken. Can I ask a process question of this in terms of, we're not approving these, we're proposing these today?
Proposing, yes.
Okay, so as we're going through a proposal, is there any consensus on, are we gonna make amendments as we go and then have one vote again to propose a big rule, or?
What I think would be the cleanest way to do it is we'll take it one group at a time. We'll start out with like the general provisions, and we'll all get on the same page so that we're all looking at the same document. And then when we finish that section, then you can vote on that section to propose that section, and then we can move on.
We could make motions to amend it as we go and then
Yes.
pass that section.
Well, the motion you would make in the end is I move to propose applications and licensing rules with the amendments made, during the discussion. That's how you do it.
I wouldn't want to suggest that we would make tons and tons of amendments to this, but would it be easier to take votes on amendments as like sub-motions and then have one working document as we go? Rather than just discuss 5 amendments at once? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Maybe for major sections.
Like, for example, I mean, if we're going to talk about, I'm on complaints and enforcement first one there, would be 3 to 5 years. We could have a debate quickly about 3 to 5 years.
Right.
Even if it's passed, it's part of the
Right.
job.
Yeah, I think that's probably the right way to go, yeah.
Before we go on then to the next item, back to the fees, we have a schedule before us that we were delivered as individuals in advance. I wonder if this could be reissued to us with an indicator that says which fees are required by external funders, so vendors, and which are not. You can? So like the application fee or
Okay.
the testing.
I think all of these are internal.
All of these are internal, understood.
The examination fees, if you turn over to where the examination fees are,
Mhm.
those fees are external. Like the where it says national licensing exam payable to whoever, those are external fees that we don't control. Of course, there's nothing set out there. We
Or the
don't have
exam fees, the
anything.
ones that are all $39, right? Is that what you
Well,
mean?
those are external as well, yes, that's strategy.
Okay, and which other ones are external?
We don't, they're actually in the
They're
dollar
not on
figure
here.
by them, but there is a dollar amount associated with that exam, but we don't, those lines won't appear in the final fee chart, is why they're highlighted. We just put that in there so that you would know, hey, there is one other factor out there that does
Sure.
impact the overall cost of this individual line.
It is a fixed amount.
Correct.
Well, like the jurisprudence exam, $39, that is payable to us?
No, that's payable to eStrategy, directly to eStrategy.
All $39?
Yes, sir.
So historically, we had, the social board had kept like $5 per exam.
It went to texas.gov probably.
Oh,
It's
okay.
probably, yeah. You didn't keep it. You thought you were.
So I guess then my question goes back to a more general question of better understanding what the fees are and why they're at the rate that they are. I mean, because I too would have the same question of why is the LP application $450 for one versus $69 for another? This does not bring clarity to that issue.
And it's,
And I don't know that honestly, I don't know that I have an answer that will bring clarity to you. The only thing I can tell you is that is what the psychology board has charged. We did not change that number, bringing it over, just for consistency reasons. But I don't have a good reason.
So it's come from member boards?
Correct.
Right, but it's come from the psychology board.
Correct.
And so,
It's been that way for years.
Would you say that that's been the amount that's been needed to run your program under that agency? Just like, so our boards over at HHSC have reviewed the fees on probably an annual basis. Tim, correct me if I'm wrong, and we're looking at what are our costs, even though the money wasn't directly coming to us, but what are our costs and what are our fees? And we want to keep it where it's pretty close, right? And so I would assume that A, you've done that, and B, you've also looked at national averages for psychology licenses or marriage and family therapy license in other states and kind of seen where does that fall?
Recently, we have.
Okay.
I can't tell you how that fee was arrived at way back when. I don't know, because I wasn't here then. But yes, you can't lower that fee without increasing a fee elsewhere to make up for the amount.
I think that we're talking about there is great disparity. I'd like to look at this again more carefully. Is this fee schedule in place now?
No.
Because we haven't adopted it.
Correct.
So perhaps
You're
the
proposing.
incubation task force could get a little more, we can't get, what can we do?
You've got to do this today.
We got to do this
You gotta
today.
propose
It's a proposal, so we'll get public comment and stuff.
Yeah. But.
Do we have to pass it today? Is that what you're?
No,
I
you
mean-
don't have to pass it.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay.
I'm
We're
new
gonna
at this.
We're going to propose this rule today. It's going
Right.
to go out for public comment. You're going to get some comments probably that say it's too high. If you don't adopt it at your next meeting, that means you've had to make a change and repropose it. What does that do to your timetable for meeting your
Got it.
September 1st transition deadline? You're not going to make it. That's why we're trying not to kind of rock the boat here on this. There are some things, I'm just say this, there's some things we're just going to have to do to get it moving and get it going, and then we'll make changes
make
once we're
changes.
underway.
Okay.
I would not recommend getting down into the weeds and trying to re-budget and readjust the fee amounts right now, unless you want to go the 165 route. That's the only one that we've kind of prepared for, that we've calculated out. If you wanted to go that way, you could. But I do not recommend getting down into the weeds right
I
now.
understand what you're saying, I understand the process. It's just, I do think we need to have further conversations about it, that if the way that the budget was determined was based upon the cost of the staffing to do the work, plus the adder of the legislative fee to get to a certain number, and that was done by each of the organizations that way, and now we're all sharing common staff to do it, then there's no way mathematically that you can justify that number for one and be so different, the disparity off of another organization. There's something that's not right in this number. It doesn't fly.
During sunset and all of this process, numbers were given to legislators on what was provided by each one of the boards individually. This was passed. I think that we can hit the ground running with these numbers.
Correct.
With understanding that we're going to look at them in the very near future
Correct.
to make adjustments as needed, because we really don't know where we're going to be, but I think it's a good target thing, and then look for equity. And I think it'd be fair.
I think that you're right.
And I think the public comments that we're going to get are going to be very valuable and a part of that process when we are in that process. I don't think they're lost at all. I think they're very valuable.
And for those of you that are participating in the strategic planning, you'll see some comments in there that talk about the fees. That's, there's a whole host of comments in there about the fees. So you're going to get some feedback through that method as well.
Thank you.
Thanks, Darrell. It's 11:38. I, for one, would like to take a break for lunch before we get into the meat of the matter. Are you cool with that, everybody? Oh, it's not? Well, then let's just keep going. Okay. Shall we, I don't know if do all of you know that on the bookmarks you can go directly to the rules from your, I call it an iPad, but I don't really know what it is. So I'm thinking that, Darrell, if you'll walk us.
Your lunch just arrived.
Oh, our lunch just arrived? Oh, yay! I really really do think we ought to eat and then get to this, but I want to make sure everybody knows that the little bookmark tab will take you directly to each section. So you see a camera and then something that looks like a folded paper and then the little ribbon, punch the little ribbon, and it'll tell you, it'll help you navigate through the documents more carefully. And then let's take it up, and I'm thinking after each subchapter, maybe, Daryl, then we can see if there's anything we want to change, and maybe that'll move us along. Do you think that makes sense?
Look, it just needed to populate.
Maybe on each rule, if, like Mr.
Faster?
Leibowitz was saying, yeah,
Okay.
if there's something that
Point at it.
we need to vote on, we might want to do that rule
Take
by
it at a
rule,
time,
and then
okay.
at the end, just vote on the entirety of the chapter with the agreed upon changes.
Great.
What you could do is actually, somebody could make a motion to pass this, and then just have, and then the next motion is, I move to amend such and such, and we just, it would pass fail on amendments to the main motion, passing each section.
Sounds good to me. I didn't understand anything you
I'll
said, but
help-
I'm just
I'll
going to
help
go with
later.
it. All right, it is 11:40. Why don't we say we reconvene at 12:15, 12:30? What do you think? Do you think we need that much time? 12? 12:15.
Say 12:15.
12:15, then let's reconvene at 12:15. So I'm gaveling out at 11:40 on Monday, March 2nd. Christina Kaiser, are you proud of me? Proud of you.
I moved over, so we're close. Take it back.
You're just warming up.
Yeah, I just practiced.
It's a warm-up.
I just love this. You know, my husband might come wait. Aren't you clever?
Need to interject. Have something. My recommendation.
What's the number to denote if it says DS4?
That's just the fourth comment that I've made.
Okay.
I'm going to come back to the procedural question. What do we need to pass, and what does the motion need to be in a form that gives you what you need to actually send these to the register?
I need y'all to decide which of these changes you want to make in these rules, so we need to identify that. And then once they've been identified, I need you to make a motion to propose the rule with the changes agreed upon. Does that answer your question?
It does. Is the one with comments on it in suitable form, if we're just working from this,
It's the exact same thing that you've got there.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to get
Yeah.
that on the record, so, perfect.
Correct.
Do we, how many amendments or changes do we have to the, that you're kind of thinking we should do for general? We need to go back.
I didn't count how many there were.
Just ballpark it.
Less than 10.
Okay.
So on general provisions, the first one you're bringing to our attention is on page 13.
Correct.
Okay, I'd like to go to back to page 4 when you're ready.
Okay. Do we want to jump back to
Oh,
page 4
sure.
now?
Okay, yes. On 881.3 regarding, recommend requiring a public member majority to achieve a quorum. I think that this was talked about at the task force level. It could prevent us from moving forward if the majority of public members are not present.
Correct.
So I don't recommend that we proceed with that. I just wanted to bring that forward for the benefit of those who remarked upon it.
Correct. And this was something we had a lot of discussion about at the January meeting as well,
Right.
when we, everybody but Mr. Belemowitz voted to take that language out.
Right.
Otherwise, we'd find ourselves in a situation like what we're in here today, where you don't have a majority or quorum of public members present, and you would not be able to vote on any kind of substantive rule change today.
I think that hinders progress, it hinders efficiency, and there's a good balance between member boards, both professional and public, anytime we have a quorum. And I just wanted to bring that forth since folks talked about it earlier.
And in that same light, can we back up to page 2? Are we willing to put in definitions about an MFT associate, an LPC intern? Just like, so we have those definitions outlined for psychologists there in B, and I don't understand why we wouldn't do the same
Agreed.
for everyone.
Because we're not defining them, we're just defining the acronym.
Okay.
Okay.
We're just saying LPA is a person licensed as a psychological associate, whatever.
Oh, I see. Well, in that case,
Just
item
clarification.
Item 3 is not an acronym on that list? Oh, sorry, that's on B1. Yeah. On B, number 3, it's not an acronym, so that one could be struck. And on A6, I can see where you put that in, but it's also not an acronym.
And would we also need LBSW, LMSW?
Have we used those in the rules somewhere?
Yeah.
Do y'all use them in your board rules? Okay. Are they defined in definitions there anywhere? They are.
I think your point's still valid also to that regard. Because we do use them, and so.
To know the difference, but what is an associate or what is an intern? But I hear you saying it because they're not specifically used in this, and then they're going down and being defined in board rule, that's fine.
Patrick just pointed out they are in the fee rule, so it wouldn't hurt to put them in there after all.
Okay.
What we're just defining, we're just setting up, this acronym means this, right?
Right.
Okay, well, we can go through and list all those then.
And then,
That's not a problem.
if it's just acronyms, if there's no reason to include the 2 in here that have nothing to do with acronyms, I think it's self-explanatory, but I'll leave that to your discretion. So back to page 13, is that right? Is that the next one you wanted to look at? Us?
Yeah, 13.
Okay.
And D just needs to be changed to where it reads, examination materials if the member is a current applicant, is how we need to change that.
Can you say that one more time?
If the member is a current applicant. The next one is on page 16 at the very bottom. It's comment DS13. Stakeholders had requested that the phrase, under E1, at the bottom of 16, they requested that the phrase relevant to the rule from the member board be inserted. I don't see any problem with that.
Can you say that one more time?
On E1, where it says request additional information, and they wanted relevant to the rule from the member board inserted.
Comment about above EAC.
I think it's limiting, and I don't think it's accurate. I don't think it adds anything to the.
Doesn't add anything to the sentence.
It doesn't
Yeah.
change the intent or the meaning.
Where are we?
Right here.
Oh, at C.
It says only propose a rule. Sounded important.
I see where the only is, it, if we are thinking about the word may, as in you can do it if you want to, but you don't have to. But I think that the legal definition, and correct me if I'm wrong, of may in the rules, Patrick, means that that's what we're gonna do. Is that correct?
It's permissive, so it's something that just allows you to do it, but
Okay.
there is discretion with may.
But only doesn't give you anything additional because you're limited by 507.153. So
Okay.
only doesn't
Anyway,
add
we're
anything
good.
to that sentence.
Okay.
Are we okay with the E1 addition, though, the relevant to the rule?
Yes.
Okay.
Um,
Now, the next one, I don't agree with the request, but it was brought up in discussion, so we need to talk about it, and that's the paragraph I. That's all those factors. I think Will had mentioned it in his public comment. Let me tell you why I put that in there originally. Part of the council's role is you have to determine whether or not a rule has an anti-competitive impact or effect. You have to have some kind of framework criteria to assist you in doing that. Those criteria that are in there, I didn't just make them up. They came from Chapter 318 of the Government Code and Chapter 57 of the Occupations Code. The very first one comes out of Chapter 57 of the Occupations Code.
I apologize. I am not familiar. What's Chapter 318?
Yeah, I'm
please?
fixing to tell you. 57 is the chapter that deals with the Regulatory Compliance Division, Ms. Bennett, Erin Bennett from the Governor's Office. If we think a rule might have an anti-competitive impact, we have to send it up to her. She's going to be using that same criteria to judge the rule, whether or not it's anti-competitive. The others came out of Chapter 318 of the Government Code. And what that chapter says is, legislature, before you can set up a new regulated scheme or profession, you have to consider these factors before you can impose that regulation. And I looked at that and I thought, if that's good enough for the legislature to decide whether or not they want to impose additional regulation or to regulate a profession, that should be very useful for the council in determining whether or not something has an anti-competitive or it affects marketplace competition. And so that's where those factors came from. The remainder of the factors came out of Chapter 318. So those are not just made up things. Those are things that either the governor's office is going to be looking at, or they would be things that the legislature would have to look at in deciding whether or not to impose regulation.
In other words, these are very carefully designed guardrails.
Correct.
And if you read them carefully, it's good oversight. exercise of discretion, anti-competition, risk to the public, requirements of special skills, the cost that the Sunset Commission wants us to take a look at, cost effects, and then there's the market participation.
So you're advocating leaving those in
Yes, sir.
versus a strike through?
Any other comments?
How do those align with, I'm trying to pull up 507. How do those align with what the scope that 507 has set forth that says this is what the council can do and this is what the boards do?
Your scope is you have to determine whether or not a rule is anti-competitive, whether or not it is in line with good governance, and whether or not it is administratively consistent. These factors are going to help you primarily on the make your anti-competitive determination.
I agree with you. I think if this is something that the governor's office uses, it would behoove us to have that in our back of our mind as we work on anything at this level.
Yeah, like I say, the first one is the one that the governor's office, that's one of their factors that they're going to be looking at. The others are what the legislature has imposed on itself when deciding whether or not to enact regulatory schemes.
And so if we look at them through that lens, our suggestions are more likely to move through instead of causing undue.
You're less likely to bump into something going
roadblocks.
up and them saying no.
Right, understood. Okay. We ready to move on?
I have a question about F with the 30 days, because I know there were some things mentioned as it relates to others that we're going to be going over. Some of the actions that need to take place have to occur in board meetings, correct?
Correct.
And so if we start putting 30 days instead of 90 days, we could run into some problems because the board isn't meeting frequent enough.
Pretty much so.
And I know people don't understand that. They just think it's sitting on a desk, but there's a process that has to go through in a board meeting.
Right. One of the reasons I want to avoid any kind of timeline in this particular rule is, let's say you impose a 30-day deadline, and let's say we've got more than a 6-month span between, like right now, we're in March, our next meeting will be in June 18th, more than 3 months away. So if we propose a rule and it goes out for publication, it's going to have to come back, we're going to have to take the comments, take it back to the member board, assuming this is a member board rule. Go back to the member board, they'll have to meet, absorb those comments, decide whether or not they want to recommend adoption and send it back up. What I want to avoid is the scenario where a rule that has been proposed only stays proposed or on the books for 6 months, and then it dies on the vine if you haven't adopted it or made some kind of a change to it. I don't want to put us on some kind of a deadline where we have to get it proposed within 30 days, and then for some reason, because we kick it back for more public hearings or we take more public testimony, that 6 months expires. Now we have to start the whole process over again. I want staff to have the flexibility to be able to move this thing up and down the chain of command here between the member boards and the council. And you start putting deadlines in there, and you can cause problems real quick.
Because the deadline doesn't consider all the variables
No,
that are at
yeah,
play.
correct. It becomes inflexible.
You don't want no deadline so you can play fast and loose. You want no deadline so we can be responsive.
Right, so I don't,
Stakeholders.
so I don't get hung up by the timeline that's in the Texas Register, basically, is what I'm trying to avoid.
Solve both those issues. I can understand both sides of it, right?
Yeah.
I understand definitely why you don't want to put a number there. From a constituent's perspective, or from the member board, the question becomes, what's the SLA, or what's the expectation to expect? And I think that's a reasonable question for them to ask. about how long will it take to process this. So maybe the answer is, instead of putting within 30 days, it's within the next BHEC meeting, or by the next BHEC meeting, or whatever that meeting should be. Right, so that way, it has to happen by a certain time frame, but you're not limiting yourself by days. The limiter is the meeting, the next meeting that it has to be processed by. And that way, they have an expectation to know when it's gonna happen, and then it doesn't put the constraints or handcuffs on the organization.
I don't have a context in order to think of that.
If I could
Sorry, Tim had
interject,
raised his hand, Darrell.
the problem with that is what if your member board meeting is inside the posting timeline for the BHEC meeting, and so then you can't get it on the agenda for the next meeting. It's got to go to the one following that. So since these meetings are all going to be staggered throughout, you have that possibility of you don't necessarily know that your member board meeting isn't going to be a week away from your BHEC meeting and preclude adding something to the agenda because it's already been sent.
How do we hold ourselves accountable then? As an organization, how do we hold ourselves?
You're the board member and the council member.
If I may, I think that your point's well taken in terms of being responsive and keeping ourselves accountable. I'm happy the fact that Darrell's explained on the record the rationale and the methodology in which he's going to be expeditiously addressing these things. I'm glad that's on the record, and to me, that's good enough.
I guess I would follow back to our last meeting where we asked the question, what happens if it's not Darrell? Or what happens if it's not this board? Then,
I would say if an executive director is not being responsive in terms of with getting rules proposed appropriately, I would think that
we have other
we'd have some
problems.
hiring decisions to make.
I just want to make sure that from an outsider's perspective, I mean, we all look at government, right? And we go, oh, this is a slow process. And like you said, people don't know or understand the process. And that's where it kind of gets kind of iffy.
My question is, if somebody has concerns, and I know there's probably many incidences where they had a concern, they call the board office, and that gets explained to them, and then it makes sense. It's like if I want wooden floors in my home, but I want to put them next Thursday because that's least intrusive to me, they're going to explain to me the wood has to be in your home and acclimate for a while. That's not possible. Oh, well, that makes sense. I didn't even know that, didn't consider that. My understanding is when people call the member boards and ask questions, they're given that information if they have a concern.
Yeah, and especially if it's something, a change that they're wanting to see take place. Oftentimes, just from my experience in TSBP, you sit down and you visit with them about kind of the process of what it has to go through.
Right.
This is not something that will just happen overnight. You're looking at a 6-month turnaround on it. Here are the things we have to do. They don't understand that some of this process and this timeline is even beyond our control. It rests over at the Secretary of State and the Texas Register. But yeah, we do take that time to explain it.
Because I think that, the ABAP and some of the other certifications and licensures and other professions have very similar obstacles that once known to the person, it makes sense. In fact, my guess is you all would say, well, here are the dates of the next board meetings, your board meets on this day, this is what you can expect. They're even given the details for their own situation. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, very candidly, if we're mapping out, especially a rule that is time sensitive, you're going to want to be very candid with the board and with the council in their meetings and go, because we have to do it by this date if we want to get it accomplished. Because it's just like I told y'all earlier, we got to get this stuff proposed by today in order to meet our deadline of August 31st. So you want to make sure that everybody's on board with those deadlines.
Okay.
Let's see, next change I've got is on page 20. And it's just a very minor change under D. And by the way, I won't bother y'all with the changing the his and the her stuff to gender neutral language. I'm just going to go through there and make those changes if that's okay with everybody.
That's fine.
That way we don't have to take time here. But This was just adding the word taken.
So at this point, do we need a motion to accept?
Well,
I think it'd be great to do it section at a time. And
was that the last one we agreed, or the last agreement?
last one for this, for
Yeah.
general provisions,
Yeah,
yes.
if y'all are, I mean, is everybody okay with that change? Okay, then I think what you need to do is make a motion to propose the rule with the agreed-upon changes.
I make a motion, like he said, the proposed rule
I'll
with the
sec-
agreed upon
I'll second
changes.
that, and is it okay if we just go on the record of which ones, which sections that are.
Yes.
I have, the agreed upon ones is section 811.11, section D, adding adding they and is a current applicant. I have, section 881.20, section E1, request additional information, add the words relevant to the rule. Add the words taken to section 881.30, section D.
And adding the definitions.
Oh, and adding definitions and making gender and neutral
Correct.
pronouns.
Correct.
Second that motion.
I have a quick question and discussion. So going back to the rulemaking, 881.20, in that section I, just to make sure that I'm clear on this, if a rule was proposed by a member board and it did not meet one of these criteria that are set out in other government codes, it would be sent back to that member board to hash out, change, whatever, and then come back to us.
Not necessarily if it didn't meet one, because you're not saying in that rule that we're going to reject it if it doesn't meet all of these.
Okay.
You just have to consider all of those factors.
We're just considering that.
Yeah, I mean, I can easily envision, look, I mean, very candidly, a lot of the rules you pass, not a lot, but some of them are going to have an anti-competitive effect. But the benefit of that rule change is going to outweigh that anti-competitive effect, and therefore you're still going to adopt it anyway.
Okay.
So this is not a death nail to every rule
Okay.
that comes up. It's a balancing act. You have to just balance it, is really what it's designed for.
If it needed changes, though, it would go back to the member board.
Correct.
For the changes.
Correct.
Anytime that a rule that comes up from the member board needs changes, it goes back down to the member board
Correct.
for those changes.
And you can, I mean, the way the rule is structured, if there is some change that y'all feel like, hey, if they did this, it would be acceptable, and you can send it back with that suggestion, but it's just a suggestion.
They get to make the decision.
They get to make the decision on what it is. And then once they decide, it would come back up. You have to do it that way, because we
Because
can't
of
substitute
507.
you can't
Exactly.
substitute your judgment for the member boards.
Okay.
When does the proverbial 6-month clock start on that rule change if action is not taken or?
When it's proposed, I think when it's published in the journal, in the register.
And is it working days or day days?
I think calendar days.
Calendar days.
There might very well be a time, I can envision a scenario where if we felt like we were going to be bumping up against, we felt like maybe we were going to be bumping up against that 6-month schedule if we published immediately after, say, a council meeting, you might want to hold off a couple of weeks just so that you would make sure that 6-month extended beyond a council meeting where you'd have the opportunity to adopt it. That was another reason I didn't want that hard and fast deadline in there. I want to be able to kind of plan when we will publish this stuff in the register so that I make sure I have an opportunity to hit the member board and then the council for the adoption of it later on. We could really shoot ourselves in the foot there if we're not careful.
Okay, there's a motion and a second on the table. I don't think there's a reason to restate the motion unless you want to, Susan, John?
Thank you for the opportunity, but I'll decline.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Signify by saying aye. Those opposed, same sign, the motion passes. Let's go on to applications and licensing.
And same thing there, if you'll look on the page that has the comments. I don't, the first one I really wasn't sure about. If you look on page 3, under A1, I don't really have any strong feelings one way or the other there. Certainly not opposed to it.
I think it's just a good clarifying point. You know, it just, really, all of this, I think, is just keeping in line with the whole grand bargain that was struck,
Yeah.
right? And so it's just
Sure.
highlighting that and making sure that it's clear in the rules that this is the intention here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we would describe it as reassuring, correct?
Reassurance, yeah.
Okay.
And so, yes, you want to keep that.
Sure.
I agree.
So we're adding that,
Yes.
all right?
Next is page 10.
Okay, on page 10, this is where I think, I don't know if it was Will or Janine, well, I got it wrong all the way around, didn't I? Janine had mentioned reducing the 90 days to a 30. I want us all to keep in mind, this rule is not saying it will take 90 days to process an application. What this rule does is it sets an uppermost limit on if an application takes longer than that, then there are some consequences to the agency. The applicant has some recourse, but I'm not saying it's going to take 90 days. But we have to be realistic, too, about some applications may take longer for reasons that we're all very familiar with, having sat on these boards and worked with these boards. So I'm not comfortable limiting us. I'm not comfortable recommending a 30-day cap on it. I think 90 days is a reasonable cap, and that's what I'm suggesting.
I have a question. There have been certain instances in terms of licensure when people have applied, and it's been questionable not at a staff level, that it goes before to do. That, if, in those circumstances, under this, let's say it was a 30-day
Yeah.
thing, ostensibly, there could be a problem there. Somebody could open a complaint on the ED, and then in the next board meeting, we're dealing with a complaint on the ED and the questionable licensing thing as well, correct?
And you've already run past 30, so now you dropped yourself into this situation. So yeah, it's not I don't think it wise to impose that short of a fuse on yourself in this particular area.
Are we saying that that 90 days would be for situations where you have deficiency in an application? Like a full 90 days, so we'll target something like an application comes in, there's no deficiencies, it's getting processed pretty quick, but then we have 90 days if we're going back and forth trying to gather more information?
Well, are you talking about would the clock be running if the applicant is kind of dragging their feet?
No, I'm talking about, they don't have in the right transcript, or, this part or whatever of the application doesn't come in in time, and then we send a letter that says, we don't have your transcript from this university, and now they have to get that transcript in. Are we looking at 90 days for that kind of thing, or
She's
90 days
asking
just to?
Processing versus issuance.
Yeah.
90 days to process the license or 90 days to issue the license?
Or would that not be considered a timely filed application if they're missing?
I mean, they're gonna get denied if they don't have the right materials in the file. That's what's gonna happen there. So you shouldn't run into a problem there that an application should just be denied if they haven't submitted the materials after you pointed it out to them.
But I like the way Tim stated it. I'm kind of curious of which
Yeah.
it is.
Tim, speak to that a little bit more.
Well, one of the questions that we often get is how long does it take to process an application? And that requires that we all be on the same page as to what it means.
And so from our standpoint at HHSC, processing an application means reviewing it and then contacting the applicant. Now, it may be contacting the applicant to say, hey, you're missing XYZ, or it may be contacting the applicant to say, congratulations, here's your license. But if it's you're missing XYZ, as long as the analysis and contact has been done within the 90 days, that would have met the requirement.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
What's our current number in our rules right now? Do you remember?
I don't recall, and I'm not sure if MFT has it in the rules right now. I know that I
Okay.
believe social work does.
Or I thought it was in the statute somewhere that said things had to be.
There is a statute, that's where this comes from, but it's not, there's no specified date.
There's no date in
No,
there.
the agency sets that up.
Okay.
We're actually providing a harder limit to the public, more accountability than currently exists, it sounds like.
Yeah, yes. This is a, statute requires you to impose this on yourself. What I'm cautioning you against, don't impose too short of a time limit on yourself here, because you can get yourself into trouble.
What is it right now? What's the average right now?
I mean, for us, it varies anywhere from 45 days to like 15 to 20 for the processing of it.
And the other organizations?
It depends. Right now, we're struggling with social work applications, and so that is, depending on the application type, can be taking upwards of 90 days. For MFT, we're at 10 business days or less. For LPC, we're at 10 business days or less.
And is that because of volume or some?
It's because of volume and some staff attrition. We've been granted paid overtime, and we are redirecting resources. I anticipate we'll have the social work issues resolved by the end of April.
And the goal of the legislature when establishing BHEC was to introduce efficiencies. So I sure would love a no less than, or a no more than,
I
some
like a
sort of a
number.
threshold. I think a number would be good.
It challenges us, it forces us to.
Well, what we
The
have, is
income.
we have, you know, there are some that's listed in rule, but we have internal targets that are much more stringent. So our internal target is 10 business days. There's nothing in our statutes or rules that comes anywhere close to that. So just because you have set a limit in rule that's a maximum doesn't mean that you can't have an internal guideline that's
More
better than that.
strident. That's
And
great.
so that's what we do.
And just because you set a rule doesn't mean you can have power or control over a staff shortage, people leaving, people quitting, attrition, and next thing you know, you're having to work Saturdays, which I know that's happened in the past, and so you
It
can
happened
set
this
a hard,
weekend.
yeah.
For them.
You
This
can
past
set a hard and
Yes.
fast rule, but we don't control those kinds of things.
And the reality is, if you set a lower number of dates, 30 days, we'd love that, that'd be wonderful. But if you set it at 30 and something's happened and you're having to go beyond that, you're setting yourself up for a fight with the licensees or disgruntledness. And I think we need to be careful what we set it at, and if 90 days seems to be reasonable, certainly we want to be at less than 90 days. I think that we should do that for the benefit of our staff.
What do other states do?
I really don't, I don't know.
I think,
They don't have our kind of volume. They have nowhere near our volume.
I think for the purposes of a rule, I like this for the purposes of the rule, for the purposes of this discussion and making sure things are going well, I think that there's definitely some policy stuff, and maybe even an amendment to the rule later on to parse out, like, hey, here's what the target is, and you can expect a response by a certain time. But I don't want people filing complaints on our ED if there's something that's flagged, that's wrong with it, that's just creating more work for them, for us, and creating a fight that didn't even have to happen. So again, for purposes of the rule, I think this is good for now.
And to be clear, we're talking about B, right? 882.9B, not C. I mean, I'm sorry, not D, where it says 30 days after a complaint.
Right.
Okay, right,
Yeah,
got it.
We'll get to D in just a
In a
second.
minute, okay.
I think
just
the
make-
comment that was made in public comment was very well
30.
taken, that 90 days as a rule for getting a license issued is not acceptable.
Let me add one thing Ms. Nowak just pointed out. In the performance measure definitions that we've already adopted, we actually are now including the average processing time for applications. So we just imposed some measure of accountability on ourselves. In other words, the LBB, the governor, the legislature, they're all going to see it now, what it is. And so we've got that measure of accountability. Another thing that you need to think about is what is the consequence? If you set this too short and somebody is successful in an appeal or in a complaint here, it's going to affect your bottom line because you have to refund their money. So when you start dealing with large numbers of these, if you set it too low, you're going to be cutting refund checks, which will
Affect the bottom line.
affect your calculations that you want to do later on down the road.
And you're saying right now it's 90 days?
No, it's nothing right now.
It's
I mean,
nothing
we
right
don't-
now.
We don't even have this at TSBB right now.
Okay, so the legislature might be happy by us having anything at all.
Yeah,
This is
exactly.
still an improvement.
Okay, now
Yeah.
I get it. Okay, I'm sorry. George, did you have
Joe, can
something
you
else?
also not
I
make
love
it
to see it
just-
60, right?
Just think of it, Dean, as an outside
One,
citizen,
because that has the
Right.
90 days.
and being
in it.
told
You
it can
can't
take
have
up
less
to
than the
3
90
months.
days 'cause you
Reading
have it
that,
split.
it's just,
Looking
I don't
at
think that's what it's
the
saying. Sorry.
time limit for physicians and engineers, it's much longer than this.
and that's what I was asking, what
Right,
do
but
we have for
Yeah, what do we have for
comparison?
comparison?
That's exactly what I was
What
asking.
do you know what it is for physicians and engineers?
Into
It's
the months further.
Really?
Those two numbers have to be the same because we would count
Well
it on the
then,
same day.
I'm fine with having it at 90 days. If, when you were talking about having people who are disgruntled, I know that our licensees who are used to getting them turned around within about 10 business days, if it's taken 90, there's going to be a lot of disgruntled licensees.
Sure.
And probably some legislative inquiry about it, you know,
Think you
so.
might hear about it on your review.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So anyway, I mean, that will.
Wow, even I'm not that harsh.
So.
I'm
So
sitting
what
next
if
to
we
you
take it,
next
what would happen if we took it to 60? Is that unreasonable?
I like 60.
I mean,
I think with the board schedule, what I, again, when there's extenuating circumstances, when somebody's got to come before the board on an application thing, I don't want to create a situation where someone's throwing the flag before we even had a chance to.
But if it's 1 or 2 people, it's not going to impact our average. It's only when you start having a majority, right, that it starts moving and shifting the needle of the average. 1 or 2 will not touch our numbers.
I'll say 1 or 2, I mean, even on board meetings like today, I mean, having dealt with the psychology, or if you're gonna give somebody the fair hearing that they deserve, I mean, it adds an hour to all of our workload in a meeting like this that may or may not have had to happen.
I'm actually fine with that.
okay. Anybody want to make a motion?
I move that we leave it at the 90 days.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I abstain. Just on general practice.
Okay. I'm a nay. I would have liked to see it happen faster. Did I get to vote? Do I get to vote on that?
You can always.
I just always forget. Okay, just keep reminding me.
You
Okay.
can always
Next.
impose, like what Mr. Spear talked about, you can always say, I want it done faster than 90 days, guys. That's that's well within your purview to do.
I think that message is probably clear.
And I think it was clear from the Sunset Commission
Yeah.
that that's why we're here, to make things move along faster. Therefore, we need a bigger budget and more people. Go ahead.
So,
Did that get
So,
recorded?
in meetings going forward, will we actually see the time frame? Well, I guess let me request that we see the time frame, the average processing time across the overall, all organizations, and the
And by
time
discipline.
frame
Each
by
individual.
dis-
Yeah, that's great.
Right. Yeah, we're actually going to put that on the website.
Oh,
We're gonna-
good.
We're going to break that down so that
Yes.
people know.
I think that's the true essence of
Yeah.
what everybody's looking for, is what's actually
Sure.
happening. And hopefully we won't have to revisit it, but if what's actually happening is concerning, we will revisit this again.
Right.
Yeah, good plan.
in this meeting.
Yes.
was pointed out.
Now, on D, I'm agreeable with that change. I think it's a good change, actually.
Oh, that one, yes. I'd already skipped on to the next page.
I just have a question, because the question's been asked a number of times in different board meetings. Do we need to say 30 calendar days? We don't? Okay, because people ask for clarification quite a bit. Okay,
It's always calendar days, whenever we talk about this.
Default to calendar days.
okay.
Let's see here.
Page 17.
I'm sorry, were y'all were agreeable with the change in D?
That's
Yeah.
fine.
Okay. I got on page 17 under E, there's a his or her, I got to change.
I have a question, please, just for clarification.
Yeah.
And it's just because I've not seen this in the rules that we've had so far. Explain to me the resignation status. What is resignation?
The only way you can resign a license, that occurs when you have a complaint pending against you. And in lieu of going forward, you just say, I'm out, you can have the license back, I don't want any more. And then they can resign it. A licensee can't just resign his or her license on their own. They can retire it or let it go, let it expire, but you can't resign it.
Why can't they resign it?
It's a control measure so that we make sure they don't step out of a complaint.
Avoidance.
If you're resigning, it's because we've caught you doing something you shouldn't have been, and we're going to enter an order that has some findings about that. And then we put restrictions. We typically put a time restriction on when you can come back in and say you got to wait 5 years or 10 years or whatever before you can come back in.
What is the difference between that and somebody saying, you filed a complaint against me, I'm retiring my license effective immediately?
You can't retire a license. We have the system set up to where it puts a lock on
I
it.
thought you could retire a license up to the date of the renewal period of the next time.
If there's not a complaint.
But once there's a complaint in place, then you cannot retire your license.
Correct. We lock it down. What we'll see sometimes, I mean, since we're on this road, what we'll see is, we've had some people just, if they were really close to their expiration date, they'll just let it expire rather than having to deal with us, rather than resigning or getting it revoked. Of course, we put a note in the file in case they ever reapply on that. It's a control measure. Let's see, the next one is on page 18. I'm sorry, that's another.
Isn't it 17?
That's another gender neutral. No, it's just a gender neutral
Okay.
change on that. Same thing with 18.
So on page 18, there was a request to call it a reactivation of a license instead of a reinstatement. Is reinstatement
You need to use reinstatement because reactivation is what you do when you come back off of inactive status in the system. So that
Okay.
term is already used.
Got it, okay. I have a question on, so I'm not exactly sure where it fit, it's under here, but on our statute, the MFT statute in 502.252B7, it says that to qualify for a license as a licensed marriage and family therapist, a person must, to become an associate, must not have had a license or certification revoked by a licensing agency or a certifying professional organization. And so, and I guess that, I'm not sure that we, by our statute, that we can reinstate a license if the license was revoked.
What's it say again, Jim?
It says, to qualify as a licensed marriage and family therapy associate, so I guess we would be giving back a full license and not an associate license.
Right.
That they cannot have had a license or certification revoked by a licensing agency or by a certifying professional organization. I just want to make sure that whatever we
So,
have there doesn't.
well, how would they ever get a license with y'all to begin with then?
They can get a license, but once it's revoked, this has been interpreted to say that we can't let them start that licensing
But is
process
that talking
over
about
again.
the LMFT license or a license issued by another agency?
I don't know, it doesn't clarify, it doesn't say.
It sounds to me like what it's saying is if you have another license that's been revoked, we're not going to give you one. But if your LMFT license, you resign it or it gets revoked, it would be up to the member board and the council to decide whether or not they wanted to let you back in the clubhouse. I guess you could put a blanket, thou shalt, in the revocation order, thou shalt never reapply again. But one, can you pull that up, Patrick? Statute, so I can see it.
And I'm not, I don't know exactly how we want to interpret that. That's been a discussion at the MFT board, but I know that that's there.
Yeah, that's not talking about, yeah. I don't see that as a conflict, because, I mean, if you got a statutory prohibition against it, then they're just not eligible for it. But when I read that, what I read that to mean is when they're applying with you, the LMFT board, if they got revoked in Pennsylvania, you guys can't give them a license here, so there would be nothing to reinstate. I guess the question becomes, if we revoke them here, we revoke their LMFT license, could you reinstate it? No, probably not under that statute. You would just, they would be prohibited.
Okay.
So if it was revoked, but if it were resigned or just expired, then they could reinstate.
They could reinstate, and I think, according to that statute, I think that they can reinstate under any circumstance except a revocation.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Okay. Do the BHEC rules need to reflect in some way that statute that we have in 502?
The rule can't operate in contradiction to it.
Okay.
And we've already got a rule that says where you have a statute outside of our rules that controls, and that statute will govern. So no, I don't think we need to worry about making too much, any change really here right now, because we've
Okay.
already got another rule that says which statute or which law is going to control.
Okay.
So no, I
Okay.
don't think we need to.
Okay.
And back to the semantics of the word reinstatement. I certainly can see the point that was made. What about restoration? Is it the same?
The problem is, we're already using reinstatement in the database. It's already built in. I don't know how hard that is to change. You have to do like a change order through Angie and James.
Well, is that, do you, gosh, do you all, board members, do you think that reinstate, I mean,
I'm fine with restoration.
I think the point of reinstatement, I think the implication sounds like, yes, it was taken away. Now, if you look at the rule carefully, it says it's reinstatement is after someone's been retired, revoked, or resigned. But if you just look at the topic, I can see where that might, it's just word crafting.
I think, though, the more important piece is that when they get their license back, it's not going to say this is a reinstated license. It's
Oh.
just going to be a license.
Oh,
right?
Same
It-
license number.
The same license
Mhm.
number. It's going to look
Nobody knows.
similar, except for it's going to have a different board chair's signature on there than the license that's currently
Okay.
hanging on my wall.
Gotcha.
Is that right? Or is
Yeah.
it going to have something special on there?
Would the issuance date be different from the original? So the issuance date, it refers back to the original. We have something on ours that. Right.
It says that they reinstated it
On this date.
So the reinstatement is on the license, that word is.
It's on the record, but not on the license itself.
Oh, I'm sorry, now, not on the license, no.
But what were you just saying, that last line, it's reinstated on this day? Where does that appear?
on our verification letter. If somebody wanted to verify that license, we need to let them know that that license was reinstated on this date, meaning that prior to that,
lapsed
they
for
didn't
some
have
reason.
that license.
So like it lapsed for some reason.
Yes.
Staff and authority. Right. That's really why you want some kind of date in there, because otherwise you don't want it looking like somebody was issued a license in 1982 and they resigned it in 1987 and now they're back in 1994. Just went off the original issuance date, it would look like they were licensed the entire time, when in fact they weren't. So you want to make sure it's clear that, hey, there was a restart date here at some point, guys. And that will tip you off to ask, well, what happened if you're that insurer or whatever entity it is that's looking.
But that's only if somebody requires or requests that validation letter, like for that
Or it's a
licensure?
verbal verification. right?
Yeah, verbal verification.
Somebody calls the agency and wants to verify the status of somebody's license, and by date.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Are we staying with reinstatement?
I'm fine with that.
Yes.
Next one is on page 26. Ms. Smotherman pointed out something to me. Apparently, LPCs and LMFTs have a quirky little statute that requires them to hang their license on the wall. Psychology and social work don't. We don't have that requirement in our acts. So social work and psychology can benefit from B fully, but we need to make a change in B so that it reads, in lieu of subsection A of this section, a person licensed under Chapter 501 or 505 may provide to a patient or client written off blah, 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 blah. Because LMFTs and LPCs can't do that. They can't rely on that.
Did you check the LPC statute? Because I didn't, yeah, okay.
It's worded a little differently than y'all's.
But pretty close.
Yeah, but it's close enough to where I can't bend it to make it work there.
Mhm. So that's in 502.261. Yeah.
So what is the change that we need to make?
B should read, in lieu of subsection A of this section, a person licensed under Chapter 501 or 505 may provide to a patient or client written, so on. That will allow psych board folks and social work board folks to utilize paragraph B.
And I thought the social workers had to as well. For years, we were told that. Had to have a copy of the code of conduct on the wall as well.
That may be in rule.
And if we're going for uniformity, we can't under this circumstance because we can't overrule the statute.
Correct. Yeah.
Gotcha.
That would be a hint to the LPCs and
Yeah.
if they wanted to go that way.
Another bill.
Okay, are we all okay with that change?
Yes.
All right.
Page 27,
Let's see, 27?
right?
The next one is on 30.
Oh.
So not 27?
There were comments on 27.
Addition.
We didn't add supervision status on?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, yeah.
Apology accepted.
Yeah. I think that's a good change.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now 30. And I think the change noted on 30 is good as well. And then on 32 was just a typo, so it needs to change.
I'm impressed that somebody caught that.
Mr. Francis.
Thank you.
Now you're saying I made more ton of.
I saw two periods and did not circle it in red.
Cone of
You
shame
did
for you.
not.
Yes, I did. Then I went and I looked and it was fixed on a more recent copy, the two periods. Mhm.
Then on page 37, under A, another agreed change.
This? Oh, that's right, that's a gender.
Yeah, yeah. Good?
Good.
Page 39. Oh, I'm sorry, that's a gender.
41.
change. Page 41. Change the may to a shall. And I need to put the boards in alphabetical order, like I've done elsewhere,
Yes.
so that we make sure marriage and family therapy is first.
Thank you.
We okay with the may to shall?
Yes.
And that's it for applications and licensing.
I have one more quick question on that one. Does the language in the government code 418, does it say emergency temporary license, or does it say emergency limited temporary license? Do you know?
I don't remember off the top
Okay.
of my head.
The question came up, the MFTs have a temporary license, and so it might be, and now, if they read the rule, they would understand it, but it might be a little bit confusing if it's emergency temporary license versus limited. It might be more, add more clarity if we use the same language that the governor's office uses there,
Okay.
or the government code does. I think it's in, government code 418.
Trying to remember what that says. I know, I can't remember.
That's where it talks about that the governor can issue the state of emergency
Yeah.
and then gives the provision to allow us to do this.
Does it use the phrase limited?
I think it does.
Okay.
I think it does. If you want to check that, I mean,
You want it to just match whatever's in the
can we
government
match
code?
that? Yeah, and to avoid confusion, so in our statute in 502-258 for marriage and family therapist, we have a temporary license. And so just to avoid confusion, making it clear with both of those statutes, yeah.
Good. Okay, with those changes,
I think we're done then with those changes. Does someone want to make a motion to,
I'll make a motion that we propose these rules with the changes that we have all just agreed upon.
Second.
it's been moved and seconded to approve these, and of course, I already moved it for applications and licensure, right?
Yes.
It's been moved and seconded that we pass the rules for complaints and enforcement as changed during our discussion.
No, that we do
Applications
for
and licensing.
applications and licensing.
Oh, yeah, see, I'm already on the other one.
She just switched pages.
Okay, I don't want to restate it.
You're fine.
All right, here we go. It's been moved and seconded that we approve the rules as, the amendments as changed for applications and licensing. Did I say it right?
Yeah.
Okay. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes.
and the next
Thank
one is the
you.
renewals. And I don't have any changes to recommend on the renewals.
Neither does anyone else.
I second.
So do we need to move to accept it as submitted?
Yes.
Okay. May I have a motion?
I make a motion to accept it as submitted. for the
Steve Christopherson,
renewals.
seconds.
A motion has been made to pass the draft rules and fees for renewals as submitted. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, the motion passes. Okay, kids, we're on the last leg.
I do have a question, even though we've already voted.
Yeah.
That subchapter A, general provisions of the renewals. There was the disagreement with the comment about the 30 days sending out notice. Can you address that?
And to confirm, we passed it as
90.
Without that change.
without that change.
Right.
And
I'm open to discussing it
I
if we want to.
prefer not to have it in there because I think it's problematic and causes issues for the staff.
Yes.
But just so that it's out in the open, do we go with that, or are we
Is it,
good moving on?
Late fees, C1, is that the one that you mean?
The H, 883.1 renewal of license H, it's on page 1.
It's right here.
The
So the
delinquent
request was
licensees will
made
be
that we
sent
would.
notification of their expiration
Yeah.
date no more than 30 days before the expiration. I personally feel we're all adults, and if we're professionals and are licensed, it's our responsibility to keep up with our licensure renewal. I just want to put it out there so that we've spoken about this in a public forum.
Okay.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you.
So that's how it is now.
Next up is complaints and enforcement.
This is the one that was read.
On page 2, this is where you'll see in my comment, I'm not sure what to do here. I'm not coming back with a recommendation. Under B, on
Yes.
page 2, we need to decide what to do here. What you need to keep in mind is you don't want to set your limitations for longer than what the licensee's record retention schedule is. Otherwise, they could find themselves the subject of a complaint without their files to defend themselves. And you're talking about setting a council-wide period of limitations. And the individual member boards may set different record retention requirements for their licensees. So we need to be cognizant of those different record retention schedules when setting this blanket council-wide rule of limitations.
Do we happen to have an idea of what each of the disciplines is requiring at this point?
Ours is the 7-3 at Psych Board.
I have a question. Does HIPAA have any relevance in this?
No. HIPAA doesn't contain any record retention schedule.
Yes.
It has
it
some,
does.
but
It does.
the research that I hadn't finished was, you had to keep policies for keeping things secure, and some of the different associations, like APA, did say that there was a 7-year, but, when I went looking, or was it 6? But when I went looking through the statute to find it, it wasn't finding the citations that they were providing me with to actually verify that it was 6. So I couldn't actually tell as of today that I can find the actual Code of Federal Register rule that says 6 years. But APA, American Psychological Association, had something about 6. Yeah.
What does the law say?
That's.
Like HIPAA's law.
No, like
State law.
general.
Many of them refer back to each board does have its own regulations, and sometimes one of the things that HIPAA also, or not HIPAA, but APA would point back to is each licensing board would have its own regulations and requirements, and they would promulgate their own.
Chapter
But-
611 of the Health and Safety Code governs mental health records. There is no record retention requirement in that chapter.
Wow. And does each member board have a different time, or does no member board have a time?
We all have time
I think we
frames.
all have time.
Are they the same?
No.
What's the best for the person making a complainant? This person who is a victim of sexual misconduct?
The longer limitations period is better for them.
So is psychology the longest?
No.
I don't think so.
No, you're doing 3 years after majority?
7 years or 3 years after majority, whichever is greater.
Yeah, I think that some of the, I can't remember, do they go up to 7 years? Or 5 years after majority?
I thought we were the only one that had 7 in it.
7.
I think the rest of you are using 5 as well.
I think that it's important for us to err on the side of caution here, because we're talking about minors, because we're talking about trauma. And I'd like to see us all member boards align to the most generous timeline
The one
possible.
thing, what you got to keep in mind, and I mean, you got members of the member boards here to talk about this. Whatever you set that limitations at, if you set it, say, 10 years out, everybody's got to go back in and readjust their record retention requirements.
Readjust?
Member boards do.
This is about people who are underage that are potentially victims. I say readjust.
And I'm gonna play the devil's advocate here.
Okay, I can
and
punch pretty hard there.
I know. But you also got to
You mean
think
I
about
know?
what you're imposing on the licensees too. Who wants to hang on to records for, if you got to go 10 years beyond the age of majority, that's if you saw a 4-year-old, you're holding on to stuff for 28 years.
I thought it was 10 years from when I'm sorry, 7 years Oh, after the date of termination of services.
Or
when they train.
3 years
Or
after
10
18.
years beyond the age of majority, 3 years, whatever it is. But you got to really think about the burden you're putting on the licensees too here.
Like 10 and 5.
Is it,
Mhm.
is it fair to do that?
So
So
it
you tell
makes,
me.
I mean, 5 sounds like an in-between number there. It makes sense to say 5 years after majority. Honestly, I would, if Patrick, if we can find what HIPAA says, then
Yeah.
it makes a lot of sense for us just to stay in line with that, because people are gonna have to do that anyway. Whether, or, if we have a, but if they don't say anything about it,
I
then.
unfortunately haven't been able to find it,
I've looked. I've never found it. You all have never found it either?
I found,
I'm not aware of
I found some time periods but it was talking more about policies relating to confidentiality of keeping patient records, but it wasn't necessarily pertaining to the actual keeping of, I couldn't find the actual keeping of the records timeframe yet, but I was,
The urban legend is that it's 6.
that's what, according to APA's website, it said that it was 6 or 7, I couldn't remember, but I wanted to verify it and I couldn't verify it in the code of
Let me,
Federal Register.
the way the agenda is written, we can ask members of the audience a question if we need to. Mr. Stewart, do you happen to know?
I think it's 6.
Kevin, could you come up to the mic where I'm sorry, I don't mean to be dragging y'all up
Because
there.
we're going to ask
but-
you questions.
I think it's 6.
Is it 6?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, who are you, please?
Sorry, I'm Kevin Stewart. I'm with the Texas Psychological Association.
So is it 6 years past 18?
Uh,
6 years?
I think it's 6 years. I think it's staggered. I don't know what the shorter one is, but I think 6 is essentially what our 7 is. And then there's.
So after last contact?
Yeah, so I'm not sure about when they become
After the age of majority?
Yeah.
I recently had somebody that I had seen as
Joseph.
an adolescent, but you may get some
Sorry.
exercise, that had gone to college, joined the military, was going to top secret clearance, and needed records. And this kid's like, 25, 26 years old. And, I keep records. They're electronic. I can keep them forever. But it came to his defense to help him out, to have those records. So it didn't hurt to have them longer. 6 years past the age of majority, I could see that easily, just depending on the circumstance. But I think a lot of people are keeping their records electronically now, so we're not talking about storage boxes.
And I will say, we're all going to have to, all the boards are going to have to overhaul the rules anyway, as part of, making sure we don't duplicate what the procedures are. So we're basically opening them up anyway. But I just want us to be cognizant of that, because whatever you do here is going to ripple down into the member boards.
So I can tell you what the medical board does, if that's helpful.
Sure, it might be.
Sure, this is your chance to shine.
So the medical board is 7 years following their last contact with the patient. If the patient was a minor, then they must be retained until that minor reaches 20 years old. So it'd be 2 years past
Even
the.
shorter than the psychology board.
Yeah, so it'd be shorter than.
And I think it's the same for dental. I think it's 7 and 3 for dental.
Yeah, yeah. And I think I would. What's that?
For sexual misconduct.
It's just records.
Record retention overall.
Yeah, just a record. Yeah.
Record retention.
Yeah, and I would assume that the medical board is at least as restrictive as HIPAA, probably more so, I think.
So what that means is if a 17-year-old, the last contact for treatment of that
No,
17-year-old,
it's about
it's going to be
plan.
7 years out after they're 17, the last contact.
Yeah, but it's whichever's later, so if they're 17, if they're about to be 18, you wouldn't just go to 20, you'd go to the 7 years apart, because that would require 24, and that's the later one.
Yeah, and really, this isn't about, remember, this isn't record retention, it's about how long someone has to file a complaint. But we want that to match the record retention, because it's difficult for a complaint to be processed if there are no records. So in order for there to be a fair hearing on both sides, it would be good for those numbers to match up. Yeah.
So right now, the recommendation is 7 years after termination of services, or within 3 years of the patient reaching the age of majority.
For sexual misconduct.
For sexual, whichever is greater. Are we happy with that?
I'm concerned that 3 years after majority is too short.
I am too.
And again, I just reach back to what HIPAA would say. I think either doing 5 or 6 after majority makes sense. 5 years after majority
Do you want to
would
put
be
that in
fine.
the form of a motion?
Yep. I will make a motion that in 801, or 884.1B, that it reads, the complaint alleging sexual misconduct will be considered timely if brought within 7 years after the date of the termination of services, or within 5 years of the patient, client, or recipient of services reaching the age of majority, whichever is greater.
Second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Good job, everybody.
Here just found something that says there is no HIPAA medical records retention period. The next item is on page 9.
Can I just add something, I don't think it's for discussion, but is it just noted that that puts all the boards on alert to revisit their records retention timeline and discuss it at the board level so we have consistency? Just thought I'd say it out loud.
Thank you, Susan.
Yes.
On the top of page 9 under H, I think it's an acceptable change. I think it's a good idea. I think it's only fair that respondents in a complaint be provided with specifics about the allegations against them. It's fundamental fairness. And then that brings us to the changes that are on 9, 10, and 11 are really all, we need to consider them together, because here's what these changes reflect. When we're looking at informal conferences, the way it used to be, at least under the psych board, is you had to have a board member present for all the informal conferences.
Excuse me, could you tell me what an informal conference is?
It's a meeting between, it's where you bring the complainant and the respondent licensee in to discuss the allegations against the respondent. You hear both sides, and you make a preliminary determination, if you will, about who you believe, and if you believe that a violation did occur, oftentimes a recommendation for how the case should be disposed of is made to the respondent.
Okay.
Settlement offer, if you
Can I
will.
make an adjustment? You said it's where you bring them in. It's where they're invited, but they don't always
Well, true.
participate.
Correct.
Mhm.
It's a voluntary.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. And one of the things that we noticed in Chapter 5, or House Bill 1501, is that it eliminated the requirement that a board member be present for the informal settlement conferences. We batted this around in the task force, and what you see here is kind of the compromise that we came up with. What this would, basically, y'all have the option, you need to make the decision, do we want to continue requiring all informal conferences to go before board member panels? Or do we want to allow agency staff to conduct some of those informal conferences where expert testimony is not needed to prove the allegation? Obviously, one of the benefits of allowing staff to do those is the speed. We're going to be able to do things much, much quicker than bringing in the board members to do it. So that's it. I mean, that's what y'all need to make the decision, kind of which direction you want to go there.
Is there any discussion?
I have a question. At a staff level, y'all still handle these things and dismiss things that can be clearly said that can't be proven or are going to be a waste of time to bring everyone in for, correct?
Like non-jurisdictional, at TSBP, y'all have given me the authority to dismiss cases where the enforcement manager, the GC, and myself agree that there's no violation. I can dismiss that. And the way these rules are written, I would still have that authority here. It would just require the investigator and the legal counsel for the agency. I could dismiss the case if they both agree there was nothing there.
But that's coming up later, right, in the rules?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's in this same group of rules here.
Right, but I mean, it's coming, we're
Correct.
gonna talk about that issue, that's different.
Correct.
What we give you authority to dismiss is different than the question of, do we want K1 or K2?
Correct.
Yes.
Just along the same line, do all member boards authorize their ED that same flexibility and authority? So marriage family therapy does, psychology does.
I have limited authority. I don't have the same scope of authority that's set out in these rules.
But MFT does.
My
They have
recollection.
limited authority.
Limited
She has
authority.
limited authority, yeah.
And then social work does not?
I believe social works is more restrictive.
Yes.
There is some, but it's more restrictive. I believe LPCs is more along the line of MFT.
So these changes
But
here.
none of it's unlimited.
So these changes here would then start to move us towards a standardized practice. Well, you would have it all.
Not right here. Right here, really what we're at, the question that we're looking at right here on K, do we want currently, because of the way that the old statute said, our informal settlement conferences had to include board members, which theoretically meant that we would have informal settlement conferences 4 times a year.
Right.
That slows things down when it gets to the
But it could
informal.
happen in between the board.
Correct me if I'm saying anything
No,
wrong,
you're right.
please. The alternative is that now we're saying that a staff panel can handle those informals unless we need some kind of expert testimony or expert review.
Or unless the staff wants to kick it, if it's something
To
we
a
don't
board
feel
member.
comfortable with.
And so we would be saying there's 2 ways that an informal settlement conference could happen. One might be with staff, if they meet this criteria. The other would be with board members and staff, if they meet this criteria. So we're just creating some efficiency to move.
Expediency.
Yep, to move those complaints through that process. We weren't comfortable leaving it all open to staff. If it needed some kind of expert review, then we wanted some board members to be in there to provide that review.
Agreed.
Yeah. So that's, the option to have both of those is that second K, K2.
I'm in
Yeah.
support of K2.
Okay.
I would never climb it, but it's beautiful.
Regardless, I'll be interested to see what the opinions of the public and stakeholders will be on this, because I don't have a hugely strong opinion yet one way or the other.
This goes back to why we were set up, I mean, in terms of efficiencies, and it's very clear where we have drawn the line of what can be handled by staff and what cannot be handled by staff. So that too is articulated here, so I don't see any problem with this one.
Just big view, I think it sets somebody up if they choose to go to SOA to say, I didn't have anybody of expert witness represented there, so. Just something to look at. We can certainly try it and renew it in the future if we need to or something. I like expedient, I like things. What I've seen so far from our staff is they've done a fantastic job of clearing out the junk, and then when we go to an ISC, it's about the real stuff, so. I trust the process, but I just know that we may have to look at it in the future.
Right. So I would make a motion, if we're ready for that, I don't want to cut anyone off. I would make a motion that we propose the language that's in the second K, a complaint for which the staff determines probable cause exists shall be referred for an informal conference by agency staff or a member board's disciplinary review panel. Agency staff shall send the respondent. And then there's also this question of, and sending the member board notice of the date and time of the informal settlement conference.
Second.
I have a point of order question. Can amendment be made with a question in it? That was that one little section that you questioned?
I just realized that there's a
That there's
question
a,
there. Yeah.
I mean, are you moving that it be adopted with that change in it?
Yes. It's just putting on notice the member boards that this informal is happening, right?
What do you want to, what are you accomplishing by that?
Letting them know, letting the member boards know that there's an informal conference that's happening regarding one of their licensees.
I don't, I mean, no offense, I just don't see any advantage to that. You're just generating work for staff.
Yeah, and cost potentially, correct?
I mean.
In terms of
Yeah, I
staff
mean,
time.
could be
or-
potentially, yeah. I just,
Okay.
alls I know is that now I'm gonna have to keep a separate list of everything that we handled at the ISC level, which you're going to see anyway if it
You're
was
gonna
dismissed.
report 'em?
Yeah, I mean, you're
Okay.
gonna know what we handled because it'll either be dismissed, or you'll have an agreed order, or it's gonna be going over to SOA.
Okay.
So, I mean, there's not anything gonna sneak by you, if
Okay.
that's what you're worried about.
Okay.
And I'd really rather not have to keep another list. I have
All
enough
right.
lists going
I'll
as it
amend,
is.
if it's okay, I'll amend to remove "and member board" out of the language.
Okay.
All those in favor?
Already seconded.
Will you
Yeah, don't
approve
you
my
have to-
amendment?
Accept the friendly
Okay.
amendment.
Okay, so the amendment part is accepted. Is there any more discussion about about Jennifer's proposal? About the motion as amended? Any discussion about the proposal with or without the motion? Okay, then, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Just a question about informal conferences. Do members representing the public, I mean, we don't really have expertise outside personal judgment, so are the board members that are invited to those things or asked to participate, are they always professional members?
No, and it'll be up to the member boards how they want to compose
Got it.
their panels. But
By the-
historically, we have not done it all
By the
professionally.
psychology board rules, you can't even have an ISC without a public member.
Our statute said the same.
Why is that?
I think it
Just
goes
to
back
balance?
the reason for public oversight. And I'll tell you from being in there, we see things very differently. Often. Dr.
And
Fletcher
there's
can
lots of
attest.
lively discussion about the people who have the license, and so.
It
In a
never
good-
ha- it
in
never
a
happens
good
that way.
In a good way.
Having
We
In a
see
very
things
good way,
differently.
yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the collegiality is great, but.
Sometimes.
But at least on the boards I've been on, on the panels I've been on, it's been, we didn't all have to agree, and we all got it just fine, but we didn't have to agree.
Public member perspective is very valuable, because they come from a different viewpoint. Sometimes they may want to be harsher, and we have discussion.
Until you make a
Nobody in
decision.
particular, but we have discussion, which I think is very healthy and ultimately benefits the public.
Okay.
Yep.
Do you play the harsher one on your board?
ISC, I've been known to disagree in ISCs.
Yeah.
Which is
okay.
awesome.
We're bonding on many levels here.
I would hope it would always be that way, where there's a public member.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Just helping me to learn, I appreciate that. What's next, Darren?
The next one is on page 10. It's an A. There's actually a couple of changes in it. One of them is not on your document. The first one, if we need to go ahead and accept the agency staff since we just voted on K2 before, or the second version of K. But then we also need to include conditional letters of agreement right on that last sentence of A where it says complaint by stipulation. It should say conditional letter of agreement, comma, agreed or consent order or dismissal. Right, Ms. Smotherman?
That's right,
Yes,
thank you.
please.
Now, do y'all all call them the same thing? Is it?
Yes.
It's all
Yes.
conditional letter? Okay.
Tim, is that right? Is there
Correct.
anybody who doesn't call it that?
Not anybody moving to BHEC.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to accept the changes as proposed by our executive director.
Okay. Did we have one more that you were going to talk about, though, before
Yeah,
I ask for a
that's on
second?
A.
Oh,
Um,
all right.
Would
I'll
hurt.
second the changes to A.
All those in favor of changing the language? I'm confused
Aye.
about the motion,
Aye.
sorry. Oh, good, because I'm confused about the motion. All opposed, same sign? Or any opposed, same sign? Motion passes.
Okay, on B, again,
To that one. Oh, okay. I thought you were
B
doing
with,
them all at once.
I'm recommending that we adopt B without the upon notification to the respective member board language. Just be as it was originally submitted to you.
Oh, yes, I see that.
To be clear, are you gonna be doing some kind of reports to the member boards about complaints where they are in the process, the informals, et cetera, that have to do with their licensees?
Yeah, we have to keep you guys apprised of like trends, so that you can spot trends. So yes, I actually keep kind of a running tally of statistics so that I can tell the board, hey, here's the number of sexual impropriety complaints, here's the number of administrative complaints, the number of therapeutic complaints. We provide all that information to you so that you can try to spot any trends that are going on in the profession, and then we can take action to get ahead of them.
Jennifer, are you also talking about the status report that we currently receive, where we know at any given time where it is in the process?
Yeah, so in terms of monitoring complaints, whatever documentation, however you're keeping up with the monitoring of complaints, if the member boards can have some kind of a report where they're able to see
How
that
long?
monitoring.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, we have a standardized that we do for TSBP. I figured we just carry it forward.
We have a great form too that we.
We may just use
Yeah,
y'all's.
we can share.
Yeah.
What I would ask is for the next board meeting, if Mr. Spinks can bring both his reporting and Sarah Fasshold's reporting, so collectively as a group, we can decide what we would like to see in that report
Okay.
going forward and just make it uniform.
Okay.
That's a good idea. Who is Sarah Fassel?
She's our interim executive director.
Gotcha.
Okay. So on B, where do we stand?
I would agree with your change then, or your recommendation, Daryl.
Shall we continue to pursue the rest of the document and then approve them all at once as changed?
I started to say, there's only one more change on
Okay.
10, and that's down in paragraph E1. If you'll approve B and E1 as submitted, that will finish out page 10.
I'll make a motion to accept those as written.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, signify by
Aye.
saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Motion passes.
What about F? Did you not need anything on F?
Well, that's on page
Page
11.
11.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
we were just on page 10.
We've
Yeah.
changed the process.
Yeah, I
Both are in there.
thought so.
Okay.
Oh, good.
Okay, sorry, yeah.
We got it.
That's all right, we got it.
We need to adopt F, and I'm also, I think the suggested change in H is a good change as well.
So we need to either do F1 or F2.
Well, you really have to do F2 since
Yeah,
you've already
based on
opted.
K2.
Yeah.
Oh,
Mhm.
right. And then the change to H is with permission from each person in attendance.
Correct, that was about the audio recording.
Okay.
That's a good idea.
Can you help me understand this one a little bit, please?
Maybe my question may help.
Okay.
Part of the beauty, I guess, of the ISCs is that it is quite formal and it's quite off the record, which allows you to kind of roll up your sleeves and get into the nitty-gritty of things, figure out, number one, if there's actually been an infraction or a case that we could actually win. I'm all about transparency, but part of the beauty of it is not just for us, for the person sitting in front of us to just very candidly speak to us off the record. They're not under oath. Everyone has Fifth Amendment rights, and you can go talk informally without being concerned that you're incriminating yourself or it could be thrown back against you. So I'm concerned, is there any pressure that would be, I'm not sure of the advantages of ever allowing it to be recorded.
And I thought that Texas was a one-party consent state anyway.
We are.
That's what
Yeah, we're a one-party state. What the origination, I don't know where this rule originated from at TSBEP, but it's been in our rules for a long time. One of the advantages to it I can see, though, is a guard against surreptitious recording in those ISCs. There have been instances where I have strongly suspected that we were being recorded in an ISC. I couldn't rifle through the complainant's belongings to find out. But because of the position of where they said stuff, I figured they were recording, and so we just sat in silence. This would at least allow us to, if we have a suspicion like that, I have on occasion taken the I guess, the option to say, you're not supposed to be recording in here, so if you are, put your phone up, do any of that, and you go through the benefits of why it's beneficial not to record that type of a meeting. Whether they can comply with you, I don't know, because again, it's a one-party state. They can hide it in their pocket, but at least if you've made that if you've made that statement and it gets recorded, that, look, we're trying to work with you here and do this without playing gotcha law, I think that paints you in a better light. So I'm not really, I don't really want to die on this hill one way or the other, guys. But
It sounds actually like my concern, the way you explained it, though, the fact that the rule is no recording. If you're gonna record, you get permission from everybody in the
Yeah.
room.
But can you make that rule if it's a one-party state?
Right.
I don't know that you can. I mean, I'm not an attorney, but I don't see how that could be possible.
Well, no, you raise off the top of my head. I don't know how to argue, Counselor.
I just slept at a Holiday Inn, and so.
That's great.
Feel pretty good today.
The state appreciates your lodging selections, by the way.
I can tell you that my in-house counsel, who will be here shortly to pick me up and take me home, has authorized me to do that whenever I feel like it. So my assumption is that anybody can record anything in this state, whether they've got permission or not.
As long as they're in the recording. Correct.
Yeah, as long as they're aware of it. It's the parties that are being recorded have to be, one of them has to be aware of it.
Right, as long as they themselves, right. So John, to your point, you're saying if we say it opens the, it's potentially restrictive.
I guess I don't really, it's probably not restrictive. I guess the good news is that I've never said anything in an ISC that I would be concerned about. What I am concerned about is getting the truth from somebody. And somebody who can speak candidly and openly, knowing that we are not recording them and then we're not going to use that against them, I think is beneficial. Because again, it's different than being under oath, although I would expect them to tell the truth. I'm fine with the rules as proposed, actually, especially with the discussion.
So including with permission from each person in attendance.
Yeah, and I don't know if I should say this on the record. I'm not sure how that would work out if somebody tried to challenge all this, but I think as a board rule, I think this is a good way to handle ISCs.
I think it speaks less to our transparency if we say that. I mean, if they want to record, I feel comfortable that our integrity is such that we're not going to say anything that we're not supposed to say, or, I mean, that's the only thing you would have to be scared of in a recording.
I would prefer, I mean, if we're walking into a meeting with the, again, with ISCs and the tenor of the whole meeting being so formal and trying to get to the bottom of it, I mean, it's literally in the name, settlement. We're all coming together to settle this to a good resolution. I would hope that somebody wouldn't do that. If they did decide to record us without us knowing, again, I don't know what I would do about it. But I do think it's good for a rule to know that it's right here. We ain't recording them. We're not recording this meeting. I just think that's probably the most important thing.
That's the flip of it, right? So the flip side is that they understand when they come in there that we will not be recording the meeting unless we have their permission to do so.
I'd like to hear it said that way then. I think that's a better way to say it.
I agree. Because the way it reads right now, it's very negative, may not record without permission from the panel chair. And that's putting the power on us. And if we're really trying to equalize the footing here, they're coming in our office, that's not an equal footing.
I like the way you said it.
I do too. You're good that way.
Uh-oh.
What'd you say?
Come on, it's only 5 till 2, you can do this.
Or we can go back to the recording, and listen to it.
Yeah.
So we just
Can we
address it as we're
rewind?
not recording and not even address it in terms of whatever they do.
The lawyers are talking over there.
Have to look at the
See,
concern
and
on
that's
their
what makes me
faces.
nervous. That's not
I know.
transparency.
Yeah, no, I like what you said. I think it's reassuring.
And it's positive. Something I really am.
Okay, let's write down what you said. What did you say?
What did I say, George? What did I say, Steve?
We're not recording without your permission.
Well, I'm curious what they're gonna say.
Yeah.
I think we should discuss
We're not
it.
recording without your permission.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think if we strike that last sentence there, complainants and licensees may not record an informal conference without the permission. So if we have an audio or visual recording and an informal conference may be made with the permission from each person in attendance, that's all we need.
Yes, agreed.
Do the attorneys have thoughts?
I'm sure they.
Did you hear what we came up with?
Nary a peep.
So if you look at the highlighted section, and it said that last sentence would be struck, and so would the prepositional clause that says, "at the discretion of agency staff or panel chair." So the whole thing would read, "Informal conferences are not open meetings subject to Chapter 551 of the Government Code, and no formal record of the proceedings shall be made or maintained. An audio or visual recording of an informal concert may be made with permission from each person in attendance." Period. Okay, and to me, each person means staff too, so do we want to say the complainant or the respondent, or? Mhm.
I love how it's proposed.
You love just the way it
Yeah,
is
just
now?
how, well, just how y'all proposed
just
it by
what we said.
deleting that last sentence and keeping.
So are you making that in the form of a motion?
I can't, but you can.
I have a question, with
Okay.
discussion before. What if we stopped at "or maintained," period, and didn't have the "an audio or visual recording of an informal conference may be made"?
I'll just ask. Period.
And just
Leave it.
leave it after maintained,
I
because with
think,
that,
but I think that it clarifies, if we're going back to the question that someone may have as they walk into the room, a respondent or a complainant coming in there may be wondering, is this being recorded? It clarifies for them, if they happen to read the rules before they come in. It clarifies, that's a big if. It clarifies that this is not gonna be recorded unless we have your permission to do so.
are ISCs ever recorded by agency staff?
I've never recorded one.
I don't, do you?
No, we don't either, but
But respondents may not know that.
what I'm thinking about is the public. I'm thinking
Right.
about the public, whether it's a licensee or complainant coming in, that they're clear on what's happening in the ISC. I think that that's why the rule's there to begin with, right? If this came from your rules? Yeah.
I don't know what caused
Okay.
this rule to come into being.
So
Okay.
the only point I would make is if we keep the statement, "an audio or visual recording of an informal conference may be made with permission from each person in attendance." Somebody comes in and says, who's a person who made the complaint or the licensed person, and they say they want to make a recording, and a public member or the professional member on the board says no, they
Why
can
would-
still record.
Yes, they can still record, but why would we say no?
Well, I think everybody has that option to say no if we have that last sentence. "An audio or visual recording of an informal conference may be made with permission from each person in attendance." Just leaves it open. And I just think we need to be aware that there could be public members on the board or licensees who are not as enlightened as the BHEC members sitting here now, who might have concerns, or, I think we need to recognize that could occur when we say everybody has to give permission. It sounds like it's a choice.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Audio and video can be altered.
Yes.
And do you want to be recorded and then someone have it out there and alter it and take it to the media and then it look like something
That
was
can happen.
said wrong or, not in the light or contents that was actually said?
I will say this, it will be almost impossible to defend yourself because the proceedings are confidential. You can't say, well, here's what actually was said. You can't. I mean, you wouldn't be able to defend yourself.
Except that anyone can turn it on in a one-party state, stick it in their pocket, no one's gonna know.
No,
Been
argue
there,
with you
done
there.
that.
I just think that last sentence
I think you're right.
just makes it.
Take the whole
Let's
thing.
leave it
just
alone.
opens the
Okay.
door for someone to not give permission.
So Jennifer, will you withdraw your motion and make a new one?
I will well, I don't think I made this motion.
didn't.
Oh, you didn't? Did anybody make a
No,
motion?
there's no motion.
I'm
No.
exhausted. Okay. Who wants to make a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
That H state and informal conferences are not open meetings, subject to chapter 551 of the government code, and no formal record of the proceedings shall be made or maintained, period.
Okay. Second? Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you, Susan.
We're not saying that writing, they're gonna write down what was agreed and stuff.
Right.
Is that a formal record?
No.
Okay.
Nobody's held accountable by that.
Okay. Just clarification.
Next item.
Didn't somebody say, before we turn pages, that the investigators that couldn't go out the scope of a complaint, did somebody bring that up?
Yes.
Yes.
Was that on page
Is that, I just
10?
wrote it down on the same page that we're discussing. Does that need to, I agree, does it need to be
That was-
incorporated here?
We might ask, yeah, that was Jan Fries who made that statement, I believe, about page 10.
Do you want to just remind us, please? Oh, it's 10, I'm sorry.
We were, this, Jan Fries with the Texas Counseling Association, we were suggesting that another subsection be added here to state that investigators are limited to the reasonable and necessary items that directly pertain to the complaint filed.
And that's because you've seen that happen in the.
We've seen investigators go outside the scope.
I like that
do too.
condition.
So the question becomes, what happens during the course of an investigation and something else comes up? By that
New
statute,
complaint.
they are now saying that you cannot look into it, and you could not use that later on, because it came up during that investigation, so now it's null and void.
You could rabbit trail all day long, though. If they need to open a separate complaint, we can do that. But we're asking them to go out, take care of this complaint, bring it back, let's get it off the books. If there needs to be a separate complaint opened up, that can happen.
But based on the language, you can't open up a complaint based on the findings of that situation.
Not
Based on the
handled
language.
then, not stacked on top of that
Period.
complaint.
Well, a new complaint's a new complaint. What, I guess the language that I heard would say that if you go into an investigation and you stumble upon something else, it's questionable if the investigator filed a complaint, a new investigation on that point.
So maybe you add that language. If an investigator finds something new, he
Then
reports
they
it
must
back.
open a new complaint.
But
But why-
isn't that's
why-
like saying one thing and then saying the opposite.
Okay, I'm seeing some curious looks over here, but.
I know, it's pretty
but
amazing,
Great
isn't it?
consternation over here over
You,
that.
but I'm also seeing it on
three of
Tim's
you.
face behind you.
I'm just itchy.
No, you
Seriously, no,
I'm serious.
There was no consternation on my end.
Okay, you're feeling adequate right now.
What we've seen in the past is they go to investigate a complaint, and then they come back, and this respondent's hit with this, and then this, and then this, and then this, and there's been, no way for them to prepare for that, and it's taken long. We've done 12-hour-long meetings. I think we're trying to, if somebody's complaining on something, let's investigate the something, and then go on. If something else comes up from that, okay, but I think we need to take care of the business at hand with whatever the complaint is. Otherwise, we can rabbit trail all day long with all kinds of, you get complained about abandonment issues, and they notice, oh, yeah, but you didn't take notes on this day. Now, we're going to spend all day long with this person. They're not preparing for that.
Can
So-
investigators say, I found some additional issues and bring them back to your boards separately? Or they just investigate the complaint and go away?
Well, I'm fine for getting information on stuff. But as far as making that part of the complaint and dealing with that too, and stacking these things up, I just think we need to, if you get complaining on something, let's deal with that. Otherwise, we're going to be working all day long, just rabbit trail stuff.
What happens when there's like a harassment complaint, and in investigating the harassment complaint, you uncover abuse, some other abuse thing with somebody else?
It's a new complaint open?
They could absolutely open.
But does that not, maybe I'm misunderstanding the rule, the suggested change to the rule, but the suggestion, if you can't go on any other rabbit trail, is that not a rabbit trail, this other thing that we found, that was
Assault.
unrelated to the original complaint?
Well, what we've wound up with in the past is, here's the complaint, here's how they prepare their defense, and then they come in, and next thing you know, we're saying, okay, and then this, and then this, and then this, and they've got nowhere to go with it.
Christina, I think Christina is, looks like she had something to say about this.
Yes, if you don't mind, Christina Kaiser, I'm Deputy Executive Director with TDLR. My history is in enforcement, and so I'm obviously very charged up about this discussion. A couple of things. So if you limit the investigator's authority to just what the complainant complained about, then in a way, you're sort of handing off your enforcement responsibility to that complainant, and you're limited to what that complainant knew about in the first place. The situation that was described where you're investigating allegation A, but in the process you discover allegation B is very real, and it happens regularly in the course of an investigation. And my opinion is that it is the responsibility of the investigator to investigate, certainly stay within the boundaries of the complaint, but if something falls in your lap, don't go on a fishing expedition and hunt all day long for new stuff, but if something falls in your lap in the course of investigating something, I feel like you're not adequately carrying out your responsibility as an enforcement authority if you don't investigate those other allegations. I feel like part of your concern is efficiency, but some of the measures that Darrell has built into the draft rules are going to aid in that efficiency, I think. I feel, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like you're concerned about, having experiences in the past where maybe one of your disciplinary review panels had, there was one complaint, but then suddenly, there were 9 allegations brought in front of you. Some of that stuff can probably be handled at the staff level, given the rules that you have talked about, and they don't necessarily have to be brought in front of a panel.
Christina, my question is, if that investigator goes out on allegation A, and there is no allegation B, but something falls in his or her lap, does that also apply?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, like the example that Mr. Belamowitz gave about your I can't remember this.
Well, it actually comes, I'm not going to mention any specifics. I'm sure that some of our people who have been involved with some of our ISCs might remember what I'm talking about. I will not go into the specifics of it, but proving these things at an ISC level is very difficult, and sometimes you know in your gut there's something there, and we had an instance where I was not buying what they were trying to sell, and there wasn't a whole lot we could do to move the he said, she said. There was really no other evidence. Lo and behold, later on, there were more allegations, and it ultimately, based on, I won't go into specifics of what the respondent did, because that could potentially be away, but it was obvious by the response of the respondent, of the practitioner, that there was a whole lot there. And that was one of those things that if you find that stuff in an investigation and find more instances of it, I want our investigators weapons free to be able to pursue that if they feel, or if they stumble across something else there. That said, I think that they do a great job of managing their time. It is not in their best interest to go on fishing expeditions to throw the book at somebody if there's not something there. But if there's something there that they find, they should not at all be hamstrung or handcuffed to pursue it fully.
Just for the record, our investigators do not carry weapons.
Sorry, it's very, very, yeah. I mean figurative weapons free, right.
Yeah.
If they were to uncover stuff, at the ISC is not the time for it to come up. The respondent should still have adequate time to prepare a defense for themselves.
So it sounds like your concern is if they throw the book at them on the spot with additional complaints, on that, yeah, and that's. that
This
would
was
be-
an issue
Right.
in Sunset too. This is what.
No notice.
Honestly, this is what I believe I heard behind closed doors Van Taylor was so mad at us about in our complaints process, is that people were coming in for the hearing and they had no knowledge of what they were coming in to defend themselves in. So if there's a way for us to make sure that they understand what the complaint is.
That's different, though, than what you're talking about.
Okay.
Because what we've already talked about, and I've already said, we need to make sure and clear in these rules that they are apprised of what the allegations are, what the evidence is against them. I think what we're talking about here is you're in the middle of an ISC, they might not have been so forthright in their written response to you during the investigation, yet you get them before a panel of board members, and all of a sudden they make some damning statement. Yeah, I didn't sleep with her, but done something else. I don't want to be handcuffed where I can't go after that individual. I'm sorry that they made that statement in an ISC, and it's to their detriment, but I don't want to have to turn around and file a new complaint. We can talk about that statement right then and there in that ISC, and they can have their informal conference right then and there, but we need to move on that. That's why I don't think that's a good idea.
So it's two, really, we're talking about two different issues here, if I'm understanding you correctly. So earlier in these rules, we said, and I don't remember exactly where it was,
It's on page 9.
Okay.
Up under H.
On page 9H, we added that licensees will receive notice of any alleged violation, including specific information regarding the complaint. That would mean that if, in the course of the investigation, the investigators found things that were outside of that specific complaint, that the licensee would be notified about
Correct.
everything that we were gonna hold against them
You're
when they
going to
came
know
in.
what you're coming to the ISC
Yes.
to talk about.
Okay, we
And
need to
it's-
make sure that we're doing that.
And it's only
Yes.
if in the ISC you drop a bomb that says you did
That's
something.
fine.
Okay.
Then that's on
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
Yeah,
You
they
don't
bring
get a
that.
second ISC
Okay.
for that.
Because we have H on page 9, I would be okay not including something under the informal, so that we are able, in informals, to be able to do what we need to do on that day in that meeting. Yeah.
No surprise attacks.
Right. No laying behind the log. No playing gotcha law.
Right, and if they bring it, you know, they're completely different.
Because candidly, if you play gotcha law, the ALJ is probably going to kick it back anyway.
Right.
Because there was a change in the law this past session where they really beefed up the provisions where you can't go over to SOA and, surprise, we're changing our allegations, you know, here at the last minute. I can't remember all the details of it, but I know that was a sore spot for the legislature, and they changed some of the laws about that. So we have to the agency has to tread more carefully on notice them what you're bringing them in about. Make sure it's adequate notice that they know what in the world you're talking about so that they can defend themselves. And don't play gotcha law. Don't lay behind the log and try to surprise them.
There's not continued investigation going on between the notice and then the informal. Like, once they get that notice, the investigation's done at that
Right,
point.
it's done. I mean,
We're
that
not
point,
going
you're
out
coming
and
into the-
continuing to investigate, and then something new is gonna come out in the informal. Everything is laid out there at that point of notice, because the investigation is over
Right.
at that point.
The only way you could get new evidence is if somebody who you'd already reached out to decides, oh, hey, I found this other document. If it's a damning document, you might want to bump off the ISC. If you've already got them scheduled and it's going to be, you think that document or piece of evidence would be a game changer, Patrick might go, well, we're going to bump them to the next ISC or, you know, some other date and time, give them another 15, 20 days to review this.
And we would give them notice that new evidence came in.
Yes. I mean, first,
Okay.
we're gonna look at it and go, is it worth anything
Right.
additional? If it's not, then you just rock on with your regular schedule. If it is, then you amend your notice, and you make sure they've had plenty of time to look at it, and then call them in.
Okay, additionally, and this is the other side to that coin, sometimes in an ISC, the respondent comes in and they have more information that they want to provide to the panel.
Mhm.
Are we still going to allow for that?
Yeah, we always
Okay.
have, yeah, sure.
Okay.
I think you have to do that.
I want to do that.
I mean, the danger with it is if they lay behind the log and don't show you everything in the beginning, and
Right.
they come in and dump it on you.
It's hard to
But by that
consider it.
time,
Yeah.
they've kind of paid a fine, in that they're paying a guy like me, Kevin, and Patrick to come in there and defend them probably. So they're already paying a little bit of a fine for playing those kinds of games. But I don't know how you can keep somebody from doing that.
That's their right.
It's their right. I mean, whether they, and even if you prohibit them from doing it at the ISC level, they may do it at SOA. So you're going to get hammered with it either way. I don't know that there's a solution to that, is what I'm trying to say, to keep people from doing that.
Well, that's their time to be heard anyway.
Right. I don't want to keep them from doing that. I
Right.
want them, it is in their best interest if they can turn that stuff in advance so that
Exactly.
people have time to read it and know what they're talking about. But I also don't want to limit them in their informal. I want them to be able to use that time to hash it out. Yeah.
No, you're not getting disagreement from anybody over here.
So, and we're together. So if, for clarification, they get a complaint, they come to ISC, they have prepared their defense for that, and then we don't do a sneak attack, but we know we also found this and this and this and this, where they haven't had time. So anything that they're coming to ISC for, they've had time to prepare a
Correct.
defense for.
Correct. I mean, we actually list in our ISC notices, we tell you, here's the rule, and here's what we think you did, and why I violated that rule, so that you know what rule it is we're talking about. And we try not to just list a general rule that may have 13 different subsections. We want to point you to, this is the one you violated right here. That way they don't have to go down and disprove each different subsection of the rule that may not have anything to do with the original complaint. We try to narrow it down. It helps us to narrow it down so that we're not wasting our time, because these things they take an inordinate amount of time to read and go through all this material. So it's in our best interest not to play games either. I understand your concerns, though. I do. I can't imagine if something like that happened, that obviously y'all are going to hear about it at both the member board level and the council level. And again, I think we all just gloss over the employer-employee relationship that we have here, guys. And we don't seem to put enough emphasis on that. If that kind of crap is going on, I'm going to pay for it.
That relationship is here now. That relationship has not always existed. And so I think that's something that historically the rest of our boards have not had, an employer and employee relationship.
Yeah.
And so we may have said, we need this thing to be done this way or that way. And in recent history, it's been done. In long history, it's not always been that way because that relationship has not existed. And there is a history of folks coming in, obviously, and again, that's what part of why the commission was so worked up with us. People coming in to hearings, usually it was that open complaints hearing. By the time it got to informal, it was all out in the open, but they weren't able to defend themselves because they didn't know what all of these extra allegations were.
Yeah.
And so we need to be clear on the front end, this is what you're being investigated for, and this is what the allegations are that you're coming in on. Yeah.
I hear very different perspectives from from the psychology board. Like, a lot of this stuff sounds quite foreign, and I see some non-psychologist heads nodding in the audience. So hopefully this is a case of bringing the best of some of our practices and improving some things.
That's what we're hoping for.
If we're getting it wrong, I want to get this
I don't
right.
think you are getting it wrong. I think that it was wrong. Well, I'm not even going to. I think that you're getting it right, and so, good.
I think we have the clarification we need.
Yeah, we needed some
I
clarification.
will tell y'all one other approach that, I intend to carry over into this operation. At the psych board, we use an open file policy. In other words, we're not gonna like sit on the evidence and then 30 days before our SOA hearing go, here's everything we got. When we send you notice of whatever the complaint is, you get a copy of the complaint and you get a copy of all the evidence that was submitted or that we have gathered. You're looking at everything we're looking at. The only thing we don't send is our investigator's report. But you get everything, and you can't introduce that into evidence, it's hearsay. So, but you get everything else that we've got. So there's no hide the ball going on here. We're all operating off the same set of documents and facts. If anybody, if it goes to SOA, we might be the one that's caught a little bit behind
Right, it
behind the
does.
curve, because they don't have to disclose
It
necessarily
does, it
everything
can
to us.
potentially handicap the
Right.
agency. Christina, you're nodding your head. Are you seeing it the same way?
Yes.
Okay.
I would like to add, since public comment is where this came up, I just want to know if there's anything that we're missing in our discussion that in public comment somebody would like to follow up on. Because while I see heads doing this, I also don't want to leave it.
And for the
you. I
record, will
appreciate
you restate your name for the record?
Yes, Janine Smith, and I'm with Texas Association for Marriage and Family Therapists. And Jan had taken this section, but I was the one who proposed, I want something in here, clarification. So I want the record to reflect, it was me. So, so don't be mad at Jan, be mad at me. But we're a team, and so she put it forward. I agree that everything you've now said sounds better than how our experience has been over at the MFT and LPC as well. However, there's nothing that really addresses that within these rules. I get that that's how you're going to do it, and I hope that that's true, but I wish that there would be something, if you don't want to adopt that, that somewhere in there it is complaint or any other complaints that have arisen. Just something that would let people know, hey, if they're going in there, everything ought to be okay. If they're going in because you don't have the correct CEUs and, they find something else, or you don't have your thing posted, or, whatnot, it's all open. It's all going to be open to you. And I don't know if, I hope that best practices, you continue to do what you've done, but since we haven't seen it, and you're not going to be there forever till the end of time, I just want something in there that addresses this and how it's going to go down for the practitioner as well as for the public.
So, go ahead. What are you suggesting the language is?
That the language then, if you revert back on your original one where it was about the complaint, if you added the statement, a complaint or complaints that are found within investigation. I mean, something somewhere, and, these are the language wonks.
Can you show me?
Yeah.
Where you're talking about?
In H. It's not K2?
No, it's adding some language there in H, I think is where.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, it would be on, underneath 884.10 on H, including licensees will receive notice of any alleged violation, including specific and warning regarding the complaint or complaints found in writing. So it would be complaint or complaints found.
Page 9?
Page 9?
Page 9,
Okay.
on H.
Will you say it one more time?
You're saying.
Correct. I'm saying
Okay,
that licensees will receive notice of any alleged violation, including specific information regarding the complaint or complaints found in writing.
They've already voted to including specific information regarding the complaint.
Correct, but that means you're just talking about that one complaint, not if you find other things.
So you're talking about additional possible violations that the
Correct.
Investigator finds
Correct.
during the investigation?
Correct.
When you say additional complaints?
Correct.
Or complaints found?
But that language is covered right with the alleged violation?
Yes. Yeah.
I actually
The
think that in
complaint
writing
would-
goes somewhere else.
The complaint would necessarily encompass all allegations and violations.
But how can it be? Because a complaint is one,
Right.
but you're finding maybe 4. So how can complaint actually be more than one?
Because the complaint it's like saying the charge.
Right, but the charge is, the charge is you didn't have your CEUs in order when we did the 10%, and you just fell under it, and Janine, you were found that you don't have your CEUs in order, you didn't get the right amount of CEUs. But in looking through all of your stuff, you also, you're not keeping your notes right on this 10-year-old kid that you're seeing 24/7, which I want the record to reflect I'm not. So, no. This is all just a supposed. And so we also want to talk to you about that, and now we're on to something else. So I'm saying that I'm in agreement with what you're saying, is that I don't want to hamstring the investigators. I don't want that to occur, but I just want somewhere in here that the licensee knows that when one thing is brought against them, if they find other stuff, you're going to be up for other stuff. Does that make sense?
What would you think about this? Because I thought that in writing is not in the right place, but if you put licensees will receive written notice of any alleged violation, including specific regarding the complaint or complaints found during the investigation.
Yes.
The problem is, complaint is almost like a term of art in the agency. It's what we call, it's in kind of an all-encompassing term of what we call our allegations, our notice of allegations, and our investigation process. Like when somebody files a complaint at TSBEP, it's on a complaint form, we open up a complaint. But that complaint may have multiple violations in it. Yes.
I think the
Okay, the
confusion
semantics.
here, so it's, what you're talking about, Janine, is that there's multiple violations that are found under one complaint.
Okay, so then we need to have that somewhere in there, that a complaint can have multiple violations.
Yes, and that we would
Just
let them
something
know
to
about
let-
all
yes.
of the
Why don't you
violations.
just change the word complaints to violations?
Violations, yeah.
And I like Gloria's
Okay.
suggestion of receiving written notice of any alleged violation, including specific information regarding, that seems kind of redundant or repetitive, regarding the violations.
Including,
Well,
you could put any
regarding-
found during the investigation or the inquiry. Right?
Right, the complaint is the overarching
Correct.
thing. The violation may be one, or there could be
many.
multiple violations
Correct.
under that one
Sure.
complaint that's open.
So-
I think it's just about the way we use those words.
Right.
You can almost use violations/violations.
Or put the
Right.
S in parentheses.
Right, or put the S in
Yeah, or
parentheses.
yeah.
Is your
Correct.
biggest concern is showing up at a conference, a settlement conference or something, and being surprised with new
Right.
things
Correct.
that you never heard of before?
Right.
Correct.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, in terms of from the
And so
psychology
I just
board-
want it, and saying this is going to be our best practice is
Yeah.
different than it's going to be in the rules.
Right.
So therefore, it will continue to be our best practice, even when you guys aren't here and you guys aren't here.
Right.
I think
Because I've had a lot of experience in the Texas legislature when a rule and a statute have not gone well.
Right. Unintended consequences, and yeah, I get that. I think I only know from how it's worked over at TSBEP, and your I've heard very few people from the psychology world concerned about the same things you are.
You are correct.
So if there's something, the other thing it's not lost on me is that we got to write these rules not for ourselves and not for Daryl, because I'm full confidence in Daryl doing it right. It's
Right.
for whoever comes after Daryl.
Right, and it's a licensee that may not know all these ins and outs, and we're looking for as much clarification as possible so that when they actually get to your hearing, it can be expedient
Sure.
I
for
don't know-
everyone,
and
for everyone.
Just speaking for myself, I don't know if we're going to get it right, exactly right on this first round of proposed rules, but this is definitely something that if we're getting it wrong, that we would look at any given
Right.
day on any given meeting to
Right.
get it right.
Well, I appreciate you, okay, I didn't do that. I appreciate you guys paying attention to this particular thing, because this is something that Sunset charged us, and man, we got, let's just say, I had a lot of finger pointing at me. So I want this to be super clarified for you guys and for licensees.
This was the fuel for the rage on that day.
That was.
Yes.
That
So it
was.
needs to be clear.
So
I've had several
you
rage
grammarians
sessions
help
with
me
him.
restructure this sentence real quick so that
Okay,
it's.
let's do it.
Thank you.
So it's licensees.
Thank you.
Thank you. Will receive written notice of any alleged violation
Parentheses S.
And then add
with a
parentheses
open
S.
parentheses S, close parentheses,
Okay.
including do we still even need that?
Yes,
Including specific information regarding the complaint.
because that, our staff will know what that means.
Yeah.
Does it need to say complaint or violations?
Sure. Should it say both?
I think it should say violations. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I just, when you read it,
Yeah.
does that sound repetitive?
It
using the word
does, but
violation?
it's
But it's
still,
okay.
it's still accurate.
Okay.
And would you use the the S in
I-
parentheses on
You know, I would
violation?
actually, including any complaints found during the investigation, uncovered during
But
the investigation.
it's not complaints that are found in the
I'm sorry,
investigation.
violations brought forward during the investigation. That's pretty specific.
Yeah.
Like
I've got
that
a,
or not?
I've got a version if you want to hear it.
Yeah, let's hear it, Tim.
All right. Licensees will receive written notice of any complaints, including specific information regarding any violations.
Yes.
What was it? Any violations
Under
Found
investigation?
during the investigation.
Found during the investigation.
discovered, or any
Discovered.
violations encountered.
Yeah. Now, that makes no reference to the allegation, right? To the first thing that brought an
No,
investigation
that's
forward.
the alleged complaint at the
Got it.
beginning, so.
Okay, but it's not alleged, it's
What,
complaint.
what I can,
Got it.
what I heard comports with how we've done it over at TSBEP.
Okay.
So that's a
Tim-
good practice.
Okay,
Daryl, are
one
you
more
okay
time.
with Tim's language?
One more time, Tim, and then
All right.
someone will say as he said.
So basically, what I'm doing is I'm flip-flopping the alleged violation part with the complaints. So licensees will receive written notice of any complaints, parentheses, complaints, including specific information regarding any violation encountered.
Can we move to adopt that language?
If you want to.
I would like to move to adopt Tim's language.
I'd like to second that.
2
Steve
seconds.
Christopherson.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Yay.
All right.
And
We're
I
back
just
on
wanna
10 then.
acknowledge that is exactly the reason why public comments are so important, and how much we appreciate people attending and giving it their attention prior to actually coming to the meeting, so that it can be called to our attention and we can address it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Susan.
Thank you.
Yes, yes.
Here, here.
Okay.
Okay, we were all the way through 11, so we went back to 11.
I think we're on 14.
Yes.
884.2.
Yes. Okay. On 14, under A1, we do need to make a change here, where it reads, "The standard disciplinary sanctions outlined below." I would like to change that to read, "The standard disciplinary sanctions in the applicable schedule of sanctions," because the member boards have their own schedule of
Yes.
sanctions,
Oh,
and I
yes.
want to make sure, I don't want people thinking we're just going to jump down to that very short schedule of sanctions.
Okay.
Okay.
So I
me
think
look what that is.
that change needs to happen.
14,
Oh.
A1.
And that was the only change on that page. I will tell y'all, the chart that you see in here, that will actually be an attached graphic. You'll click on a link and it'll pop up. It's not gonna look ugly like that in the rule when we do it, so just an FYI.
So if we have the, that change up there, the applicable schedule of sanctions, that points all of these back to the member board
Correct.
recommendations.
Correct.
In each level.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
I think that's it until you're on page 20.
Page 20?
That's 26, is it 20?
20. Let's give up the comments. Is that what you're referencing?
Yes, but,
Yes.
yes. And I think he brought it up as well on the, yeah.
Okay.
You're right.
I'll be candid. I don't think that is necessary. To me, that seems to kind of confuse the issue. The purpose behind the notice to clients is to tell people who you need to go for, who you need to go to, who you need to look to in order to learn how to file a complaint or to file a complaint. I don't know what adding that sentence actually does.
If I understood the public comments, and it was for clarification, for immediately that individual to know both the person and the organization of where to file the complaint. I think that's what they were trying to say there. If I-
Yeah, no, I agree. I'm just saying, the complaint isn't filed with the member board, it's filed with the council. The council is the body that handles that. So that's why I'm like, it kind of confuses the two, really, the member boards and the council.
You know, you could switch it and put the Texas Behavioral Health Council paragraph first, and then, well, no, that doesn't make sense. This would be the.
Does it add, here's where I'm curious, and maybe we need to ask for more clarification, but does it add, I'm thinking about, like, if someone were to see a licensee 1 or 2 times, and they want to file a complaint, but does it help them identify the licensee that they're complaining against? Is that part of the
That's what's-
process here? You know, so it adds a layer of public protection, in that it points.
Makes it easier.
It makes it easier for the person to file a complaint against a specific licensee. So, and I guess what I mean by that, so I'm in a practice where there's 15 of us, and they could say, oh, that girl who works over at that agency versus, you know, this person. You see what I'm saying, and calling them out by name, calling me out by name.
So at your location, would you have to have multiple of
I
these then
I
for each
think we
person's
would
name?
if we put that in there, so we'd have a whole bunch of these hanging on the wall, but
Then they have to identify which one is you on the wall.
right, I guess we could put my picture on it.
Pull the photos up.
I
don't know.
don't think it makes any difference one way or the other. The clarifying paragraph is the second one. If you have a complaint against anyone, that's who you write. So I really just think it's a matter of, preference. But I don't think it makes a big change.
I'm not gonna die on the hill here.
Right, I'm not either. Anybody else want to opine? And if not,
I think
do
less is more.
I think less is more, okay. Anybody want to make a motion to make that change? Hearing none, we're on to the next agenda item, if there is one.
26, I believe.
Oh, page 26. Oh, gosh, I thought we'd ended on 20. Okay, 26, we still got a few more, huh? 26. Oh, yeah.
There were some comments, I believe,
On 26, it's mainly typos.
From
adding a
TPA.
B and.
on 23 and 27. Go ahead.
23,
I wasn't able to track it in the rules. The representative from TPA had some, and I may have gotten it wrong. Some
That-
concerns on page 23 and 27.
That's the competency and the remedi.
Temporary suspension.
Was it temporary suspension? Okay, I'm
yes,
sorry.
and it said all members from the member board, is the note that I took. Instead of the suspension, we wrote the suspension panel must have at least one member from the same profession as the respondent. And someone recommended all members from the member board. I don't remember where that came from.
That came from TPA.
And,
That would be a quorum.
how would that's difficult to achieve. I mean, a quorum of members, maybe.
That, how does that work with, in terms of the public oversight we're supposed to have if the public members are excluded? Does that not raise any issues?
I don't think that they were asking for public members to be excluded. I think that they were asking that all of the people that were serving on that panel came from that specific member board instead of the panel being composed of different board members.
Okay, I missed that then.
Is that right?
So say that one more time. For the temporary suspension meeting, all of the members on that panel must be from the same profession?
In other words,
That
same
same
member board.
board.
B,
Yeah.
B1, that second sentence would read, the suspension panel must consist of, I guess, at least one, but not more than a quorum.
Do we run into problems with antitrust?
Not council members.
I mean, the whole point of this was to mix the
To mix
board
the board,
members
yeah.
versus a solitary board. To me, this would cause problems.
I can't say it doesn't implicate have some antitrust implications there. Ultimately, you would have SOA acting as a check on whether or not the temporary suspension was valid, and then the full council, I guess, in theory, could weigh in as well.
Honestly, I like the way it's written. One member from the same profession as the respondent. At least 3 people.
That gives you a subject matter expert,
Sure.
in case there's any questions about it, to fill in the other 2 members.
From a very practical standpoint, kind of just to give you some background on how I envision it working, is you would use your ISC panel from whatever board was doing it. Now, it doesn't say that, so I get the concern about wanting to make sure that all those panel members are from that respective board.
I personally kind of like it this way, because it forces all of us to learn more things. We work more cohesively as a group in the long run. I mean, so the more we know about each other's member boards, the better decisions this overall board will make.
Should we have?
The concern is.
What was your concern? Yeah, tell.
Well, let me let that be.
Well, no, it's interesting, sir, because as I hear you.
Could you come to the microphone, please, and identify yourself? Thank you.
Sure. Jessica McGee, TPA. What I'm hearing from Mr. Francis say is he likes how it's written, but if that's not how Mr. Speaks intended for it to be interpreted,
I heard that
we
too.
still have a conflict.
But it's going to go as it is written versus,
Right, then maybe that still needs to be more clear.
Clarified.
So
Yeah.
if is the concern that a licensed psychologist may be up and there isn't a psychologist?
Correct.
That it would be someone who doesn't have the expertise or training or experience or have to abide by the same board rules, who would be a part of the decision-making? You're trying to avoid that.
Yes. Yes.
but the way it's written here, somebody from the psychology board would have to be.
Yes, right. So, and
You
the
want
way that
all
we're
3
looking at, yes, correct.
versus
that-
just one.
Correct.
So you'd want the public.
We can try.
member- You'd want the public member to be from the psychology board also?
Yes.
Not just the
Correct.
licensed individual?
Correct.
Well, she wants all 3 members to be from the psychology board.
Correct.
But I think that goes against several things, A, of why we're set up, how we're set up, and how we should proceed.
But I like the idea of more than one in case there's a difference of opinion, but even within the discipline.
Maybe 2 in one then.
Maybe 2.
Do you have a suggestion on how to accomplish including other disciplines, but not at the expense of the solution for your concern?
Can I consult my counsel?
Yes.
For drafting
Yes,
purposes?
you may follow
He can even
Fred
sit right
He
next to
may
you.
also sit next to
Perfect.
after he announces himself.
Hey, guys, Kevin Stewart again, Texas Psychological Association. I mean, I think the idea of 2 is better than 1, and that will allow one person to be from non-psychology boards, so it would sort of accommodate that, if somebody wants to learn about the practice of psychology or anything like that, they can join in there. So it'll leave a free slot for a non-TSBEP member, but keep the majority of the people who will ultimately vote on the question. If the two psychology board members agree on something and the other member doesn't, then the psychology board members will still be able to carry the vote. So basically, you'd have, psychologists would have sort of the controlling number of votes, but there would be an opportunity for.
There's that word control.
I heard it
Madam-
too.
I know. The
Madam
second
Chair.
The second you say that.
Madam Chair, do we have language proposed yet on this?
We don't.
I'm not it sounds like there's not a whole lot of opposition to this idea, and it sounds like this is working in a very collaborative way, but I'd like to see some language to vote on.
What
or-
about this? Suspension panel must have at least 2 members from the same profession as the respondent, but the panel shall not consist of more than 3 members total.
The problem I have is 2 members from the same profession.
Same profession or same professional board?
It has to be same professional board.
Yeah, I think you'd switch it to same professional board at that point.
Not 2 from the same
That was
profession.
my confusion. What I
Professional
heard
board.
earlier was same profession, which
Right.
is not
Yeah,
me.
so the way that, we're happy that one person is from the same profession. So I think,
All you're asking for is 1 from the same profession?
right, so
Two from the same
ideally,
board.
ideally it'd be one, so basically you just add
Oh,
a sentence.
God.
Keep that sentence whole as is, and just say a majority of the panel shall be from the applicable board, and then say a limit of 3.
So-
That's fair.
Yeah, one from the profession, one from the
One from the
professional board,
profession.
and third. the
Let
Neutral
me,
parties.
let me
We can
walk
do that.
this one more way. So if I'm the outsider, because it's an LPC who arrives at ISC, and there is a public member from the LPC board and a professional member from the LPC board, and I'm the odd man out because I'm not an LPC, there's still majority ruling on the person who is the licensed professional counselor who has a complaint against them who's at ISC.
Correct. And so I think, I understand the concerns about anti-competitive issues, but if I was y'all, I would be much more concerned about having a suspension panel of 2 LPCs disciplining a psychologist, or 2 psychologists disciplining an LPC. I don't think the concern is so much with sort of psychologists acting on psychologists. I think the concern is other professions acting on psychologists, or psychologists acting on other professions. So I think this would actually promote, get rid of those sort of anti-competitive concerns that y'all raised.
My only comment to that would be that the way the boards are set up, by their very nature, put lay people on the board, the public members that do not know the professions and have either learned or are learning. And so if that is good enough for the state in the way they originated the board and for the protections of the citizens, then it should be good enough for a 3-person panel.
I think that's absolutely right. And I mean, if you look at the boards, they're basically half professionals and half public members. This would do the exact same thing to the suspension panel, where you'd have 1 professional member. It would closely mimic the way the boards are set up, the way the state has set up the boards, so that you have a public, a professional, and then, this sort of person, we can have this learning person who you, so. I think it would align the suspension panels with what we see at the board levels more closely than the alternative.
Mr. Spinks, you have language, or going to go?
Yeah, I was going to ask him, see what did you say?
So I think just that, leave that sentence alone, and then say this is.
Would you mind reading the whole thing for us,
Sure.
please, as you might have it?
Absolutely. And I don't have, I'm making it up on the fly, but, so feel free to jump in. But so, do you want me to start from the very beginning for each?
For each.
For each temporary suspension proceeding, the council may appoint a 3-member executive committee called a suspension panel to consider the information and evidence presented by agency staff. The suspension panel must have at least 1 member from the same profession as the respondent, and a majority of members from the same member board as the respondent. And then the suspension panel shall confer with each other in the name of the.
Reread the addition again.
So you could do it too, you could have a second sentence.
Let's go with what you had.
I
Okay,
got it,
sorry.
yeah.
Let's go with what you
The
had.
suspension panel must have at least 1 member from the same profession as the respondent, and a majority of members from the same board as the respondent. And then if you wanted to limit it to 3, you could add another sentence saying,
Actually, it says, I just noticed up there earlier, it says a
Says
3-member.
3-member already at the top.
So, Madam Chair, I would make a motion that we enter the proposed language as read, as the recommended change to this section.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. Thank you so
Beautiful
much.
discussion. Thank you.
What happens if you have somebody who's duly licensed?
Depends on which license that you're going after.
So it would be 2 separate hearings then, just like we're already doing?
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, it depends on, if you weren't operating under your LMFT license and you were operating under your social work license, that's,
I think you're
No, it doesn't work that way. When I show up at work and I'm seeing a client, I'm operating under 2 licenses.
I think you have 2 areas of
not
expertise.
necessarily.
Okay.
so it would be.
That's
the way it
why
was
you have
drafted-
defined practices.
And the way it was
That's a
drafted, it
different
was a
vote.
majority from the member board, so it wouldn't matter what you're licensed as, it would matter whether you're a member of
Of the
that
board.
municipal board.
Right.
But Jennifer's saying that if she's a member of 2 different boards,
Are you a member too?
No. If
Isn't
I'm
anyone a member?
licensed by 2 different boards.
Right, yeah, so
But that's not the same as being a
selection
member.
would be based on the membership, not on
Right,
the license.
not on the license.
Is that
Mhm.
Right. Thank you.
It doesn't.
but we still have people who are LPCs and LMFTs.
She's from the LMFT board, though.
Yeah, so she would only be on.
No, I'm talking about if somebody like me who holds 2 licenses is having a complaint filed against them and they're the respondent in this situation, then what are we gonna do with them?
I think that would depend, I mean, where would you send the complaint?
Kevin, can you go back up to the mic for us?
But I think what I'm hearing you say is we would probably do 2 different temporary suspension hearings if we were going after both licenses.
You'd have to under this scenario if you were going after both licenses.
Okay.
And I think it would be the same as if that person was, looking outside of the temporary suspension panels. How will that person be disciplined? Is it going to go to the LMFT board? Is it going to go to the
Right now it
LPC
goes-
board? Is it going to
You'd
go to
have
both?
divide-
That's the way it goes right now.
Divide it up.
Yeah.
There would be 2 complaints, there would be one.
Yeah.
With each-
complaint on
with
the
each board.
LMFT
Mhm.
license.
Discipline.
So it's good now?
That's
Okay.
the way it is now.
Okay.
So 2 panels?
Thank you.
I thought you were talking about that.
Does it make sense, Tim, to combine it, to have a line in here if
No.
it's the complaint is the same?
No,
That's
it
gonna-
takes
I
away
think
the
that would be
authority of the
I think
board.
that would make it too,
Too complex.
yeah. I think
But
that
you're
would add
looking at
too
2
much
different sets.
complexity to it.
Yeah, it's different rules.
Yeah, we can move.
Do we need action to finally pass, or have we incorporated everything already?
You've agreed upon the changes, but you need to have a motion to propose the rule with those agreed upon changes.
I make a motion that we propose the rule with the agreed upon changes.
I seconded George Francis.
Didn't we have something on page 27
Were
we
we
needed
done?
to talk about? Oh, that's the one.
27 was the same.
Oh, that's the same one.
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Did we do all in favor
We need to, I call for the vote.
aye? All in favor aye?
Aye.
All in favor, aye.
Aye.
I mean, all in favor, please indicate by saying aye. I just
Aye.
thought
Aye.
Are you sure we didn't have one more? Oh, yeah, okay, we are sure. Any opposed, same sign? The motion passes. And I think we're done.
On 27, the issue is the same, but it may need, that language needs to be cleaned up there, I think. Do we need to clean up, or does that only have to do with
What are you
TS?
talking about?
B1?
Under B1, I believe that TPA brought up some concern about B1 as well.
Correct. That's correct.
Is
They
that
had the same
something?
concern.
It's the same
in that.
concern, I think.
It was the same concern. I wasn't sure, practically speaking, if this would ever have non-TSBEP people on there, because it is a TSBEP specific rule. But, given that it is TSBEP specific, obviously we'd prefer if all of the people on the panel, or if you want to do the kind of majority, what we just agreed to last time, that'd be fine too. And this is Kevin from TPA.
Thank you.
So I
I
would
think-
make a motion, I'm sorry. Go
No,
ahead.
you're doing the same thing. Go for it.
I would just make a motion to carry over the same language that we used in the last rule, to carry that over to this rule as well.
I second that.
Might have to massage it a little bit.
Massage
to
it,
work,
do
but
what you need to do.
You want the substantive effect
The
to be the
intent
same.
is the
The
same,
same.
yes,
Gotcha.
the effect is the same.
Okay.
Is there any discussion? There's a motion and a second on the table. Is there any discussion? No? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Any opposed? Okay, the motion passes.
Can I acknowledge one more time the importance of people attending these meetings and offering their opinions and ideas in order to challenge the board, and how much we all appreciate it from the different disciplines? Just gotta say it again, because I think it's really important, and I
It is.
encourage others to use this
It
forum
is.
in the same fashion.
Thank you so much, Susan. Yes, I agree, and I can't remember, I think that it was Sarah that said last time, how are we gonna follow up on folks who make public comments if we only do it at the beginning? And so this solution really worked, and thank you so much for doing that. Is there another item on the agenda, Daryl? Because I am completely lost.
Maybe a 5-minute break, Madam Chair, if we can squeeze that in.
Okay.
Is that?
Yes, I will. It's 2:55 PM. We'll reconvene at 3, and I'll bang the gavel. Are you paying attention back there?
Okay.
Susan?
Strikes
Do I
while
bang
zooming.
It's 3:06 on Monday, March 2nd, and I think we're going to start again, only my agenda disappeared from my iPad. So I think we're on agency management
Right here.
reports, is that correct?
We're on item number 12.
Item 12, reports from member boards regarding current or future issues that may impact the profession.
Madam
Or the
Chair.
agent's, oh, it showed up. Or the
Darryl.
agent's regulatory functions. Daryl, do you want to lead us through that?
We need to cover the fee rule first.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, if we don't earn money,
Where is
all
the
of
fee
what
rule?
we've done is for naught.
Oh, is that number 11? Yeah, I see it, sorry.
And fees, okay.
Okay.
And the fees.
We do number 10?
Yes, we did that before.
The one thing, I don't, the copy that you have before you doesn't have any comments on it. I didn't receive any comments in writing. Obviously, we had discussions earlier about the fee amounts. The one thing I would point out is the chart that you have before you, when we actually publish that, we will delete that old fee column out of there so that that won't be there to confuse anybody. I just wanted to make you aware of that so that when you're adopting it, you understand that column will actually come out of the chart.
Thank you, and just as a reminder, you're going to let us know which of these are externally imposed, is that right? Or did you tell me you'd already outlined?
Yeah, I can tell you which ones are externally imposed. If you look on the second page of the chart under examination fees, the,
Orange ones?
are they orange? I can't tell.
Examination
Okay. Yeah,
fees?
the orange are externally imposed fees.
Okay.
And it just so happens that they're all the same amount? Oh, there's no dollar sign next to it?
Right, there's no doubt. Now,
Okay, got it.
the jurisprudence is the same because we all use, fortunately, we all use the same vendor to administer our
Okay.
jurisprudence exams.
Why, under the jurisprudence, psychologist, et cetera, on that second column, it has 200?
Because we currently charge $234 for our jurisprudence exam. We're reducing that fee. It's now $20, and we've included that in the application fee amount.
Okay.
But if we all use this, that's the one we all use the same vendor.
Yes, sir.
So the vendor was charging us $200 for this.
No, the vendor was not.
Oh, we were collecting.
Well, we weren't. The psychology board was.
But not BHEC.
Right, BHEC won't be.
Okay, so now if that gets reduced, do we have to make up that amount of money? Because the legislation says that we have to come in at a certain dollar amount. We're not collecting as much from the psychology board because they reduced that fee.
Correct.
That gets distributed amongst the other member boards?
Yes. We're charging a $20, built into the application fee for each board, or for each, I guess, license type, is a $20 jurisprudence exam fee that you would pay over and above the $39. The $39 that you see here is for the test vendor.
But that 20 didn't exist before we lowered the psychology board amount.
Oh, no. Not at all? Okay, no.
So a licensee will pay $59 for the jurisprudence exam?
No,
The 20's built into the
the
application.
20's built into
Oh,
the
it's an
application,
application
yeah.
fee,
So
okay,
the application fee is more than what it was previously.
Right.
to cover these costs.
The $200 that they used to collect.
On the jurisprudence exam, and this, we may not need to get into this today, how much does it cost, not necessarily the vendor, but how much does it cost to actually write the items and all of that for this exam? Does $39 cover item writing and test construction and?
No, you don't
We
get
do
the
that.
39. The 39 goes to eStrategy.
Okay.
And to Texas.gov. $5 of it goes to Texas.gov. What you're getting is the $20 per exam, or not per exam, but per application. Let me ask you this: do y'all write your own exam items?
Yes.
Okay. Do you bring in outside? It's just the board members themselves?
For the social work board.
Okay, so whatever it costs for y'all to come to Austin, if you come to Austin and do it, that's what it costs.
We do it at home and send it forward.
At
and
home?
Talk
Okay.
about it at the.
But I'm curious if
Board
that
meeting.
will be the same for the psychology jurisprudence exam?
We do-
or if
we do
that's an
not.
outside.
Yeah, the psychology board does not do it that same way. We actually bring in non-board members to write it. But myself and a few other staff members, legal counsel generally, we kind of guide them as to what is appropriate and what is not. But we actually have a team, a written exam committee of other psychologists that we bring in. They actually write the exam. We will also, y'all's is a little different because you have no-fail exams. Ours is not, it's a pass-fail exam. We have to validate our exam, so I have to hire experts to come in and conduct a validation study of it. That was like $1,200 the last time I had it done.
What does it cost for the team to write the exams? So $1,200 for the team to validate the exam. What's the cost for the team in
You
keeping
recall
them here
what
for
we
an
paid?
hour?
$100 a day? Okay, and there's probably 5 or 6 people on the team come in, so you're looking at
For
5
how
or
long are
6.
they here for? What time period?
1 day.
And
And
it's
the
two
rest of
board
it.
members, correct? Because I know it's a public board member and then.
Yeah, we had 2 on it the last time. We had 5 or 6, and they did everything else from home. They come in, we actually identify what question. We go over the validation statistics to see where, what questions might be problematic. They're the experts. They tell us what falls in and outside the range of acceptability. Then if we have questions that fall outside that range, we can rewrite them, scrap them, or think up new questions to take their place. And then generally, once we've got that kind of narrowed down, we send everybody home, and they actually write the questions. And then they just email it all back in, and we put it together.
Now, to John's point earlier, because we're now distributing those funds amongst the other organizational boards, will that show as an increase to the legislature? Will they see that we've increased the cost to our applicants?
Well, yeah. I
Will
mean,
it raise
there's-
sorry,
Yeah.
will it raise a flag?
No, it shouldn't, because we have to raise that money. So we're not, we've got to raise it in some way, shape, or form. No, just to answer your question, no, I'm not looking, I don't think it'll raise a flag.
Last question, how was the decision made to distribute the cost from the psychology board application process to the other member boards?
Just breaking it, trying to get rid of the $200 and something fee, and y'all weren't paying really anything on it. So we tried to keep the fee as low as possible and distribute it amongst everybody who was using, or who was conducting a jurisprudence exam.
I guess I don't necessarily have a huge stake in this, but the concern is it doesn't cost the other boards anything to write their jurisprudence exams. The board members are doing it. It costs the psychology board something to do it. Are we, so I guess what I'm hearing you say is that we're all gonna cover the cost.
We're sharing the burden.
We're gonna share the financial burden. All of the licensees will share the financial burden, at least for this one part, for that jurisprudence exam, construction, item writing, validation, all of that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could say that, yeah.
Except that the psychologist's fees for everything else is much higher than any of the other disciplines. And I understand that the earning power is potentially higher. I don't actually know the details, but I'm making that assumption. So I think it's something we need to look at more closely. I'm just not sure how to go about it. Does anyone have any ideas?
I feel like we have to approve something today.
Mhm.
And this goes back to not letting perfection be the enemy of good.
Correct.
Do we have things we can work on here? I'd say so.
Mhm.
I don't know how to fix it today, though.
Once we will be voting on something, potentially this today. What would the procedure be for making changes or looking at it more carefully? I mean, could we buy time and do this down the road, or once we vote on this, is this it, folks? We can't ever change it.
No, you can change it. You can
Oh,
always
yeah.
change your fees and rules.
So then I think maybe we look at this more carefully.
I mean, the one thing, John, to answer your question, what could we do here today? The question is, the $200 that's been distributed out per applicant across the other member boards, they go back to the psychology application, but I don't know if that's the answer, but that would be one thing that could happen today.
I will say, I don't think doing that is going to allow you to actually hit your mark, what you have to generate, because the number of people taking the jurisprudence exam, I think.
You're basing it on the volume of applicants across all 5
Yes, yeah, that's what I'm trying to
organizations.
say, yes. So I'm afraid if you did that, that's going to,
Be a
that's going to make,
shortfall for
it's going to make us miss our mark.
So my recommendation would be that we use this, that we go ahead and vote on what has been proposed in this chart today, and that we use this as a starting point, because we need to have a starting point, and this is something that we can revisit later on down the road if we need to. Is that okay?
Yes, I think as long as you understand that if you want to revisit it at the next board meeting and repropose something, that
No.
means you're not going to have any fees in place
No,
effective.
no. I'm
Okay.
talking about, let's get some fees established, and let's go into the fiscal year with these fees established, and then if we need to revisit it after.
I think that would make an excellent strategic plan point, is
There
what
you
I
go.
think.
I think so.
But
too.
I would ask in the future if you could bring it to the board so that we can see it versus the day of. So, I mean, to me, this is a surprise.
I don't know how to get it to you, though, where you can actually comment on it and have any input without violating open meetings.
Right, but I'm just saying, we have to vote today.
Right.
So there's no space for conversation, negotiation, discussion around it.
Unless we appoint a committee. What if we appoint a committee of 3 of us to look at how we reach this?
We
No.
have to vote
we
on
have to
something
propose this.
today.
No,
We
no,
gotta-
I
we
mean,
gotta get it.
after we vote on
Okay.
this, to revisit it, see where the fees come from, look at what are the appropriate charges, what are the disparities. We could study this in greater depth while this is in place.
And I don't want you, I mean, you need to also keep in mind, Mr. Francis, that, I mean, this was all, it was run through the incubation task
Yeah, we
force.
did
So
see-
it's not like this is just the first time that anybody's seeing any of this. So we vetted this through the incubation task force as well. Is it perfect? No, but we got to start somewheres. And we've got to meet that mark. We've got to bring in that certain amount of revenue, or we're all in trouble.
And it's par for equity. They're paying big licensing fees opposed to ours. It's some equity. They get a little break on the test. I say we vote. If we want to look at it in the future, let's look at it in the future.
Is there any other discussion? May I have a
just-
motion?
I'll just add that I think we do want to look at it at the future, but we're prioritizing right now is what I'm hearing. And when we look at it in the future, we want to have some data, we want to have some understanding of where the numbers come from. So I don't know if it's a matter of, if we want to look at it in the future, I think we're always going to be attentive to it because it's been expressed as a concern by the public. And so at this point in time, though, I mean, I appreciate that we have deadlines and we have things that we're charged with. But that would be true about everything. At any point in time, any of us here could bring up for a future meeting to revisit something as we move along.
True.
Once we get some stability and foundation moving forward.
Right.
And this would be one that I think will be one to consider at some point when we create stability, because I don't want people who brought it in public comments to think that we're negating their concerns. Because I think we hear them and we're going to prioritize it and make an educated decision rather than just discussion of hypotheticals. Is that accurate?
Ma'am?
Madam Chair, I make a.
Hang on, I have one question real quick. Mr. Spinks, you talked about the numbers that the state requires us to kick up and how much we get back. Do you know roughly what those numbers are off the top of your head? I'm just ballpark.
Look in that contingency rider that's in the materials I gave you. Could be in there.
Which one is that one?
It'll say HB
Is this the
1
86, yeah.
of the 86th legislature.
Where would I find that? On
Flip
the
over.
contingency for HB 1501?
Yeah.
Okay, so
There's a 1.8
we're
million.
appropriated 885,000.
Oh, it's in
Is
the
that
big
right?
one.
Scroll down, there should be a $4.8 million figure there,
4.9.
and a $1-point-something million
Yeah,
figure.
okay, so about $1 million in excess of 4.9 million. So what's
That's what you have to raise,
almost 5 million?
almost 6.
Almost 6, and we get how much?
Well, right now you get 885,000
So
this year.
we're contributing
5.2, 5.1.
millions of dollars on top of what we actually it takes to operate.
And that's for the biennium.
Right,
that amount,
but still,
yeah.
the point is, though, is that these are fees that are not, collecting these fees, but these fees are not going back, like, out of, 20%, is that? Mike,
Don't make me a liar and make me do
okay.
math in my head.
The point is that when people are talking about raising fees, the point is that we're not spending here at an agency level funding ourselves. It's funding the state.
Correct.
I just wanted to get that.
A lot of the states, I say a lot, a good portion of the money that you generate through your agency and TSBP and what will be BHEC goes into other programs and who knows what, because it goes into the general revenue fund.
Well,
Building a road.
Maybe I misunderstood them, because the numbers that I've seen over the years that I've been on the MFT board, we've always come close to zero to the cost of the organization based upon our fees. So we were not
MFT was
kicking
unique
back.
in that.
I'm sorry?
MFT was unique in that.
Oh, so we weren't, that's
So-
not the normal.
No, like for LPC, LPC was generating, I believe it was 1.5 million.
1.6, donating $1 million, right?
Yeah.
So what you're hearing from me is a very different perspective of an organization whose fees very much match the cost of running that organization. And so to see something where we're pulling millions of dollars, 5.2, but if it's on by item, then you have to split that in half, so 2.6 million per year. That's a whole different conversation.
That is typical as well. For example, when I was at the medical board, they brought in 21 million and were appropriated 7.
And part of the thing is
That was back in the 90s.
You set licensing fees, which you haven't raised in forever, and then you grow, like you get 28,000 LPCs. Well, okay, and that goes into general fund. We don't get to choose that. You know? So on your smooth
Sure
drive
get to
home.
choose to have a conversation about it.
Yeah.
So,
We don't get that.
May I ask too, I remember our board, in the last year and a half, there was a fee that was reduced, and everybody kind of thought we were heroes, but we had nothing to do with it. It wasn't, we didn't generate that.
Right.
Because we're not the decision makers.
Right. It was the
The
$200
legislature.
professional, what they call a professional
Correct.
fee. Most of the professions paid it in lieu of the franchise tax.
Right, so we were seen as doing something in response to people's concerns about fees, but actually that wasn't even in our
It wasn't
control.
us, yeah.
I
So in
remember.
the interest of time, I think that I'd love to see, apart from a motion before the motion, I'd love to see a couple of volunteers to start looking at this now, so that we can understand it on a committee level.
Well, remember, you've already got 4 members on the strategic planning committee. And
that group can look.
This is probably going to be something we're going to be looking at as a strategic
Turned
planning
into a
item.
really big job.
But I think that the basis for the fees would be something that the whole board should look, just so that we can kind of understand this in a bigger picture or on a spreadsheet. In the meantime, so strategic planning will work with that. In the meantime, if there's no more discussion, I'd like to entertain a motion regarding the schedule of fees proposed here
Madam
in our
Chair.
meeting packet. Yes, sir.
I would love to tell you there's no more conversation about this, but at this point, I would love to make a motion to accept the schedule of fees as presented to us.
Thank you.
And I'll second it.
There's been a motion and a second. All in favor of keeping the schedules as proposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes?
Just so we're clear,
Yes.
when you say as presented, you mean I can delete the old fees column out of it?
Yes,
Correct?
right.
Okay.
Right, as I read this, the total fees are the new column,
Correct.
and that's what I'm,
And the breakdown is that base texas.gov and OPP, which I'm
Right.
guessing are administrative fees.
Yeah, those are just fees required elsewhere in rule or statute.
And then I would encourage us all as board members, if we want an agency like this to be stood up new, then we're going to be working on keeping more of what we produce, however that's done. Enforcement fees, are we on item 12?
You are.
Reports from member boards regarding current or future issues that may impact the profession or the agency's regulatory functions. And I'd love to go in alphabetical order, except my brain's mud and I won't remember. So I think I'll just
Let's
go
start
down
with
the line. Let's
the
start with
LPC
these.
board. LPC
Yes.
board met February 7th. Got a lot of good business done. Our biggest thing in front of us is making sure we coordinate rules so that we've got some good cleanup action going there. Other than that, the LPC board has nothing to report.
Thank you.
Okay, Jennifer Smotherman from the Marriage and Family Therapy Board. We met in January and we'll be meeting again in April. And the primary focus of our meeting in April, in addition to our extra business, is making sure that our rules are aligned as well, making changes or proposing changes.
Thank you. George, no, Susan.
We met in February, and I think that the agenda item of our executive director has already been discussed at the council meeting, so I won't review that again. But we also are in the process of making sure that we use the word council in our rules. I don't think there's anything else. John, do you have anything else that we, at the board level?
Not really.
That's it.
Thank you. And Tim?
Social work board will be meeting this Friday and Saturday. We're also working with Sarah Fosnot to go through our rules, make certain that we're aligned appropriate with the BHIC. We're also going to discuss our public member representative to the BHIC and see how we might need to adjust that.
Currently, if, is there any requirement for successive meetings or consecutive meetings? Is that, I'm guessing that's what you're alluding to, Tim?
Yes.
Is there any, you know, is there any requirement for us as board members to, you know, attend a certain number of meetings or not miss a certain number of meetings?
Yes, there actually is a statutory requirement. We do grade attendance. If you miss more than 2 meetings that are not excused, I think I have a duty to report you to the chair and maybe to the governor's office. I can't recall exactly what it is.
Yikes, that's the principal's office for
Yeah.
sure.
So,
Don't want that.
and you can see how, I mean, we've got 2 members out today. If for some reason we did not have a quorum, we would have a real problem, because not only do our rules, the council rules run into problem, but you now have backed up the member boards
Correct.
from doing stuff. So it's important that we all be here.
And will you remind me, is there a certain number of public members who must be at a board meeting?
No. In
just-
fact, that
just-
was what y'all specifically avoided that
Avoided,
problem
right.
with the way you drafted the rule.
Thank you. Any recommendations for agenda items for the next council meeting?
Will it be here? Will it be here, at the
Yes, sir.
Capitol? Here?
It'll be here.
Excellent. I like here.
Well, don't get too used to it.
But we do thank you for having the space in TDLR.
Yes,
Thank
thank you,
you
Yes.
for as long as we can. We do recognize and appreciate the difficulties that impose, but thank you. Madam Chair, I would just remind that there were several items that we came up with during the course of the meeting that we had asked for in terms of being able to look at the performance metrics. Obviously, we talked about the background to some of the fee information that we'll discuss during the strategic session. There was one other item we asked for that was a comparison.
The investigation time, or the status of investigations.
Thank you. So
right.
between, thank you for that.
What was the other one, Mr. Francis, that you had mentioned earlier?
Performance measures?
Refresh my memory.
The performance measures were, we asked if you would have the number, I'm trying to think of the metric we used. We asked for it for each of the boards, and then one number for everyone together.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
For applications, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you right now, BHEC won't have any, there won't be any numbers until
Sure.
September 1st. But do you want us to start doing that now? Start reporting that now?
It's probably better sooner than later, so.
Okay. All
And
right.
weren't we gonna look at the time that it took? Or did we?
I think the forms
So
that
that
are
report will
used-
be easy for you in
Yeah,
June.
the average processing time is what it was.
Is there anything else? And our next meeting is
June 16th, I believe.
June 16th. Good heavens.
That's a Tuesday meeting, right?
Yes.
We go to Tuesdays after this one.
Is there any other business before the board or anything another member would like to bring up before I call for adjournment? Thank you all for being here. Thanks to the staff, and to all of you who've spent time with us this afternoon. It's 3:31 on Monday, March 2nd, and the meeting is adjourned.